Hello, my heroes and villains. It is me, your illustrious Saus's Grand Tomato Slime Extraordinaire, and we are back in Honkai Impact 3rd. Last time, we discovered that I'm an auto-apocalypse apologist, and also we fixed Fuhua. It was really good. Those chapters were really good. I absolutely adored them. But now it's Seele time or something. We took a short look at the beginning of this in that we were forced into looking at the prologue. But yeah, it's Seele time, and I'm excited. And congratulations on Ivory for being first. And congratulations on first. But let us get right into it. What happened with all our friends while we were dealing with Fuhua? Know that the immortals are ever present. Their eternity is indestructible. She's meditating in the fantasy realm. The device that generated the fantasy world called Tsundere. Oh. Well, I guess Tsundere is a fantasy world. That does line up, actually, with a lot of the things going on in the Tsundere story. A gift from a pioneer 2 years ago. And her meditation was accompanied by the legendary weapon Abyss Flower. Games should have an option to replace menu music with Senti's version. Games should have a lot of options, but I'm surviving with what it is. A noble yet lethal weapon where the powers of life and death intertwine. Just like how humanity enjoys loneliness, but also craves for emotional bonds. The last wielder was Cecilia's Shariak, right? 5 years ago, her travel partner sparked her interest in the predecessor. 5 years ago, her travel partner sparked her interest in the predecessor. Later, the overseer told her more. I don't... Is the her here referring to Durandal? Yes, right? 5 years ago, her travel partner sparked her interest in this predecessor. So 5 years ago, her travel partner made her interested in Cecilia. Okay. And then Otto told her more. As a result, she began to refrain herself from using the weapon in general missions. Not that it was hard to wield. With her Honkai energy, adaptivity, and remarkable lance mastery, it was never a problem. Not that she found her enemies unworthy. She respected every opponent and wouldn't hold herself back in a friendly spar. And it was definitely not because of the rumors running amongst Valkyries about how it brought misfortune. Indeed, none of its previous wielders had a happy ending. But that's what weapons are for. When you pick up one in battle, you should be prepared to face death. No, it wasn't for any of these concerns. She'd rather confess it was a feeling of distance that kept her from using it in battle. Deep down, she had to ask herself time and again if she could reach the other side where hymns of blood were sung. And before she could achieve that with the weapon, she couldn't consider herself a worthy successor. I'm still of the opinion that Durandal is original Kiana. Sorry to interrupt, Master Durandal. The sweet voice pulled her back to reality. Oh, Rita, something happened. A group of curious reports. Durandal opened her handheld hologram projector and took a quick look at the reports. There's an underlying common trait shared by all seemingly irrelevant events. A metro accident in London, a murder in Belgrade, a financial crisis in Frankfurt, a missing persons case in Calcutta. They're all puzzle pieces leading to a dark and dangerous scheme. Apart from the murder in Belgrade, where the police contacted us first. There's a fucking fly going around my room, and it's annoying the shit out of me. Well, probably occasionally dealing with that. I play on PC, yeah. I do not know how I would stream from my phone. I don't know how people stream to Twitch from their phone. Probably they use their phone. But I don't know how you capture stuff from it. In the investigation on the rear-end subway collision, Valkyrie Susanna was upgrading local Honkai energy sensors. So, from what I have been told about stuff, is over the years, to keep the file size smaller, HI3 has compressed and compressed and compressed itself, leading to, yeah, sometimes it is, very funky. To say the least. It was her professional instrument that found object number 2 under the train wreckage. I didn't actually internalize that. It was her professional instrument that found... Valkyrie Susanna was upgrading local Honkai energy, so it was her professional instrument that found object number 2 under it. So, her professional instrument. Is that a weapon, or is that these sources? Or sensors? Not that that seems to really matter, but I'm just not clear on what that was. Everything we found went to... Is it Street or Saint? They use both of these words. I'm gonna say Saint. Saint 1504 Labs for analysis. It was disconcerting when Director Nakamitsu said now that we had discovered 4 such coincidences. There could very well be 400 or 4,000 undiscovered ones out there. Almost like it's contagious. Yes, Director Nagamitsu believes we're dealing with something entirely new. He warned us if we couldn't mobilize all of Shixel to get to the bottom of this, the consequences would be huge. If only we could reach the Overseer now. If he was here. She has a lot of faith in Otto. Which, I mean, to be fair, my opinion of his character has changed a lot since the beginning. But Otto's still shady, regardless of how I actually feel about him. So she has a lot of faith in him. No, when he is absent, we need to deal with the situation our way. Do you have a plan? First, we need to support Nagamitsu. He's the professional one, and we need to stand behind her. And share everything we found with the World Serpent and Anti-Entropy. Everything. Oh, and Anti-Entropy. Because the World Serpent makes sense, because they're currently technically aligned with the World Serpent. Anti-Entropy, though, is their enemy. So this must be serious. Although she's also not as... Yeah, okay, Rita's saying exactly that. World Serpent is our ally, but AE. If the Overseer was here, he'd no doubt stop us. Okay, so she knows. But we're not him. We don't have his wisdom or willfulness. So it's pointless to assume what he would do. While he's away, we must fight Honkai ourselves. Understood. I'll fill my brain on the intel sharing. It's still morning here. Given the time difference, Dr. Schrödinger and her friends won't be able to have a good night's sleep today. Schrödinger. Seele. I am definitely excited to get back to what's going on with these guys. Because we kind of just dropped Seele. Like, we finished the Hirsch of Reason plotline, we got Welt out, we got her out, and then we have not seen her since. AE Salt Lake Base. It's what, 3-4 arcs since we saw her? Wait, wake up. It's morning already. Seele. Seele. Oh, it's other Seele. It can't be helped. Hey, Seele. Open your eyes. Huh? Bug. That's the fourth person who's asked you about your scream. If it wasn't for the caterpillar by my pillow this morning, you know they scare me the most. Huh? So you wanna blame me? Remind me, who promised to rise early and read stories to the kids last night? I am grateful for your wake-up service, but maybe you could do it differently? I am looking at her design here. Star Rail Seele is definitely based on this design. I tried to wake you up gently, but you didn't seem to hear me at all. What could I do? Of course. I think me playing with the kids in your stead is another good choice. Forget it. Last time you popped out and frightened Evan to tears. Well, the kid was bad-mouthing you. He thought he kept his voice low. What did you say? Nothing. I said I hate dealing with kids. It's your job now. Nino, you're live. Seele. Good morning, Seele. Good morning, everyone. What would you like to do today? How about I finish the story? A few moments later. Dr. Einstein's room. Someone was yelling. Dr. Einstein, did you send for me? Come in. Please wait until Dr. Tesla is done with her grumble. These dogs just wouldn't listen. They kept repeating the same old bureaucratic nonsense. I love them. Oh, she's not here. She's a hologram. I hope you didn't understand the senators' faces. Dr. Tesla, do we have a conclusion now? I examined the mechas from head to toe myself. Nothing came up. But many live stream viewers can testify security mecha charged onto the stage and verbally abused the spokesperson. I was telling the truth of verbal abuse. Is it not that they're a bunch of greedy cowards? Is it not true that they're a bunch of greedy cowards? Yeah, fuck politicians. I've no comment on this, but it does not follow the programming protocol. Security mecha has an outspoken opinion. The way I see it, there's an 80% chance they handled the mecha wrong, and 20% chance they set us up. A setup? What did they say? The same old. That we shouldn't take the Hershey. That it's irresponsible to let her act freely. I assume they're talking about Kiana. I told them Kiana had stabilized when she lost the gem of conquest and she was under control, but they wouldn't listen. They even believe she was behind the mecha incident. Seriously, do they have any clue what a Hershey is? You believe they staged the show to frame AE and pressure us into surrendering Kiana? Yeah, definitely. I hand-checked the mechas supplied to the Congress. How could anything go wrong? But it's not in their interest. The incident dealt a heavy blow on their public image, and it's not their style. Who knows? We've made more enemies than I care to count. They'll have the queue to get us. What? Now? Fine. Mophead, the old dogs are here for trouble again. I'll handle them. Talk to you later. Bye. Sorry to keep you waiting. Dr. Tesla seems to be busy. Don't worry. This won't be her first Congress hearing. Her fiery temper forbids her to lose any debate. That doesn't sound reassuring at all. You have a new mission for me, Dr. Einstein? It's more of a personal favor than a mission. This July 3rd is AE's 60th anniversary. I don't know how I read 20. And we plan to throw a party in the base to cheer everyone up. Too much has happened in the past few months. Everyone needs a respite to unwind. Dr. Tesla was supposed to handle procurement, but as you just saw, she won't be back in a while. This is her shopping list. Everything can be bought in the city. I'd like you to do her work if it's not too much to ask.
Oh, of course not. If you have anything to add, just tell me.
Dr. Tesla made it very clear that I need to keep my hands off this matter. She doesn't trust my aesthetic judgment, which I have to say is an unfounded slander.
I don't quite understand, but I know what to do now. I'll do my best.
Training room, AE Salt Lake Base.
That's how it went. I think Dr. Einstein and Dr. Tesla have a very special pattern of working with each other.
They've always been like this. You'll get used to it. It's kinda funny. So, you're going to do some shopping in Salt Lake?
Yeah. Is there anything, Bronya?
Nothing. Just a little favor to ask of you, but let's train first.
Sure.
The last training session was taxing. Do you still feel sore? Maybe we should tone it down a little bit.
It's okay. I've had a good rest. Let's keep the intensity last time. No, 10 tears up.
This would be the highest intensity. Are you sure?
I wanna try. Don't worry, I know where my limits are.
Understood. Bronya will step in to help when you need it. Initiating training program. Training mode activated. Intensity level max. This is max intensity. This pile of scrap metal.
These are frequently used training models. They're worn down.
If you beg me, I don't mind fighting for you.
But that way my training would be pointless.
Let's see how long your weak little bot can hold off. Seele, stop being mean to Seele. Ow. The Seele's okay. Okay, so combo to build up charge. Got it. And burst goes into other Seele mode. Okay, the meter constantly drops. Or is that how long I have to be? Okay, that's how long I have to be in it. I'm sure there are cool effects with her going on, but boy, can I not see them. Panting. Okay, bombs. Avoid. Understood. Barrel. Seele sure is not holding on great. Weak little baby. Or I guess I should say fragile little baby, not weak. See, he has ruined me. See, I told you you need my help. Come on, let me take care of this.
No, I can do this.
Don't fight me. Why are you fighting me? I might have to turn the volume on that up. That was really oddly low. Huh. But if you get hurt, I'd be screwed too.
Ignoring me on purpose?
Fine. See if I care. I feel like it should have locked my ability to use the ultimate here. Ow! I need some way to fight my feelings of being bad at everything, so I'll have you stand in for your fight. Damn.
I did it! Yay!
Gambare, Hope Boy.
Good
job, Seele.
Wow. Fine. Seele is awesome. Thank you, other Seele.
Seele, are you alright? Ain't nothing. I'm just a little bit dizzy. Your lips are pale. Could be hypoglycemia. You pushed yourself too far. The closer you get to your extreme, the more potential you'll be able to unleash. That's what you said last time, right? It's because you've been training like yourself with Mr. Yang. I know that. That's why I want to work hard and become a trusted partner fighting by your side, no matter however little help I can be. Seele.
Seele's stomach began to rumble at the most inopportune time.
I'm sorry.
Why are you sorry you're hungry? Go eat.
Why does it have to why does it have to act up now?
It's more like Seele. Let's get you something to eat. Low blood sugar is the enemy of training. Cafeteria, A, Salt Lake Base.
Oh, we made it. It was getting ready to close. Sorry, Bronya. It's my fault we almost missed it.
Don't see that. We're right on time. There are fewer people here now. I thought it was better.
You're right. No crowd at this hour. That's
Kiyono.
Kiyono.
Can we sit here?
Huh? Oh, it's you. Yeah, why not?
Kiyono,
Kiyono, you don't seem to have a good appetite today. You got me, but I'm not usually like this. Just for training? Blonde taught Seele some fighting skills.
This is my first time eating together with Miss Kasana. We've barely talked.
Just tell me, Kiana. I'll call you Seele, okay?
Of course, that's how everyone calls me. I just feel we're closer now. But I never ended you here. Is it because you follow a different routine?
Yeah, this is my usual hour.
So she tries to avoid the peak hour. Maybe she trains too hard?
No, she's trying to avoid people because they treat her differently. She's a Hersher. The Hersher that almost destroyed the world. Kiana, how are things with Fuwa?
Still no traces of the Hersher sentience. She'll keep looking for her.
Okay, so Senti is not active at the moment, but is still, like, a plot thread. So will come back at some point, probably. The Hersher has vanished like a ghost since Taishu. Shixel has no lead on her location either. Shixel? I don't believe a single word from Otto. He has gone missing since the Hersher sentience emerged. The Rumble is in charge now. AE and Shixel have since reached an unspoken ceasefire agreement and maintained regular intel exchange. Our priority now is to deal with the recently frequent Honkai events. The principal is monitoring Rosa and Lily now. He takes them along on missions to train in battle. So Teresa's taking the two gremlins around. The twins are giving the principal severe headache. Yeah, I bet. Although, they feel like the kind of people that Teresa actually deals with best. I don't know, I feel like she works well with little gremlins.
昔の私たちを見てるみたいだね。テレサは子供の相手が苦手だって言ってたけど、本当は誰よりも得意だよね。
That reminds me of us in the past. Aunt Terry says she hates kids, but she's actually very good with them. The amount of... They're small, but the amount of grammar mistakes in this game really add up and really kind of frustrate me. Like, words are just missing constantly.
I
feel unnecessary here. Naturally, you don't belong to their world. But they don't care for me. It's only because I don't know their topics very well. We just need more time to know each other better. Right, Kiana, are you headed to Salt Lake tomorrow? Yeah. The esteemed parts of Mecca's gone out of control, and Dr. Einstein asked me to check it out. Great. Seele's going to the city too. You two can share. That's the wrong two. Can share a ride. I'm not the kind of person that usually gets mad at, like, oh, it's the wrong there, oh, and you're... In something like this, you should be using the correct words. Well, I don't care if on Twitter you use the wrong form of whatever word. In a professional translation, please. No problem. I'll get back to prepare. See you tomorrow then, Seele. Okay, see you tomorrow. Kiana walked away. Is this a personal favor you wish to ask of me? Oh, Seele. Sorry, Bronya made this decision without asking you. It's alright. I'm also happy to travel with Kiana. That's why Bronya hopes you could keep Kiana company on her mission. I think this actually goes both ways. One, Kiana is very... How would I put this? Kiana, one, self-isolates, and two, gets very in her head when she does. So Bronya is putting Seele in that place, in order to hopefully keep Kiana from getting too in her own head about stuff. I feel like she also, though, because Bronya trusts Kiana, she also, I think, is wanting Kiana to go with Seele to make sure... Seele is clearly a ball of insecurity and anxiety. So I think it's like, even if Seele doesn't really know Kiana, Kiana is a known entity for her, and Seele knows that Kiana is Bronya's friend. So I think it's double wielding on being like, alright, let's alleviate some of whatever Seele's anxieties might have been going alone. Me? But you know Kiana better, right? Right, but Bronya knows her too well to be completely open with her. Huh? At first, Kiana came here to eat with us, with other A employees. They seemed concerned when they saw her. So she started avoiding them so that Bronya didn't get associated. The tables around her were always left empty, even when Dr. Einstein sat beside her. But Kiana is under control. She works hard to protect everyone. Please help Kiana. Kiana is a good bean. I will call her a good bean. I do not dislike Kiana anymore. But I really can't, as much as I want to say, because we're seeing all stuff like, oh no, Kiana doesn't deserve this. Kiana kind of deserves worse than this. Now, obviously Kiana doesn't. It's Siren that is the one that actually, you know, is the world-destroying entity. But that entity is still inside Kiana somewhere. And Siren twice killed a ton of people. I can't fault these people for having this kind of apprehension. We all know that, but it's more than logic for people who don't know her well to conquer their fear. Yeah, absolutely. Kiana never had a choice in anything. It's really tragic, even if all she wants to... No, absolutely. I don't really, like, I don't fault Kiana herself for it. If anything, it's Otto's fault. But from a regular person's perspective, like Bronny's saying, even if you know all of that, to look at the person that technically twice has killed millions of people, I don't know that I'd want to stay close to it. Although, knowing Siren, actually you want to get close to it so that she keeps you alive and does everything to protect her, whatever. But they don't know that. I only know that because I read the manga. It's definitely... And it's not like... with... the other Hershers, with Welt, with Bronya, with May went a little out of control, but got herself under... took control of it very quickly. The destruction with her was localized to one city and was not widespread. So people aren't going to look at these three Hershers particularly negatively. They might have some apprehension, but they're going to be like, oh, well, but they're still that person. The first thing most of these people knew about Kiana was the Hersher of the Void. A very unfortunate situation for her. Because Kiana genuinely does just want to help people. But because of the actions she, quote-unquote, has taken in the past, like, yeah, what are you gonna do? And her heroic activity, like saving the city in, what was that, chapter like 15? Isn't that well known. It also doesn't really counter the amount of people she's killed. But I think, hopefully at least, as assuming Siren doesn't pop up too much, and she continues to help people, hopefully that barrier will get passed. Because she is a Kazlana at her core. She's here to save everybody. She doesn't care what people might say. Well, she doesn't wish to further complicate the situation either.
So that's why you interrupted me right before we were about to get into this topic.
Kiana has changed. She is calm and mature now. I think she actually always was, or at least calm. The Genki persona definitely seemed to be a coping mechanism, and her trying to get on, or like be the ideal friend she thinks people needed to get like closer to May and Bronya. But for her, the world has changed even more. She knows how we feel, and she needs to feel kindness from people who don't know her very well. She used to be very childish and not super understanding. Okay, so the Genki was her actual personality. You know what? No, that actually makes sense. Siegfried raised her. Mr. Haha, the cool ninja. How could she not be Genki?
That's very considerate of you. There's still a great deal I need to learn from you.
You have your own strengths. You're sensitive, compassionate, and observant. You'd make a good companion for Kiana. I don't even necessarily know it's a loss, per se. Because obviously she has gone through loss. We don't know where Siegfried is. She lost her place as a Valkyrie, which was a big part of her identity early on. May has deserted her. She was losing Fuhua for a while. She lost Himiko. I think, before I go back to my original point, that definitely is why she went so hard. I'm like, no, I'm gonna make sure Fuhua comes back with us, because she's like, no, May was out of my control, Himiko was out of my control, this one is in my control, I'm going to get her back here. I'm not letting it happen again. But more than the loss, I think it's that, like, she actually understands the weight of everything that she did as the Hersher of the Void. She knows everything that she's capable of doing for the worse. And as much as she would want to be happy and energetic and, you know, just hang out with her friends again, she knows she can't, because she knows what she's done, and she knows that she can't let it happen again. And I mean, like, even if it wasn't technically you, right? Even if it is another personality inside you that was implanted by a freak, how do you wrestle with the fact that you killed millions of people? Like, I'm not gonna, I don't think the second eruption particularly weighs on Kiana, but the one where the Hersher of the Void, where Siren awakens in her, like, even though it wasn't her consciously, it was her. If she was not alive in this situation, that wouldn't have happened. And that's definitely weighing on her. She's doing a good job trying to move past it. And she is moving forward. I don't think she's ever, until like the world is saved, I don't think she'll ever really be able to let that go. But she's trying to live despite it. And I wonder if she does understand why May left. Now that I'm thinking about it. Because May made her decision at the very specific moment, when she finally made up her mind, because Kiana was getting extremely reckless and self-sacrificing, which she's always going to be, she always was, but to a degree that is like suicidal, basically, in that mission. That was when May decided, no, I'm gonna do something about this. I wonder if Kiana actually understands that and is working towards not being as self-sacrificing, because maybe she thinks that'll get May back. I don't know. We're gonna have to go forward to actually deal with that. That's just a train of thought that I went on.
Make sure to recognize your own merits and build confidence. After all, it was you who changed Bromnia's world. Branya. I understand now. Just leave it to me.
This one's a nitpick. This isn't actually a problem. They're trying to replicate the onomatopoeia here that they use. This is not how you do it, because that is not what this means in English. I definitely have a lot more respect for Kiana as she is now. I definitely understand more my friend that told me Kiana is his favorite character of all time. Because boy did I not understand that when I was in the early chapter. But yeah, Kiana's absolutely improved as a character. Okay, we don't have to worry about leaving constantly. And I have a feeling she will, well, I have a feeling she's going to continue to grow as more events happen, as things change and evolve around her. And it will be interesting to see where it goes with that. Starts the way she does on purpose, and you start to see those building blocks as we go along. I don't know, I have so many just opinions on the beginning, on the early stages of HI3. I'm not gonna get into them. I don't know what was on purpose and what wasn't in the early stages.
I'm a bit too early. Looks like Kiona's not here yet. It's the time. I can talk with the other me.
Gale's caterpillar! I don't think the red works as well with Seele. I don't know, the like striking popping blue is really good, especially when the red eyes take over in contrast to the blue. I don't think the overall red design scheme is that great, but we'll see if it when it like gets into action. Here you are. You've been silent since last night. Something wrong? None of your business. Huh? Not in a good mood? You can talk to me. No, nothing. When Brandon told me sometimes close friends were not able to be open with each other, I was reminded of us. We know each other too well to be completely honest with each other, and you won't tell me your worries. I said nothing happened. See, your new pal is here. Don't waste your time here. I'm definitely wondering with her, especially looking at the way Fuhua developed and the way May's other Herrscher personality took over. I'm really wondering, is this just a side effect of the stigmata, like the story has, I forget if it's told or implied, or is this actually a Herrscher personality? Or does she just have DID? Because it could reasonably be any of these. If this is a Herrscher personality, this is the most interesting dynamic that we've seen with them. I'm not sure it's ever fully explained in game, but I do know the answer. When I get to the point at which, like, I should know, I'll ask for, like, clarification. But if this is a Herrscher personality, this is the most interesting dynamic we've seen. Because Maze just gave up. Anna's didn't really have one. Owl, Reason in general, and Wendy didn't have one. Or, well, I should say, Anna's had a Herrscher personality, but they did not have a personality. They were just scream. Whereas, the Reasons, Owl and Wendy just did not have and Siren just didn't have a Herrscher personality. And then Kiana technically doesn't have a Herrscher personality because it's Siren. But, like, Fuhua has one, but it came in because her body was empty. So that's why it was able to actually develop as a person. This would be the first one developed as a person that actually coexists with the host personality. Red Seal's name is also something that is just pulled from a lore snippet on a battlesuit or something. I don't think it's ever introduced. I shouldn't actually get mad at this because this is something that Genshin and Star Rail also do. I'm just caught up at the time with them that, like, I can... This is something I said before where there's not enough time between my play sessions to really get into stuff. But, like, because Star Rail and Genshin have this, and you find out by talking to people and reading stuff over time and thinking about stuff. But man, HI3 has so much that is important that never actually gets told to you if you're playing the game. Her name is more like an Easter egg rather than actually important. Okay. Is it like a reference to Honkai Gakuen? Or is it an Evangelion reference? If you want to talk, I'm always here. Huh. Sorry I'm late, Seele. You were talking to yourself? Nothing. My mind was wandering, that's all. Let's go then. A commercial walk in Salt Lake City. That's a lot of people. And it looks like a big festival is coming.
Dr. Tesla said the next 4th is Independence Day.
The next 4th? Do you mean tomorrow?
And there will be celebrations. You can bring Brownie here and hang out.
Maybe it's because ZZZ has also had minor textual grammar issues that I'm really noticing it. This chapter's been really bad we've been going for like a half hour, and this chapter's been really bad with spelling and grammar issues. What does the next 4th is Independence Day mean? Because we know the 3rd is the AE anniversary and party. Does this mean tomorrow? Does this just mean on the 4th? Is this like how you would say this in Japanese? Ah!
Oh, no wonder. It feels good to see everyone with a broad smile. Kiana looks a lot more relaxed than in the base. Brandy was right. She needs some air.
What she needs is people not looking at her all the time. The problem in AE is everyone knows who Kiana is. Everyone knows she's the Hersher of the Void. But, like, if she's just out and about, they don't. I bumped into a few more cases of Wise and Bell talking to each other about what happened and it not matching to what actually happened. It's confusing how it keeps happening in those talks specifically. That's not even what I was talking about, but I haven't noticed that. But I know some people have said that that's a thing. There's a lot of little grammar and localization issues in ZZZ. I've mentioned it a few times. They constantly mess up pronouns. But then, like, in the same sentence fix it. Which I don't understand. I don't know. It's not enough. Even in this, it's not enough to really, like, take me out of it or have it be a major criticism. Although, if at the pace of this keeps up, it will be. But it's enough that it's noticeable. You know, the first time it happened, I made a joke of, this character's trans, haha. Then it kept happening.
Let's go!
Speaking of ZZZ, I need it to be Wednesday already, so I can actually roll my character. I also lost the 50-50 to Navia and Genshin, I cry. I lost the Navia 50-50 to Mona, I guess I should say. And I'm sad. My extreme luck in Star Rail is coming around.
Hi, I want to book some flowers for a party next month.
That's what the next 4th meant! It's June! It's June 4th right now! Wow! Thank you, text helping to clarify extreme mistakes.
Someone will pick them up on the day. What kind of flowers are you looking for?
Another friend of mine also lost the 50-50 and Mona specifically in the same banner. Mona's the one I've lost the 50-50 to the most. My Chi-Chi is C2, my Diluc is C1, my Jean is C1. I don't have Dia, Tonari is C0, and then Mona is C3.
Pink roses, red lilies, and eucalyptus leaf.
Eucalyptus? What, do we have a fucking koala on staff?
You
should know a lot about flowers, little girl. Are you florist yourself? No, I have a list.
I just love flowers. They make me feel good. Oh yeah, that's exactly why I opened the shop.
Oh, thank you. Take these lilies. They're free.
Wow, they look so nice.
Oh, thanks.
The next is the heart of a party, a cake.
I'm kind of just on Genshin ruminations. I'm gonna try to get Navi. I'm gonna keep going because I do want her. I passed up on her last time. I don't want to this time. But I'm kind of sad that I can't roll for the Hydro Girl coming out, the Natlin one, because she's really cute and her animations are great. But I really want to get C2 Raiden, and it is all things are looking to Raiden having a rerun. I think with her. No, I have a list, and you just made the list. I don't know what my plans are for Genshin rollings, honestly, because I like the Natlin characters, but I have so many Fontaine characters that I need to catch up on. Chiori's due for a rerun, and I need her when she comes back. I want Cloud Retainer when she comes back. Screams into a cup. Same with Stariel. I'm just constantly screaming into a cup for that, because I want Fei Xiao, I want Lingsha because of this fucking game. I wouldn't care about her if not for this fucking game. But I also want Silverwolf and Robin when they come back on rerun. And then leaked characters that I'm not going to talk about because they are major spoilers. I'm also like, I'm gonna need them. Okay, anyway. Something smells good. Freshly made. You want a bite, little girl? This is a coffee shop. It even says coffee menu. This is not a bakery. This is a coffee shop. Wow, every slice looks delicious. I don't know what to pick now. You have a sweet tongue, little girl. Take your pick. I'll give you a 20% discount. Really? That's great. Thank you. You can... This isn't real. We're in America. No one's giving a 20% discount just because a girl's cute in America. This world's a capitalistic nightmare, or this country is a capitalistic nightmare. There's no way. Seele, you seem to have a knack for shopping. I can't. I just can't with these things. I know it's the mascot, but like, it's never actually... I think the closest it was to introduced is in Second Eruption. They've never actually talked about these things in the story. I'm sure there are side things where they actually tell me what this is, but I can't get over it every time I see it. Kiana has one in GDZ, I'm sure. Kiana, I'm sure has one in everything. It's just, they've never talked about them. Hey, little girl, looking for something. Hey, we want some balloons for a party. Oh, a party. You must have a long shopping list. Do you have these long balloons? And all balloons round? No. Okay, we can wrap and make in different shapes. Dr. Tesla and the kids would love them. Yeah, of course. Look no further. If you buy in bulk here, I'll give you 2 bags for free. Depending on the amount that we buy, maybe this could be a deal. Really? You're so nice! Come on, don't mention it. Just remember to come back next time. No, I knew Dr. Einstein always asked you to run this kind of errand for her. These vendors seem to really like you. I also really like you. Seele is cute. Back at the orphanage, we didn't have much. We couldn't afford cakes, and I was sticking my face to the bakery window, checking out all these fancy desserts. Then a girl from the bakery snuck out a box of star candies for me, and I shared it. Many kind people helped me. That's because you're a kind person yourself. I'm not that good, but I want to become someone like that. That's about everything. Time to go finish Kiana's mission. I can't believe they're lighting fireworks in broad daylight. That's stupid. You won't be able to see them very well, and they will just be explosion noises. That sounds terrible. I guess the rehearsal. The makers handling fireworks are the ones that went wrong in the reports. But
the Tesla's mixer everywhere. They can do almost everything for us. That's impressive.
I was always sad we never got any version. I never got any version of Seele when I played HI3, which is why I went in all in on Star Rail Seele when I started. I really wish they gave Seele more in Star Rail, because her design is fantastic. I like the characterization she has. But I mean, we've talked about it. I just think her and Bronya really don't land in Star Rail. And they haven't... Bronya's gotten more stuff. Like in the Topaz section, Bronya actually got a fair bit of characterization, which didn't help because I disagreed with everything that she said in it. But Seele just kind of hasn't existed. And a lot of the Belobog characters, I feel like, have really just, like, fallen to the wayside. Pela, I think, is probably the most developed character in Belobog. I guess Sampo, because Sampo actually has stepped off of the planet. Kayla has actual characterization. She has events where you see her interacting with different characters. You get more of her personality outside of work than anyone else. She has a work personality and a, like, regular life personality. You see some of it through links. You see some of it through the BL subplots. You see a lot of her work personality in, you know, just in general, but in some Bronya stuff, in the museum stuff. She gets really fleshed out, and I feel like no one else on Belobog actually really does. Sampo, they're clearly setting stuff up. He's definitely, like, second, I think, in actual, like, fleshed outness. And then I guess I would say Hook is as fleshed out as her character is ever gonna be, because she's a kid. You know, it's like with Klee. I don't expect Klee to have this deep personality with a ton of nuance. She's a kid. She has her bit. She's cute. That's all you need. That's true of Hook, too. But Seele, for how much they want to focus on her, and how much, like, I feel like Seele has gotten a lot of screen time and has a defined personality, but doesn't have... They haven't done anything with it. Same as Nat, honestly. I feel like there's a lot that you can do with Nat that they just kind of don't. She's there. She's kind of important. Her character story is really good. I just don't feel like they do a lot with any of the Belobog characters except for Pela. Which I'm not that upset by because I like Pela a lot. But I would like to see more of these characters fleshed out. I want to use Seele, even if I have better characters. So, excuse me. Regarding Sampo having stepped off the planet, I talked about this with a friend. What characters would count as Penacony characters since most... So, I've also talked about this. The only characters on Penacony that are from Penacony are Robin, Sunday, and I think that's it. Sparkle feels like a Penacony character to me. Like, I would lump her into that, even though she's a masked fool. But I wouldn't call Acheron necessarily a Penacony character, nor would I call Black Swan a Penacony character. They are characters that debuted in the Penacony story, but they're not... And I might refer to them lumped in that way. But Sampo is a Belobog character that has expanded outward. Argenti is an Argenti character. Argenti's actually the hardest one to, I think, put somewhere, because his faction is just him right now. He doesn't debut in a major story. Like, Ratio technically debuts in a major story, even though he's the only one of his faction, but his faction is also part of the IPC. Misha and Gallagher. Yes, sorry. I totally did. I was thinking just on the five stars. Misha and Gallagher are absolutely Penacony characters. Yeah, no, like it is really funny how relatively few of the major Penacony characters are from Penacony. I've talked about this with some of my friends, off-stream friends. They're as from Penacony as you can realistically be. Misha, arguably, at the very least, is more from Penacony than Sunday and Robin. But yeah, I would have liked to see more characters from Penacony itself. Penny told me he had cooperated with the Congress before on Honkai affairs. Papa, Papa. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Rika. It is me, the illustrious Saus's Grand Tomato Slime Extraordinaire. I'm a funny tomato man. I play a lot of horror games, a lot of mystery games, and a lot of RPGs, and also a lot of Honkai Impact 3rd. Because it's actually really good, and I kinda hate it. How's Elden Ring? Are you Elden the Ringing? People would be shocked to know that these mechs were designed for in the first place. Rika was winning, beat the final boss, hell yeah. I'm not surprised. Rika is, unfortunately is not the term. Rika is extraordinarily good at Souls games, and she does not recognize that she is actually good at these games. And that they're not just easy. To avoid public panic, information on Honkai is rarely disclosed. Honkai events are covered up as natural disasters. Rika completely refuses to admit she's good, and it's genuinely depressing me. I've talked about this with some of our off-stream friends too. Like, no, Rika's actually really good at Souls games, just like naturally, and she does not understand it. Cause she just thinks it's easy, because she's really good at them. I have over my time in streaming and watching other streamers come to the conclusion that I am bad at video games, except I'm really good at survival horror games. Like that I am actually confident in. Every time we play one, I come in under time. But yeah, no, I've definitely come to the realization, no, I'm just pretty good at most genres. The amount, like, I made fun of Rika constantly when we did Dark Souls, but that was for fun. She crushed Dark Souls, and it was kind of crazy. And she continues to. She blasted through Dark Souls 3. She still is for Elden Ring. She's great. Also, Rika's fun and funny and cool. Everyone go follow Rika. We love Rika. And now's not the time for this. Let's get a closer look. Independence Day Parade! Field beer, free beer, and live rock music! Come on, look! The staff members are wearing a Hamu costume! Brandy's favorite Hamu! Hey, that Brownie is right here. She may want to get a picture. She loves Hamu. Well, join the Independence Day Parade. Okay. They said it was next month. They said the parade was next month, and our party is next month. Why? I don't understand this timeline. Okay, thanks. Looks nice. After this is done, you can come here together and have some fun. Join us. It'll be tons of fun. They skipped a month while Rika was reading. Rika, why did you fast forward time a month? Yeah, no, this is interesting though. Kiana goes, like, her normal thought process is, oh, we can have fun, and then immediately repositions it to, you guys can have fun, because if I come, I'll just ruin it for you. I'll find the person in charge here and ask about what really went down. Strange. Kiana, what's wrong? The man said nothing went wrong since the report was filed. He wondered if he was seeing things. But to be safe, I contacted the technicians and they'll examine the mech thoroughly. From what we saw at the rehearsal, nothing seemed to be wrong. Hope this is just a misunderstanding. I hope that too, but it would end the mission early. Our ride won't be here for a while. Shall we rate the rendezvous? It's not like we get to breathe some fresh air every day. Why don't we sit at the cafe? They have a nice buffet. Why are you rhyming, Seele? Buffet? It's been a while. Let's go then. Mihoyo! I find it really funny how Hoyo just uses old promotional material in the backgrounds of their scenes to fill stuff. I honestly, like, go off, pop off, queen. I'm here for it. Delicious. Kiana, take a bite. You like this? This is good. The cream and cookies are perfect together. It's true when they say sweets can cheer any mood. I'll try something else. I recommend the mango melee crepe. Crepe? Crepe. Crepe. I want to say crepe now, because I'm sure it will annoy someone. Okay, bring it on. Thank you, Seele. I guess it was Bronya who asked you to look after me. Huh? How did you know? Yeah, well, you did just tell me. It feels like her. She doesn't want me to feel pressured and went all the way to arrange this. She's worried about you. She's always been like this. Even now when she's battered by the harsh training herself. Let's bring back a gift for her. Maybe we can find the Homo cosplayer we saw earlier and ask him for a few pictures. Bronya would love that. I think you should steal his costume. Kiana, if there's anything troubling you, feel free to talk to me, okay? Is it because of what you saw yesterday at the cafeteria? It's really nothing. After all, there's indeed a demon that can set the world on fire inside me. Those who believe me are the ones who know me well, but I can't expect that from just everyone. Our demon? You mean Siren? Yeah, the other personality inside me. The real Herrscher of the Void. I like this distinction. The real Herrscher of the Void. She's not calling it the Herrscher personality. She's not even calling it her. Because she knows that she at this point knows that she's a clone of both Kiana and Siren. So she knows that, yeah, no, that's actually a different person. It's not even different personality like the other Herrschers have. I like that she's having this distinction. This mentally probably will help her a lot. Not that I think it'll take the guilt off of her, but this is definitely a step towards that. The other... Well, okay, and that speaks to her, because Seele doesn't know. I need Kiana to stop talking for my thoughts to be able to focus. Yeah, Seele doesn't know the whole story there. She doesn't know the ins and outs of that. So she just hears, oh, another personality trying to take you over. I guess she knows its name is Siren at the very least, so she must know some of it. But just to her, that would be very personal. Because she does have an actual other personality in her that is part of her, presumably.
Even as we speak, she's fighting for control over the Hershey's core. In fact, it belonged to her before I took it. Still, I can't surrender it to her. She's dangerous, unpredictable, and hell-bent on destroying humanity. I miss her every day. I won't allow her to lay waste to the whole world ever again. And even if I fail to stop her, there's a chance.
Kiana pulled down her sleeve to reveal a wristband with a ticking number. I was gonna say, there's a bomb inside me.
It monitors my condition in real time. If the threshold is breached, it will warn the base. After receiving the warning, it will act immediately, and I will teleport myself to a safe place. If I am still myself.
Okay, it's not a bomb. If you can teleport into it, Siren would theoretically be able to teleport out of it.
Don't worry, I volunteered to wear this band. Makes me feel safer. Kiana, that's a huge sacrifice.
Here, I expected an honorary bracelet. Which one, though? Is it the one actually that, you know, causes bombs to blow up, or is it the one with poison needles? Or is it the one that just puts his...
It's the responsibility I need to shoulder. I won't run from it. And May, a friend of Brian and me lived a similar life before. She wore something even deadlier. Kiana! I feel a lot better now that I've told you all this.
Why not all of them at once? Explosive soparil poison? Yeah, you know what? I agree. Let's go.
Thanks, Seele. I hope I didn't worry you. No, not at all. It's still hard for me to imagine how you have never given up after all this pain, the pain and miseries.
Oh, she did. She did give up. For a while, actually.
For a long time, I lived in fear. Fear for Siren.
It was definitely fear of.
Fear of Siren and fear of myself. I put up walls around myself to feel safer. But not anymore, because I have you guys now. With everyone helping me, I now have the courage to face anything head on. Well, believe in you, Kiana.
A sudden commotion was heard from outside.
What happened? It seems to be a ruckus outside. I heard someone calling for help.
Everyone run! The heck is on the square have all gone berserk! And they're coming at us!
But why? Everything was normal when we were just there a moment ago.
Oh no! The Homu! Not the Homu! So I assume that is the death toll that they've had so far. Hey, maybe you guys should run. Have you considered running and not standing here to get punched? It would help me a lot if you guys would move a little bit. Oh, and I have to not take hits? You know what, though? For being normal-ass girls, these two are really tanky. They're taking missiles to the face. It looks like, if not kills, getting a certain amount of damage keeps the meter filling. When I'm in the ult here. Well, I used that at a great time.
Yeah, that's all of them. I'm glad the physical training worked. Kiana, how are you doing?
All taken care of. Fortunately, they were only fireworks, and nobody was hurt.
Thank you.
Huh?
You're... I'm the whole me and someone helps me. I must say thank you. You saved me. Are you hurt? Your eyes are different colors.
綺麗でしょ
Aren't they beautiful? She's a magician and she deceived you with magic. Huh? Yeah, these eyes are like gems. Watch this. I can change my eyes into another color.
No, the orange blue looks so much cooler.
Oh, that's awesome. Can I become a magician too when I grow up?
I can't believe this is Lynette. Hydrate, I shall.
きっとできるよ
I'm curious if you're a good girl. Thank you for the head pat, Ihorn.
わかった今すぐ帰ってママのお手伝いして
Ihorn.
お姉さんたちまたね
If I'll be a good girl, I'll go home and help Mom. Goodbye.
Lynette doesn't have parents.
ありがとうゼーレは別に
Thank you.
大したことし
I
て
didn't do
ないよ
anything. Let's go check
こ
on the
んな状況を
mechas.
確かめに行こう
I'm not allowed to look at this mecha, apparently.
これさっきチラ
This
シ
is
を
the
くれ
helmet
た人が
costume
着
that
てた
gentleman was
着ぐる
Saus was
み
wearing. And it's so
ボロ
ripped.
ボロになって
Was he
る
hurt?
I mean, at least it is just the outfit.
血痕はない着ぐるみの中も空だね
No blood and nothing inside the
何かが
costume.
落ちてる
Wait, something dropped
これ
out.
は
Huh?
鍵
A key to an
アパートの
apartment.
部屋番号が書いてある落としたのに気
He
づか
must
ず
have
逃
run.
げたの
We still
か
have time. Should we
でも
return the key
家
and
の
ask them
鍵が
about what
ないと大変
happened?
だそうだね
Good idea,
で
but
も
first
そ
I
の
need
前
to speak
に
with the person
ま
in
ずは
charge here
担
and
当
report
者に
back to
詳細を
AE.
聞かないと
Can you wait for me here?
ね、わかった
I also hope you get many lucky drops. I wish everyone good luck on all their gotcha nonsense. Kiana left.
そうだちょうど時間ができたし
And now's the time
も
to
う
talk
一
to
人
the
の
other
私
me.
に相談しよう今日は静かだね
You've been unusually quiet today.
よかったんじゃないの
You prefer this way,
新
don't
しい
you?
友達と
No one to
楽
interrupt
し
you
い
and
ひ
your
と
new
ときを邪魔
pal.
されずに済んだでしょ
She's jealous.
違うよ
Of course not.
何も
I
話して
don't
く
even
れ
know who
な
to
いから
turn to when you keep
誰に
silent.
相談したらいい
そうだ
Oh, what do you need me for?
さっきのことなんだけど
What just happened felt weird.
なんだ
I
か
want to hear your
妙
opinion.
な気がするの
別に気
I
づいたこ
found
とは
nothing.
特にないわ
The mechas act on their
あ
own
の
and
気
I
候
didn't
た
see
ちは
anyone
勝手に
operating
動き
them.
出したみたい操作してた人とかは見かけてないわ
I definitely find it interesting that both of them have locks on their design specifically in the mind world. I would potentially have expected one to be the key, not both to be locks. But that makes me think that at some point, like, the lock's gonna be undone, and, like, you know, then there'll be a character development moment, and something, yada yada.
わかったそれと
And did you hear
さっきの
Kiana
キ
just
ア
now?
ナの話
She's fighting
聞い
hard
たよ
against her other
ね
personality.
もう一人の
Maybe
人
we
格
could
に
help.
ついて悩んでる
は
Huh?
だって
After
体
all,
の主
we
導
have
権
more
を握
experience
る
when
こ
it
と
comes
に
to sharing
関
body
して
control, right?
ゼーレたちも経験あるでしょ
But we don't... I want Siren to come back and have control. But that would be really bad for the world. Even a minute a day would probably be awful.
それ
What do
ど
you
ういう意
mean?
味まさかあなたにとって
In your eyes.
私とシ
I'm
ー
the
リン
same
と
as
いうやつは
Siren.
同類なの
Huh? No, that's not what I meant.
That's clearly not what she meant.
危険で凶暴で
Dangerous,
残
wild,
酷
and brutal. Just like
私はそんなや
Siren.
つと一緒
That's how you see me.
違うよ
No. Siren has always tried to hurt Kiana, but you've been protecting
あ
me.
なたはずっとゼーレ
You're
を
not the
守ってき
same.
た
じゃあ言ってみて
Well then, what am I
ゼ
to
ーレに
you?
とって
あなた
You are...
ちょっと
Of all time, you've just done it now.
This is the most Seele thing ever. You're spiking her anxiety. What do you expect to happen?
違うの
No, I...
はいはい
Alright, I knew it.
もういい
Never
とにかく
mind.
私があな
I'm
たを
not
見
gonna
捨て
ditch
る
you
ことはない
anyway. Your
あ
mess
な
is
た
at
がいな
me.
くなっても今度からこういう質問はしないでしょ
Don't throw questions like this at me anymore. They make me feel sick. I...
ごめんなさ
Sorry, I don't
い
know
さっき聞
how
か
to
れた
answer your
こと
question right now.
今でもゼー
But
レ
I'll
一生
think
懸命
really,
考
really
えるから
hard to give you an answer.
だからもう少し時間が欲しいの
Give me some time.
Yeah, you're someone with a weird echoey voice.
めんどくさい
Boring. Beep.
キアナどうかした
Yana, how's it going?
ごめんゼーレ。
Sorry,
状況
Seele.
は想
It's
像
more
してたよりも
complicated than I
厄介み
thought.
たい。
I need to stay
監視
here
カ
for a
メラ
while
を
to
確
pull
認
up
しないといけな
surveillance.
いからゼーレにできることは
Anything I can do to help?
Huh. She's hologrammed, but why? I mean, I guess this could be a call because she went to talk to people, but why? Why couldn't they just, like, meet?
大丈夫。こっちは一人でなんとかなるから。
No, I've got
ゼー
this.
レは
Go find the man in the
君の人に
costume.
状
We
況
need a
を聞いてき
witness.
て。彼はこの辺りの大学生で、名前はジョン・ドゥ。彼がバイト時に登録した電子学生証がこっちにあるから。
Other Seele's chair. I was reading that comment. Oh shoot, hello, cool chair alert. I'm like, what? Wait, what does this mean? I don't have a chair. What? Hello? There's no chair in the seat. But yeah, okay. Seele's chair.
The person in charge says a student from a college nearby. His name is John Doe. No, it's not. I'm sending you a student ID.
わかった。
That is a fake name.
Understood.
No one is actually named
こ
John
こが
Doe.
学生証に書いてある学
Says
校。
ID should be the
9時にいた頃
college.
は係やお母さんが字を教えてくれた。こう
Matsushika Kakoli taught
し
me how
て
to
知
read.
らない
Oh
人
god.
と一緒に
I
勉
bet
強
it's fun to
して
go to school and study with
仲良く
strangers.
手を取り合うのも
教室でじっと座ってるの
What's fun about sitting and tight in a classroom?
やっと
You
出てきて
finally
く
talked to
れ
me
た。
again.
一人ぼっ
That's
ちで
because
かわ
I
いそうだ
pity
か
you.
ら一
I'm
緒に
the
いてあ
only
げ
one
て
who can help you.
Other Seele doesn't like that Seele is getting close to other people. Be jelly. A fake name from a fake Tiana, that's why it's a hologram. Damn, you're right. This was the stage we used in the Fuhua flashback. I think this is also a Saint Freya location, but I've never actually seen it in that context, so I don't know.
こんにちは。この
Hey,
学
do
生
you
証
know
の
this
持
person
ち
with
主
student
を知り
ID?
ません？
John Doe. Never heard of him?
ねえ、この
Hey,
人は
look,
あんたと同
this
じ
guy's
学
in
部
the
みた
same
いよ。
department as you.
知
Doesn't
ら
ring a
ないし。
bell.
あと、わかりました。
Thanks.
ほら言ったでしょ
See, told you.
学校には人がたくさんいる
There's
か
so
ら
many students
知
here.
らないの
It's
も
not true they
別に
don't
お
know
か
each
しな
other.
こと。
I don't know, I mean, I guess it depends if you're, like, the same age, but you generally know the people in your, like, department. At least, like, of them. But I guess not everyone. You don't necessarily take a class with everyone in your department.
こんにちは。この学生
Hey,
証の
do you know the
持ち
person
主を
with
知り
student
ません
ID?
か？
No. Wait a sec.
知らないな。この名前
I
どこ
think
か
I've heard
で
this name somewhere. Yeah, it's well, it's not a fake name. It's the name of unidentified people.
ああ思い出したぞ。
Oh, I
同
remember
じ講
now.
義を
We
取
were
ってる
taking
や
the
つ
same
だ。
elective course.
Really?
ああ
Yeah,
その
because
講
very
義っ
few
て人
signed up
が
to this
少ない
course,
上
and
に
the
教
professor
授
takes
がよく
attendance
出
every
席こ
time.
こ数回
But
教
he's
授
missed
が
a
彼
lot
の
of
名前を
lectures
呼んで
lately.
も
I'm
返答
afraid
な
he's
か
gonna
ったん
fail
だ
the course.
学校に来
He
て
hasn't
ない
shown
っ
up
て
recently.
ことです
For
か？
how long?
そうだな
Let me think.
一月
About
ぐ
a
らいか
month.
な
I can't say for
他の
sure.
ありがとうございます。収
Thank you.
穫ありって
That's
ところ
something,
かな。
but why did he miss the classes?
いじめられて
Maybe he was bullied and busy crying in the toy box, just like someone else.
意地悪なこと言って
I know
も
what you're doing and I
誰
won't
がも
follow.
う食いつか
面白いね
Especially if you haven't interacted with someone in person, it's not hard to just not know someone's name. Yes, I guess that's true. Actually, there were definitely people that I knew by like appearance, but not necessarily by name, in my departments when I was in college. I say, there were people that I considered friends in college that I hung out with, that I like knew, we talked all the time, that I never learned their name but that's because I am terrible with names. That said though, like anyone that speaks English, or well, okay, anyone that lives in an English speaking country, I guess I should say, knows that John Doe is a fake name. It's really weird that they picked this.
こんにちは。この学生証の
Alright,
持
do
ち
you know
主
this
を知り
person
ま
with
せ
student
ん
ID?
か？
Huh?
Oh,
Yeah, he's my roommate. Okay.
本当ですか？
Really? I found something of his and I want to return it to him in person.
それはタイミングが
Oh,
悪いな
you're not in luck today. He moved out half a year ago, so you're not his roommate. You were his roommate.
バイトがしやすいようにって
He rented a
外で
place
アパートを借り
outside,
たみたい
probably
だ
for his part-time
たまに
job.
寮に戻るこ
Last
と
time
もあ
I
った
saw
け
him was a
ど
month ago.
バイトで生計を立
The rent has to come from his part-time job pay, right? Why
そ
would
の
he do
辺の理
that?
由については知
I
ら
don't
ない
know.
な
I'm not his mom. He
彼も
didn't
言わな
say.
かった
I
し
didn't
俺
ask.
も興味なかっ
Anything
た
else?
もう大丈夫です。ありがとう
John
ござ
Doe
いま
XP
し
in
た。
ZZZ, but she became Jane Doe. I did actually forget there is a character coming in ZZZ named Jane Doe. I need it to be Wednesday. I need Juyuan.
こんにちは。
Hello, do you know this
学
person
生
was
証の
Student
持
ID?
ち主を
Oh,
学部を見ると
you should have taken my
私の授業
course,
を
but I
受け
can't
てる
recall
はずだ
anything.
わかります。
Thank you.
先
Even
生
his
も
teacher
覚え
paid
て
no
ない
heed to him. He's a nobody here.
人のことをそん
Yeah,
な
that's
風
not
に言わない。
nice.
この人のアパートに直接行ってみるしかない
What's
か
wild is apparently this is this guy's actual name. Yeah, no, apparently this is just this guy's name. Because like the fact that these two who didn't know of him weren't like, yeah, it's a fake name, told me that, oh no, this isn't supposed to be a fake name. It is supposed to be his actual name. But like, I don't know, pick a different thing. John Doe is a terrible name for this. No one actually is named John Doe.
ここに2年も通ってるの
Strange.
に
He's been
誰
here for
もち
2 years,
ゃんと覚え
but
て
no
な
one
いなん
seems
て
to have seen him.
人ってそういうものでしょ
Isn't it the case with
自分
every
のこと
human
にしか
being?
興味ない
They're only interested in
他人のこと
themselves and don't care about others.
なんか
I feel like you're even more
今日はいつもより
impatient today.
Yeah, it is literally just generic placeholder name, or like we cannot identify this person, just that they are now a John Doe. It is not a person's name.
は
Huh?
私が
Me.
どうしてそう思う
Nonsense.
だからいつも
Your
より
words seem to be more
攻撃的
aggressive
で
and straightforward.
言葉
気候事故のことを聞くん
Aren't
で
you
しょ
supposed to go and ask that
早
guy
く彼
about
の
the
アパート
incident?
に行った方がいいよ
Time to visit his apartment now, Miss Holmes.
Uh, わかっ
Okay.
た
He's so mean today. This is also from the Fuhua past. This is where we met Energetic Girl. I'm not sure what part of this stage, but somewhere on this stage. Her dodge is really cool. Oh, hello. I saw blue, like, over there, so I thought I was going all the way around. I hope we see Energetic Girl again someday. Maybe. I know she has an actual name, but I don't know if it's from things in HI3 or if it's from Honkai Gakuen. It's hard to tell with these games. But also, I didn't want to look further because I didn't want to spoil myself if it is, if she does come back.
誰もいないね
He's
ど
not
うしよ
home.
う
Maybe
日
we
を
come
改
back
めた
another
方
day?
がいいかな
I think we use the key and
鍵
break
を
it.
使って中に入ってみれ
Just
ばいい
open
で
the
しょ
door with the key.
人
You
に
might
見
even
られ
find
た
some
ら悪
dark
いものが
secrets
あ
in
るかも
there.
しれない
それなら
We're definitely not doing
なおさら
that.
勝手に入っちゃダメだって
Huh?
The door creaked open slowly.
鍵がかかってないみたい
Door's not locked.
あ
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to break in.
Okay. This is a trope that I kind of don't like. If the door is open, probably something bad is happening in there. Don't freak out about it. Turns out the person you thought was a one-off NPC was actually the disguised super important character here, and is revealed a big character moment for your favorite characters. Okay, so this is gonna be a complete side tangent, but when my friends were going through Zero Escape, I had to like very specifically be like, do not go to the wiki. No one. Until you are finished with all 3 games, no one go to the Zero Escape wiki, because it just posts spoilers everywhere. The Somnium Files wiki is really good. It has like, basically, I'm not gonna talk around spoilers. I'm gonna just talk spoilers because I've played them on here. For Somnium Files, like, you have Date's profile, right? And it is Kaname Date. It's all, you know, Date stuff. Until you scroll down a decent ways, at which point there's a big banner that says, there are spoilers here! And then it says, oh, you know, his name's this, that, here's the story of the game, whatever. The Zero Escape Wiki, if you go to Junpei's page, for example, it's in big letters at the top of the page, Junpei Tenmyoji. If you go to Sigma's page, in like the names that he's gone by, Zero, like, old man. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, not that I think people should go to wikis for, like, big mystery games like that immediately, but you shouldn't plaster the spoilers right on the landing of the page. It shouldn't be especially for mystery games, where the mystery and, you know, identities and stuff, secrets, are the point. If I go to the page, it should not, the spoiler of the mystery should not be the first thing. The Somnium Files wiki, though, like I said, actually really well done. For even characters who their appearance is a spoiler, the image at the top is a, like, blurred out, you know, static, generic image. It's not that. Every character is the appearance, at the top anyway, is the appearance that you are introduced to them with. So, like, if I went to look up spoiler character, right, that has a big reveal, the first image would be, oh, that's the character that I met earlier. Like, actually, let's pretend HI3 characters are in it, right? If Seele is actually Bronya, right, and, like, her true appearance is Bronya, but she looks like Seele when we meet, the picture would be Seele. And then down below would be, oh yeah, here's the picture of Bronya, and the description of it. I don't know, it pisses me off so much because of how easy it is to get spoiled. Like, yes, if you go to a wiki, you're asking to be spoiled, but it should not be the big banner, the first thing that you read. Like, I think in Sigma's description, it tells you the whole twist of the end of Virtue's Last Reward. Spoilers are over now.
The door's not locked. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to break in.
Oh, your voice. No one's inside anyway. Yeah, look out!
Why would there be a image here?
Focus, you're in danger. I dodged that. Fuck you. Well, they're over now. The door's not locked. You found it.
I saw space distortion for a second. Did I see it wrong? Huh? I thought I knocked him down. What is happening?
Oh, there's puppet strings. Puppet consists of a core and a body, and its core controls its body. Puppet exposes its core when its HP reaches 0. Crush the core to destroy the puppet. Puppet exposes its core before firing laser. Time your attacks to damage the core. They look like they're being controlled, just like those berserk mechs. Well, these are berserk mechs.
Are they trying to keep us away from this building?
There really is something shady about this apartment. Now we have to take a look in there. This is an interesting enemy type. They could also use this on basically any enemy.
飛行が消えた。
The mecha is gone.
This is weird. There's no trail of fighting on the ground. I disagree.
幻覚だったの？
So, was I fighting hallucination?
再開しましょう
Let's continue the investigation and see. Yeah. No evidence of fighting here. It's funny, I went from a Star Wars Oreo commercial to a Martinis commercial back to back because that's what you combine with Oreos. Oh my god. I saw a post. Apparently it's from a controversial opinions or a hot take Reddit, but the take was that Oreos are better dunked in orange juice than in milk, and they went on to describe why and all that. And then there's an edit that's like, y'all complain about only popular opinions being posted here, but when someone posts an actual hot take, you go off on them pansies. Obviously, you gotta dunk your Oreos in orange juice. Sounds disgusting. I'm gonna try it one day.
部屋番号
Should
を
be
見
this
る
one.
と、ごめんください。
Search the
お邪
snap.
魔します。
Oh.
これって、
Haven't we? Like, I've seen these puppets, right? They look. These are. Aren't these things that that Chixel uses? I've definitely seen this design before.
Wow, this is a puppet? Looks broken.
動かないで
Don't move.
Huh?
気をつけて
Be
こ
careful.
の部屋から匂い
This
が
room
する
smells. There's a melee player here.
匂い？
Smell.
死の匂いよ
The smell of death.
誰
Who's there?
このアパートの大家だけど
Hey, I'm the landlady here.
ここに
Are
住んで
you
る子を
looking for
探し
the
に来た
kid?
のかい？
His friend?
I guess I'm looking for him.
彼を
Hey,
探し
Miss
に来ま
Landlady,
した。
did you hear something just now?
物音
No, just the sound of you opening the door. Huh?
あん
We
なに
turned the
激し
place
く
upside
戦
down
っ
in
て
the
たのに
fight, and she didn't hear anything at all.
しかし
So we're here
あの
for
子
the
を探し
kid.
に来たとは
Unfortunately, he
亡くなってしまったよ
passed away a month ago. The room smells, but the tomato just left rotting here. Tomatoes are notoriously smelly. I'm a dinky. I'm a dinky. Don't be mean to me.
当時私が通報したんだよ
Yeah, I called the police
発見した
myself.
時にはす
He
でに
was
手
lying
遅
on
れ
the
な
bed,
状
not
態
moving
で
at all.
チラシを
I
もらっ
just
た
received
時
a
は
handout
ま
from
警察は他殺の可
The
能性
police
を排
ruled
除
out
し
the
て
murder
彼
and
の家族
contacted
に
his
連絡し
family.
たけど
They came and took
親
him
族の
away,
人は
leaving
彼
all
の
the
遺体
stuff
を大
behind.
学からも関係
His
者が来た
college
けど
sent someone too,
学
asked
校
them
の
to be
評判に
quiet
響く
about
から
it.
他言無
Then they
用
came
だ
up
と
their
さ
good name.
かわいそうな子
Poor kid.
家族
He
も
was
学
dead
校
to
も
his
無関
family in
心
college even before
あの
this.
子の友達なら
Your
自由に
friend,
見て
right?
いいから
Feel free to get
どの
in
道
and check.
彼のもの
I
は
have to
全部
dump
処分し
everything
な
in a
いとい
few
けな
days
いか
after
ら
all. Steal his shit.
この
Loot,
部屋
loot, loot.
借りてくれる人はいるのか
Could be a
ね
real headache trying to find a new tenant. So maybe Seele is not going to be the Hersher of death. Like I thought she was.
ひどい。
That's cold.
やっぱりね
She
彼女
told
の
the
話が
truth.
事実
There
よ
was death in
こ
this
の部屋で
room.
誰かが
でも、広場にいた彼とはちゃんと会話したし、
We
ず
just
っと
talked
そ
to him
こ
on
で
the
バイ
square,
トして
and
る
the person in church said he'd been working there all along.
To be fair, you found the guy's ID and keys. That doesn't necessarily mean that that was him in there. IDs get stolen all the time.
つまりこの1ヶ月間誰かが彼になりすましてたってこと
Just to say, someone has impersonated him.
そんなことして
Why?
何の意味がある
Just
の？
delirious here?
ねえ名探偵さん
Hey, Miss
その
Holmes,
人形の手に
there's
何
something
か
in
あ
the
るんだ
puppet's hand.
本当だ。
Huh? Oh, there it is. Oh, there is.
ちょっと借りるね。これは試
I'm
験。
actually really excited to see the imagery in these chapters again. This is the symbol from Mora. Huh. I guess they just exported it. I mean, not that this is a unique design. I'm sure this has an actual, like, Chinese meaning in something. But this is what is used on Mora in Genshin.
This is a show ticket?
支配劇場
Theater of Domination. What a pretentious name.
裏にも何か書いてある。
Something written on the
演
back.
目
Featured
愚か者の
Silly
ジャッ
Jack.
ク。愚か者のジャック。パンプキンに目がないジャック。
Silly Jack loves his
彼が
pumpkin.
大好きな
He
パン
hugs his
プキ
precious
ンを持
pumpkin
ち
and
上
it
げる
bites
と
his head off.
パ
And
ンプ
bites
キン
off
は
his head.
何それ
What
気
is
色
it?
悪い
Distasteful.
演目紹介かな。
It's something like a show
で
intro?
も
But it
この
sounds
内容はさすがに
yo.
嫌な感じがするわねゼールこの件とはあまり
I don't know
関わ
how
ら
it
ない方が
feels.
いいわ
Seele, you better stay away from this. It's only trouble.
関わらない方がいいなんて。セーレはただ人一人助けたいだけだよ。
I just want to help someone.
彼はもう死んだわ
He's dead and gone. What can you do? It's not your fault
で
anyway.
もそれじゃあ冷たいよ。
But he deserves more attention.
は
Huh?
あの時だって
What's up, Brownie? I might have disappeared like this long ago.
少なくとも今のゼー
The
レ
least
は
I can do is
彼
find
の
the
死の
truth
真
behind his
実を
death.
調べるこ
It
と
may
が
be a
でき
trap,
る。
but this means
罠
there's
の可
definitely
能
more
性が
to
あ
it.
るのはわかるけど。ありがとう。
But thank you.
面倒ごと
I
に
know
巻
you're
き
only
込ま
trying
れ
to
てほ
protect
し
me.
くないから。でもゼーレはもう隠れることしかできないゼ
I'm
ーレ
not
じ
the
ゃない。
timid girl who can only hide and cry anymore.
面
I'm
倒
not
ご
afraid
と
of
も
getting hurt. I
も
just don't
う
want to
怖く
regret.
ない。後悔したくないの。
I'm wondering also if there's two powers going on here, like with Owl and Anna. Because we have the puppet strings, right? And here we have a ticket for the Theater of Death, and we have a just actual puppet. But that doesn't seem like symbology for death. I could also just be off on death even being part of this, I guess. But like the oh, the intro guy. The intro guy is the guy who lived here. The one that we saw last week. But because it seems more like theming of control than death itself. Yeah, right, John Doe was the whole intro narration. But he was also going on about death. And beyond it. But the puppet strings also came into play in that. So yeah, I'm not sure what the... I guess there's not even necessarily definitely a Hersher involved, but there probably is.
もちろん無理は
Yeah,
し
we'll
ない。
have to find out.
この件はゼーレだけで解決
Of
できない
course,
のは
I
わか
won't
る
push
から。
myself too far.
レゲントロッピ
I
ー
know I
に
can't
報
solve
告
this
して
alone, so our
一緒
part
に
A
調査と
sounds
解
good.
決を目指す。
ゼール
Seele.
そうだ
Yeah,
君
you're
が
right.
思ったよう
She
に
doesn't need you
彼
anymore.
女大人になってもお
Girls
もちゃの
never
人
play
形
with
と
the-
おしゃべりする人はいないだろ
This is the Hersher personality.
結局ゴミ箱に捨てられる運命だ
Oh, actually, okay. If Red Seele is the Hersher and regular Seele's not, that'll be really interesting and throw a whole new level into what it means to be a Hersher. Girls never play with their once precious dolls once they grow up. They'll all end up in the trash can.
私たちは必要
We're
と
not
されない
needed by
人
this
間
world. Our existence
この
is a
世に存
mistake.
在するべきでない人間なん
This
だ
could also be John Doe.
嫌われて
Despised, distanced, and
捨て
deserted.
られる
This is how our
それが
story
君ら
ends.
しい結末私たちらしい
誰が話してるの
Who's talking? Huh?
どうか
What
した
happened?
の？
聞こえないの
You didn't hear that?
何のこと？
You what?
何でもないわ
Nothing.
レゲントロピ
Aren't
ーに
you
報告す
reporting
る
to
でしょ
AE? Do it
早
now.
くしなさい
Thank you for understanding me.
今の声
The voice.
一体
Shit. My dissociative personality disorder has a dissociative identity personality disorder. Oh no, okay. It's not as bad. It's not as bad. Ugh. A newborn conscious mind awoke. Oh no, in the abysmal silence. Where am I? Loneliness and fear enveloped her like icy seawater. When the voice inside your head starts hearing voices, you're really good. It turns out my personalities have their own personalities, and those personalities have personalities. I mean, I guess technically that is how dissociative identity personality disorder works. Like, you do just have, you know, multiple personalities. It's not necessarily limited to the one. But I don't know, the fact that it's like, oh yeah, no, only the voice that I hear is hearing voices. That doesn't seem good. A cry in fear, but not from her. It seemed to come from the warm light source outside the abyssal sea. Anyone there? She called out again. Who's there? The girl's clear, sweet voice penetrated through the desolate sea and reached her. But her previous attempts of calling already exhausted her. She could no longer respond to her. The distant voice eased her loneliness, so she fell into slumber with relief, waiting for her next awakening. That's all. Welcome to our loving home, Miss Cocolia. An older female voice and enthusiastic applause woke the newborn conscious mind. Then came her uneasiness and a sense of loss in unfamiliar surroundings. So loud, she grumbled. Gradually, she could see and hear more, which also made her feel more negative emotions. She couldn't help but wonder if those emotions had been nourishing her. Seele, this is Tinmao. He came to this orphanage to be earlier than you, to show you around. She knew everyone called her Seele, but she also knew they were not really calling her. Who am I? Why am I here? Can't figure out. She impatiently rolled over in the deep sea of mind. You startled me. What is it? Sorry, but there was a shadow just now. What shadow? You still drowsy from the bus trip? Weirdo. Is this the one that pushed her down the stairs? I really don't understand you rich people. Why'd you blow $3 million on a little girl? Two people were talking, one of which was in an army uniform and had a disturbing scar on her eye, and the other was wearing a suit, holding a picture of me? Dungeon Defenders circa 2011 just got a new update with a new difficulty and DLC maps. I don't know what Dungeon Defenders is. That's kind of hilarious, though. It was her first time to clearly see the world outside the deep sea she'd been sleeping in. Before, there was some broken images from time to time, but this was her first time to have a clear view of the outside world. The little girl they just mentioned is... Oh. Oh, this is, This is, when Seele got, kidnapped in Other Waters. This is me. No, it's that girl named Seele, being tied up with tape over her mouth. What's going on? She did not know what happened as she'd only seen a few blurred scenes. But one thing she could be certain of was that the girl named Seele was, oh my god, was in danger. Who am I? Who are you? What can I feel? Why can I feel what you feel? She just fully awakened and had countless questions to ask, but Seele could utter nothing but a whimper. Fear and despair spawned from being kidnapped, and the mysterious dark shadow started to grow madly in her heart. However, the other her devoured these emotions like dessert. She could feel her power growing. Even the armed soldier in front seemed weak to her. Stop whimpering. It's not like we can't beat them. Hey, just rip the ropes. The next moment, she suddenly understood the fear in her eyes. Darn it! You don't know how to use our power, do you? The door opened abruptly. With a silver flash, the armed soldier fell down in a pool of blood, and the man in the suit was strangled to death by his own tie after a few seconds of painful gurgle. Yeah, this is shown in the Other Waters manga. It was Bronya. Everything happened so fast that both the girl tied up and the other her were stunned. Seele. Bronya breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the girl cowering in the
す
corner.
ごいわね。
Impressive.
彼らにはもっと
Though I
痛々
think they
しい
deserved
記
more
憶を与え
suffering
るべき
before
だ
they
ったと
died.
思っても、こういったすっ
But
きり
this
し
is
た感じ
efficient.
もね。
Bronya took off the tape and wrote tape over the girl's mouth.
早く教えて。
Alright, now you can
私は
talk.
一体
Tell me who I am.
何ですって。
What? Get away from me!
悪魔って
Demon? You
私
mean
のこと。
me? Well, obviously she's talking about Bronya, who just killed multiple people in front of her. Smell of something burning rushed into Bronya's nostrils. Bronya knew the ingredients: wood boards, asphalt, and men.
これは
This is... Bronya found herself on the ground. She struggled to stand up. Filling her sight was the ashes of a wasted world. Bronya knows now. This is Siberia after the second Honkai eruption. Childhood memories came back to haunt her again, only this time she was not frightened in the slightest. She carefully studied the surroundings.
ここはブローニャの
Imagine being Bronya and going to save your friend and she just starts calling you a demon, except she's not talking to you. It's okay, Bronya didn't take it personally. I actually don't remember her exact reaction to it. I think she was like, yeah, okay, Seele's fucked up from everything going on. Let's get her home. It's okay, Bronya was used to it. She was a child soldier. The fantasy reality urged her to unearth more deep-buried secrets about her
お父
past.
様
Papa,
お母様
Mama. Of course, she couldn't recall what her father and mother were like. Her first childhood memory was a gun in her hand. Still, she hoped there was some residual traces of love from her father and mother in the depth of her memory bank. Maybe, just maybe, she was still in their embrace when Honkai took them. She looked around, nothing but rubble and ashes.
これが
This is
崩壊
Honkai. She lifted her hands and took a close look. Still a pair of girls' tender hands, save for the calluses from the kisses of firearms. In the dream, these clean hands posed a sharp contrast with the scorched billboards in Germany by the road. In German by the road. Naturally, these hands were also cold.
いや違う
Something feels wrong. German? Yeah, I was gonna say, why would it be in German? She's Russian. Her battle-trained instincts began to sound the alarm.
ここはシベリアじゃ
This
あ
is
りま
not
せん
Siberia. It was until now that Bronya realized that the burnt smell, the ruins, and everything else felt too real to be a dream. This is Honkai. Where's the star rail? That doesn't have enough impact. This wasn't a dream.
あれは
It's... A human figure with blue hair suddenly emerged from the... Oh! Is this Joyce? Because Joyce is German, right? And so, well, no, Welt's Finnish. But they at least, like, were in Germany when the first eruption happened, I think, right? Bronya found him an uncharacteristic presence in this wasteland. Just like herself, he rose up slowly from the ground and looked around. It was like looking into a mirror, with a long delay. Somehow she felt familiarity and compassion. She walked up to the blue-haired man and reached out her hand. She broke free from the weird dream and found her pillow all wet with cold sweat.
何回目です
Yes,
か
again. She took a deep breath and calmed her racing heart down as if just went through a tough battle. It's gonna be interesting if this is how, in the main game at least, we actually learn more about Joyce through, like, obviously the core of the Hersher of Reason. Like, if he still has residual, like, memory in it. He then glanced at the clock. Guess we'll get
起
up
きます
now.
か
I actually wonder... From what I understand, Welt was in the first eruption, which is part of what... I don't know the full story of Welt getting the core from Joyce. could she have actually been seeing Welt's memory there? Because you're seeing Joyce. So it might not be his memory, but it could be Welt's memory of that happening. Hell yeah, her favorite reason. Bang, 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 bang. Following a tight rhythm, 5 bullets landed on the target in succession. She unloaded the clip and waited for the results. Well, bullseyes. The last one was right on the ring, though. She frowned. In her eyes, on the ring meant the bullet landed on the rim of the enemy's helmet. It would be deflected. In other words, the enemy would live to shoot another bullet at you. Good. You finished today's physical and combat training perfectly. Even broke a record. Welt took a brief pause and darted a look at Bronny. You seem tired. The problem with Welt being here now is I know the cadence and the rhythm of the voice that I want because of, he actually has an English voice. But I cannot match it. And it really throws me off. Maybe I'll be I haven't slept well for a few days, but that won't affect my performance. She would have replied this way. But after living at the Salt Lake base for a while, she began to warm up to the kindness from people around her. She's finally starting to lose some of the child soldier programming. I'll make some adjustments to the training program. I love his JP voice actor so much, and it's impressive that the English does a good job acting him. Obviously, I don't really know his JP voice actor that much, but I adore his voice in English. The way he, has these little pause. It's Belial from Granblue? Okay, I know his JP voice. But the way the English voice actor, the way he kind of, pauses in the sentences, the way he strings words together, elongates some, shortens others, it gives such a uniqueness to Welt as a character, the way he speaks, and I love it. But today, still one last training left. Understood. Here, take this. Welt handed a handgun to Bronny. This is... Know this model? Bronny didn't even need to look. Makarov 9mm. She smiled. Good. I can see you know it well. Before I was adopted by the orphanage, this was my favorite model. Low recoil, small, light, and easy to carry. This childhood toy brought back a lot of memories that were not necessarily pleasant. The fact that she can talk about a gun like this at maybe 17 is upsetting. Okay, now put it aside. Bronny did so with a minor reluctance. Now, close your eyes and visualize the structure. Down to every detail, including the bolts and the rifling. This actually would be a good thing to actually have her start with, because she knows this gun. How do you feel? No problem. Every childhood moment of maintaining and disassembling the weapon floated up again from the sea of memory. Now use your Hershey power to construct it, including the bullets. Bronny focused her mind to the construction. It was a piece of cake compared with conjuring the Project Bunny float guns. Parts began to emerge and assemble themselves in her hand, and before long a Makarov 9mm took complete shape. She opened her eyes, loaded the clip, and removed the safety. Bang! Bullseye. Perfect. I didn't ask you to shoot. Sorry, Mr. Yang. Bronya couldn't help it. I understand. Okay, now try this. Welt handed over another handgun. Don't shoot this time. Roger. Bronny took the gun. It was a model she never saw before. This is a Heckler and Koch made in Germany. That's actually probably Koch. But, I can't tell you more. Start constructing when you're ready. Bronny took a moment to observe and then put it aside. Guns may look very different, but they all follow the same structural principles. It didn't take her
よろし
long.
い。では
Good.
パーツの取り外しを始
Disassemble
め
your
よう。
creation and the one I gave
俺
you
がさ
side
っ
by
き渡し
side.
たものと同時に。
Ronnie did so. Oh,
気づいたか？
see what's wrong?
構造が
The structures are
違いま
different.
す。
そうだ。
Yes.
この銃
Yeah.
のリコイルシ
This
ステム
model
は
has a
特殊
unique
なもので、
recoil system, and only
当時は
400 or
400
so
丁
were
しか生
made.
産。今までの経験と
You
知
used
識
your
を使い、
experience and knowledge to
未知
fill
の
the
構
gap,
造を補ったこと
Very
に
commendable.
関して、しかし戦場の場合、
but it's not enough on the
それでは
battlefield.
まだまだ限られた情報を通して、
Sometimes we need to
敵の
identify
弱
the
点を推
enemy's
測しなけれ
weakness
ばな
based
らない
on
敵
limited
だ。
info. What you know decides
敵
the
の
outcome
構
of the
造の理
battle.
解は、使うことがあれば、
Use it once
それ
and
は
you'll never
記憶と
forget.
して定着され
Your
る。
special power is the Hersher of Reason.
断り
Makes
の律者の
construction
能
an
力
easy
の特
job.
殊性は、構
I
築
really
の解
like
析作業をより簡単にする。
breakdown of how this is working.
しかし、馴染みのあ
But
る
in
武器を構
comparison
築
with
するより、
recreating familiar
もっと
weapons,
大事なのは、
it's more important to learn your
敵の
enemy's
知られ
unknown
ていない
weaknesses.
弱点を分析する。それこそが、
This is the
断りの
Hersher of
律者の武器。
Reason's true weapon. I'm so Welt in Star Rail has a really big moment right at the beginning, right? With the I forget what it's called, the destruction beast on the space station. Yeah, he makes the black hole, he beats it, and he just like he stops us from exploding. But despite him being a significant factor in the story, he hasn't done anything yet. And I think it's because they're waiting to really use the Hersher of Reason's power, because it is like, it is really strong. And I think they're waiting to give him a really big pop-off. I'm kind of surprised he didn't get one in Penacony, because I feel like the Hersher of Reason power would have been, he does have the core. I have read on this very specifically, he has the Hersher core again. He is the Hersher of Reason in Star Rail. I don't know when, I don't know how, I don't know what. He gets the core back before the end of the, I think in, either in Alien Space or in A Post-Honkai Odyssey. This I have read like a bunch of things on, because this was before I was getting into, when I was like, I'm gonna get into HI3, this was when I was like, oh, I want to know about Welt and what he can do right now. But no, multiple things have confirmed, no, yeah, he has the core at this point. But still, like, I don't know, he kind of isn't, he hasn't really done anything, and I want him to, because he's so cool.
わかりました。もう一度やって
Understood.
みます。
Bronya will try again.
なあ、問題ない。
No problem.
だ
Try
があ
not
まり無理を
try
す
not
る
to
な。
push yourself too hard.
どうだ？気分は少し良くなったか？
Just uses a divine key instead, which is also still absurdly powerful. I just, Welt's cool. I want to see him do stuff. But also, I feel like with someone like Welt, especially compared to a lot of the other characters on the Express, if he does something, the plot's over and nobody else gets to do anything. It's a hard balancing act with a character like him. How do you feel now?
はい。
A
だ
lot
いぶ良
better.
くなり。
After the monitoring training, the two came
大
downtown.
丈夫だ。
It's okay.
断りの律者の力を
Using
使
the
う。
Hersher of Reason's
副
power
作用が
always
出る
comes
の
with
はよ
side
くあるこ
effects,
と。
especially when recreating
特
something
に
new.
よく散歩しながら外の空気を吸うと
Get out and
だい
take
ぶ
in
良
some
くなる
fresh air. You'll feel better.
ベルトさんはよくこ
Did
こ
you
に
come
来るん
here
です
often?
か？
この展望台にか、
This viewing deck?
たまにかな。
Occasionally.
ここにいると、この都市を
You
丸
can
ごと
see the
見
whole
渡
city
せそ
from
うで
here.
す。
あ、こういう繁栄した都市
Yeah,
は
such a view is what he
彼の見
died
たかっ
for.
た景色でもある。
彼、
He,
ジョイスさんの
Mr.
ことで
Joyce.
すか？
そうだ。
Right. Seems like you've
ど
learned
う
a
やら
lot at
君
the
は
base.
ジョイス。
He's my
彼
hero,
は
and he was a good
俺
teacher.
の憧れた英雄であり。
Walt glanced at Bronya. He knew the word teacher would stir up some sad memories for her.
彼は第一次崩壊の生存者。
He was a survivor in the first Honkai eruption. Or later was in
Berlin
shadows.
High
Okay, no, so that was Joyce.
天命が彼を見つけたとき、
He was at the epicenter
彼
of
は
the ship's
崩壊の
founding.
中。
ベルリンの第一
The
次崩
first
壊
Honkai
ですか？
eruption in Berlin. Bronya's sharp instincts kicked in again.
あ、
Right.
どうか
Something
したの
wrong?
か。
Bronya thought for a moment before sharing her bizarre dream with Welt, including the blue-haired young man.
君の推測は間違っていない。
Yes, that is Joyce, the
それは
first Hersher of reason.
でもどうしてブ
Why
ロ
would
ニャはそん
Bronya
な
dream
夢を
of all
見るんで
this?
すか？
断りの律者の力を使い続け
As you
る
use
こと
the
によって
Hersher's power, the Hersher's course,
君
so
の
it
体内
becomes
にあ
one
る
with you.
それは悪いことではない
It's not a
が
bad thing, but there
こ
are
の
side
過程の
effects in
中
the
で
process,
いくつかのその中にはコアに
including
残っ
the
た意識の
ghost
残滓を
images
見
from
て
the
しまうことも
predecessors in
含
the
まれてい
core.
る。
意識の残滓
Ghost images, like
コアの
fragmented
記憶のよ
memories.
うなもの。
正確には記憶ではなく
Technically, they're not
人
memories,
々の意識の
only
残響
lingering
でしかない。
echoes from the mind.
こう説明しよ
Think of a piece
う。
of
乾
cement
ききってい
that's
ない
only
コン
half
クリー
dry.
トを想像し、君が見たのは
What you
そ
saw
のコ
were
ンクリートを踏んだ人々が
left by
残
those
した
who walked
足
past the
跡だ。
ground.
それらの足跡はリアルに
These
見える
footprints
が
reflected their reality
生
in
き
a
て
way,
はいない。
but whoever left them have...
その後を残した人はも
Welt's voice sank as he spat out the last
ベ
words.
ルトさんも同じ
Mr.
夢
Yang,
を見たんです
it's...
か？
They very clearly are calling him Welt-san in Japanese. Mr. Yang, him being called is kind of weird. Whereas, like, in Star Rail, I know they, like, everyone actually calls him Mr. Yang, because he gets kind of annoyed when people call him Welt. Except for Himiko. Mr. Yang, did you dream of something similar? Loneliness suddenly surged up Welt's eyes.
う。ああ、
Yeah.
夢で
For
の
a
再
long
会を
time,
期
I
待していた時期すらあっ
expected
た
the。reunion in the dream every day. It
彼
was
に
too
言えなかっ
much I
た言
wanted to
葉
share
が
with him, but didn't.
あまりにも多く。だが、
It
やがて
later
俺は
came
理
to
解
me
し
that
た。
this wasn't him. He was gone
あれ
long
は彼で
ago.
はない。それを認識するのは
It wasn't easy for me to
容易な
grasp
こと
this
ではなかっ
idea.
た。
その気持ち
Bronya might be able to relate to it.
だから彼に会いたいと思った時、
So when I miss him, I
俺は
come
た
here.
まにここにありきたりかもしれないが、
May sound cliche, but seeing the city thriving offers me some kind of comfort.
ジョイスの犠牲は無駄じゃなかったと感じる。
はい。
美しい世界を見ると、
The bright side,
過去の
the
悲しみ
bright
に
side
とら
of
わ
this
れていて
world
はい
keeps
けないと思
reminding
うん
me that
だ
I。cannot dwell in the past.
それでは理想を実現で
This
き
is
ない
not
し、
how we honor those who have given up their lives for
眠る彼
humanity.
らが
These lines here give me so much insight into Welt's character in Star Rail. Because I have questioned a few times why Welt isn't, like, actively trying to find a way to get back home. And I mean, like, he is trying to find ways. He's asked Herta to try to contact Earth and this and that. But, like, he's just kind of chilling and going on the Trailblaze. And has been at least for a couple years now. But this actually goes a long way to explain that, because he's not dwelling in the past, he's not thinking in the past, he's thinking in the moment. He's like, well, what can I do right now? What can I help right now? How can I live right now? And so he wants to get back, but he's not worried about it. One, because I imagine he knows everything's in good hands with the people he left behind. But yeah, like, especially knowing the things he knows now, what, is he gonna just rush back and maybe bring, like, the swarm with him? No, he's got stuff to do. There's stuff he can do right now on the Express. So he's gonna keep going with that. That said, I do hope we get to see, Tesla at some point in Star Rail. Just to, not even just to have, even though Tesla is one of my favorites in HI3 so far, not even just to have her in it, but to give, like, happier resolution to Welt. But I also don't want all of the cast of Star Rail to become the cast of HI3. Welt looked to Bronya. Maybe what he said would set off ripples in her
意
mind.
識の
Ripples
残響
from the mind. Yeah, I mean to Mr. Yang. Bronya tried to feel the weight of these words,
それはつまり体内に律者コアがある人は
which
似
is to
たよう
say,
な状況
such
になるという
conditions
こ
would
と
be
ですか？
experienced by anyone with a Harsher's core inside. Bro is 82 years old right now. He can take a little side adventure. That's also, to be fair, thing. He's semi-immortal. Tesla and Einstein are semi-immortal. They'll find their way back. It is really funny how not old he looks. Like, yes, he's got the gray streak in his hair, but bro looks like in his 30s. But no, he's old as shit, and you can really see the age in his eyes. And now I know he's recreated his body at least twice, but still.
メイ姉様、委員長、それと
Holding me for what?
キアナも。
Kiana.
その通りだ。
Yes.
複数
Even
のコ
more
アを
so
持
for
つキアナは
Kiana.
なおさ
She
らだ
has
ろう。
more than one core.
キアナ。
Kiana. Bronya sighed heavily.
キ
She
アナ
never
も
talked to
バ
us
カ。
about this. Not
一度
even
もそんな
once.
ベルトさんの話。
Bronya
Kiana
wishes
にも聞かせて
Kiana
や
would
って
be
く
able
だ
to
さい。
hear what Mr. Yang just said someday.
ああ、
Hmm.
最近奇妙
What
なこ
has
とが
happened
起きてる。
recently? A
ネゲ
mech
ン
is
ト
out
ロ
of
ピーの機構の
control.
不具合とい
Weird
い、
puppets at crime
異
scenes.
常な人形とい
I
い、
fear a new crisis looms. It's
新た
also
な脅威が訪れ
interesting
るのではないかと心配だ。
seeing Welt at this point in the story and him in Star Rail. He's really relaxed in Star Rail. He's really relaxed in Star Rail. Like, stuff is happening, he takes things seriously in the moment when they happen. But in general, like, he's not worried about anything, really. He takes it as it comes. He's clearly, like, stressed as fuck at this point. But part of that is probably that he's post end of the story in Star Rail. And that, like, at this point, this world is everything he knows. And it is in constant threat of annihilation by the Honkai. In Star Rail, his understanding of existence has expanded so much to where one planet is just a speck to what he knows of existence. And also, the Honkai threat is dealt with, as far as I'm aware, by that point. So, like, everything he knows is not at constant threat of complete annihilation. So it makes sense. It's just really interesting seeing the difference.
もし本当に何かが起きたら、
My fear proves to be justified when the
将
time
来選
comes.
択をしなければならない時が来たら、君たちには
Can make the right decision.
正しい
正しい選択ですか
The right decision.
君たちが大事な人を失ったことは知っ
I
てい
know
る。
you both lost important ones.
しかし、
Just like when I went through. I
当
hope
時の
you
俺
could,
のように
you know. Welt began to stutter. He wasn't sure what to. Well, this doesn't make any sense. He wasn't sure what to follow would break the girl's heart. This either should be he was sure what to follow would break the girl's heart, or he wasn't sure what would follow that could break the girl's heart. And I don't know what it's supposed. Okay. He wasn't sure if what would follow would break the girl's heart. Yeah, okay. That's the read I was giving, but this chapter's been so bad with translation. One proofreader to go through the script.
安心してください、ベルトさ
Don't worry, Mr. Yang. Bronya reassured
ん。ベ
him.
ルトさんの言いたいことは分か
Bronya
ってい
knows
ま
what
す。
you wish to say. Welt took a careful look at Bronya. Her eyes spoke of sorrow, but also
ブロー
determination.
ニャはも
Bronya,
う受け
he
入れ
has
ました。
accepted all of this.
認めたくありません
Not
が、
willingly, but
捕
still,
獲を話すのは
this may
少
sound
し冷
heartless.
たいかもしれませんが、でも、
But Bronya has
前を
decided
向く
to
と
step forward.
これは
The
あの
freezing
氷
cold
雪に
Siberia
閉ざさ
taught
れたシ
Bronya
ベ
one
リアで
thing.
雪の中で戻れることを
Never
期
turn
待して
back,
はならない。
because the footprints behind
風
you are
雪
long
は
gone in the wind and
足跡を
snow.
消してしまうか
There's
ら
no way to go but forward.
前に進むしかない
That's
のです。
actually a really interesting philosophy. That is very not specific because you can have this philosophy elsewhere, but like makes so much sense from the place she grew up in. Because yeah, literally, like the snow and the wind just cover your tracks. You can't look back. So keep going forward. Having finished her words, she sat her eyes on the cheerful crowd in the distance and spoke no more. Welt followed her eyes. A tough girl, Welt thought. much tougher than himself at the same age. After knowing the side effects of a Hersher core, her first concern was Kiana. Maybe Kiana is still having a hard time walking out from the shadow. Huh? What's wrong? You heard some noise. Come on, there's a sculpture exhibit on the viewing deck. Let's check out. Let's check it out. Come on, please.
It's a fancy place to see sculptures.
Or that's a fancy place. Want to go and have a look? Maybe not. What are they showing? Seems to be weird-looking monsters. I only had a glimpse. Huh? Monsters? The two suddenly became alert. We better go and check out. God! Check it out! It's not hard! The same mistake twice in a row, like, blows my mind. This is not the Hersher of Reason form. These are Honkai beasts. Ladies and gentlemen, something you've never seen in your life. The monster show of the century. Hey, mister, are you taking it? Oh, no. Hey, mister, are you taking your daughter to see the cool monsters? Where do these exhibits come from? Ha! You seem to be very interested, little girl. But I only know we were commissioned to hold this exhibition. These sculptures were sent by a client organization, and they made it very clear these are not for sale. What organization? We don't know the specifics. Probably some fan club with a monster fetish. But to be honest, it did give me the creeps when I first saw them. Not exactly my cup of tea. What am I gibbering about? Anyway, art is only art in the eyes of art lovers. Rania and Welt exchanged a look. They looked and felt too real to just be sculptures. In theory, no civilian had any contact with Honkai beasts, let alone creating such realistic sculptures in their image. Hold on, before I get to the thought that I had. Look at those Sushang chickens. Arise, Phoenix! This doesn't make sense. I know Shixel has worked at covering up a lot of the Honkai things. There's no way no one has seen or has like ever drawn or sculpted a Honkai beast. There's no way. It's too widespread. I'm pretty sure they mean specifically in these big cities. It still doesn't make sense. This is an era of phones and video and stuff. The Honkai threat is too widespread for there to not be people that have seen it. For it to not be common knowledge, at least to some degree. You can't cover up something that much. Unless it is... for it to be a world-ending threat, you can't cover it up that much. And there have been 2 multi-million death events in the time of, like, these cameras. Maybe they don't show up on video, they definitely do. And I'm sure Otto has been trying to scrub the internet or whatever, but it doesn't work like that. You cannot get rid of it enough. And news agencies would report on it, and YouTubers would be reporting on it. It would get out there. You can't have it be that it is a widespread world-ending tragedy, and also that no one has ever seen them. I don't know how to explain it, to be honest. I know most eruptions don't leave any survivors, but there's still footage. And there would be people uploading as they're dying. And there's all these little towns that have Honkai around, and like, just, you can't have it both ways. We must shut down the exhibition now. What? Why? These things are dangerous. I don't understand, sir. Why do you think they're dangerous? Your daughter seems to be very interested in them.
でも娘さんは興味がありそうです。あ、わかり
Oh,
ま
I
した。
see.
ご安心くだ
Relax.
さい。
There are bearing bars behind them, so they won't fall, and they won't
倒れ
bite.
たりしません。もちろん急に動き出すこともないですよ。
あれは
What?
彫刻が
They're
動き
moving.
出しました。
What? Who could have seen this coming? Okay, cool. I did switch into it. I was worried it was gonna make me be the other Bronya.
昔この彫刻たちから
They have
エネ
zero
ルギー
Honkai
反応
energy
まずは戦闘に
reactions.
集中するんだ。
Do with them first. We'll look into it later.
わかりました。
Understood.
この崩壊種
These Honkai
の
beasts,
感覚が妙
they
です。
feel weird.
まるで本物の彫
It's
刻を
like
殴って
hitting
い
real
るようだ。
sculptures. Go bike mode. Her sure reason for him is genuinely like, it's not as fun as I remember that first time playing as it being, but it's still really cool.
おかしいです。どうして本物の崩壊種みたいに
Why
彫
would these
刻が
sculptures
急に
move
動
like
き
the
出し
real
たんで
ones?
しょうか。
ここ最近の異常事件と
Maybe
関
it's
係してる
connected
か
to
もし
the
れない。
other anomalies recently.
手がかりを集め、
Let's collect evidence and bring it back to the
それぞれ
base for
解
now,
析し
since
よう。
I hate these eggs so much.
さっきのスタッフはどこだ？
Where's the exhibition runner
展
we
示品の
saw?
提供先を調
Maybe
べた
he
い。
can help us track down the supply.
いません。
We
逃げ
can
たよう
find
です
him. He must have fled.
会場を封鎖するよう関係者に
I'll
連
call
絡する。
someone to lock down the
後
area.
で基地で合流。
Get you back at the base. Roger. Meeting room, Salt Lake Base.
そんなことがあったなんて。
I can't believe this.
無
Thank
事にお
goodness you
兄
didn't
ちゃ
get
んが無
hurt.
事でよ。
はい。あの程度の敵
The
は簡
monsters
単
were
に
easy
倒
to
せます
handle,
が、
but they could have
一般
hurt a
人
lot
が
of
想像
civilians.
したら
ネゲントロピーは
He is
崩壊
looking
中
into
の
the
彫
black
刻が
market
流
for the
通する
supply.
闇市を現在
Any
調べている。
unaccounted
発見次第
ones must be
その
destroyed
場
on
所を
site.
制圧、名手の方も
The
彫
Sovereign
刻
is
の
also
供
tracking
給
it
先を
down.
調べている。
It's confirmed all exhibits
あ
came
る
from
工
the same
房が製
workshop.
造していた
We're
ことがす
locating
で
it
に
now.
判明し、
よかった。
Hope no
こ
one
れ
has
以
to
上
get
に
hurt.
あんなや
That's
つは
what you
自
get
業
for
自
that's what you
得よ
get for playing with fire.
危険な品を手に
They
入れ
went all the way to get their hands on these sculptures. But once they started to move, they screamed the loudest.
その話、
Ron, you
院長
heard
か
a
ら
similar
聞いた
story
こと
from
がありま
Pouty.
す。
A professed dragon lover frightened to death by a real one.
テスラ博士の方は
How
平
are
気
things
で
on
す
your
か
side, Dr. Tesla?
毎日聴聞
I heard you
会
were
はい
having
くつも
several
ある
hearings
って
every day.
アインシュタイン博士があいつらが責任を
They're only
私たち
trying
に
to
押し
place
付
the
けようと
blame
して
on
る
us.
だ
They're
けよ
only trying to place the blame on us.
そうは
Not
さ
gonna
すが
happen. I think they're having a big headache
今
right
回
now.
は何があったんですか
What happened?
昨日あの件があっ
After
た
that farce yesterday, we checked down the black market dealing records, and guess what? A senator's name popped up.
あるそのせいで国会が大
The
慌
bombshell
て
turned Congress upside down. They tried to talk him into surrender, but he ran away
し
with
か
his
もその日
precious.
でもすぐにコレクションの彫刻が動き出してね
The funniest thing was his precious collection began to move on the way, and almost bit his head off if not for Teresa.
大変だったんで
That's
すね
close. Wait,
どうしたんですか？
what's wrong, Seele?
愚か者のジャッ
Silly Jack loves
パ
his
ンプキン
pumpkin.
に目がない
He
ジャッ
hugs his
ク
precious pumpkin
彼
and
が
it
大
bites
好
his
き
head
な
off,
パン
and it
プキ
bites
ン
off his
をあ
head.
の大学生のアパート
That's
で
the
見つ
show
け
intro
た
on
チ
the
ケッ
ticket
ト
we
です
found at the college student
その
apartment.
裏に書いてあった
Could
んで
it
す
be a
が
coincidence?
つまりその
You're
演
saying
目
the
が
shelf
バカ
where
リ
it
ー
told
の
the
ことを
story
予
of the
言
hapless
してたって
Tsundere?
こと
That's
い
far-fetched.
や、その
No.
可能性は排除
No,
できない。
it's a possibility.
予言というより
I prefer to call this advanced
犯
crime
罪予告だ
notice.
と思う。
犯罪予告
Advanced crime notice? I can't believe the Hersher the Phantom Thief. I can't believe it's Colin reborn.
例のチケットを分析したところ、
We ran text on the show tickets and found traces of soil on it. Further tests indicate the soil sample didn't belong to the area,
それはあのアパートのものではなく、事件と関係する犯人とのつ
which
な
is
が
to
り。
say it may be connected to the murder,
犯人
or
が
even
わ
left
ざと
there on
残し
purpose
た手
by
が
the
かりの
murderer.
ゼーレ、 ブローニャ。今回交戦した
Seele,
暴走機
Bronya,
構と
I've
崩
read new
壊獣は
reports that the rampaging
過去
mechas
に
and the
遭遇
Honkai
したも
beasts
の
were
とは
different
違
from what
う
we
と。
dealt with.
動
Yeah,
きが変
they
わっ
moved
て
in a
て
strange way. Felt
少し
unnatural.
はい
They acted rigidly and had only one
攻撃もワン
attack
パ
move,
ターンです
as if
隙だら
someone
け
was
でした
pulling their
テ
strings.
レサさんの方も似たよう
Similar
なことを
reports
言っ
came
てい
from
たよ。
Teresa too,
つ
indicating
ま
all
り
these anomalies
最
might be
近の
somehow
飛行暴
connected.
走それなら前
It
の現場
follows
に
that the
残ってい
criminal
た
may
証
use
拠が
evidence from the last
次
crime
の事
scene
件
as an
の
advance
犯罪
notice
予
of the
告
next
だと
crime.
考え、もちろんただ
Of
の偶
course, it
然
would
な
be
らそれ
best
が
if
一
they're all
番いい。
coincidences.
だ
But
が
if
それが
not,
事実なら
this might be a lot
こ
worse
の
than
一
we
連の事
assumed.
件の全貌、
ねえボス頭
Hey,
あんた
Mophead, did
何
you
か気づいたんじゃ
find
ないでしょう
something?
ね
それを今からみんなに共
I
有
was
しよ
about
う
to
として
share
い
another
たとこ
piece
ろ
of
だ。
important information.
アパートで回収した人形
We
の
carefully
残骸
studied
の
the
解析が
puppet
完了
retrieved
し
from the
た。
apartment, and we found something similar to a Hersher core
疑
inside.
似律者、
律者コア
A Hersher core?
そのエネルギーレベルは
The energy
通
level
常
is
の
much
律者コア
lower,
の足
so it
元
went
に
under
も
the
及ばないた
radar all
め
this time.
今まで観
Not a
測され
major
なかった。
menace, but we need to be prepared
それ新たな
for a new
崩壊の
Honkai
襲来
impact.
よね。
それって
You're
あれが
saying
律者ってこ
it's
と
a Hersher?
まだ確定はできない。
Not confirmed, but if my
だが僕
presumption
の
is
考え
right,
が正しければ
more like this will come,
今後
leading
も
us
似たよう
closer
な
to the
結晶
true
を発
culprit.
見するはずだ。
Well, this
それ
would
が僕たち
be
をこの事件の真犯人に導く。
what, Honkai Impact 6? Because there was Maze, which was the third. There was the fourth, which was Kiana. There was the almost one in the city. There was Owl and Anna's.
もしそれが本当なら
If this is a Hersher, I'd like to call the Hersher. I'd call it the Hersher of cowardice.
かなり待って
Wait,
それなら国
so
会
the
の気候暴
Congress
走の
Mecha
件は
Riot could also be
そいつの
traced back to the
仕業
same source?
その
But
目的は何
what's the motive?
ネゲントロピーの信用を
The
なくす
smear
こと
Aang's
か、
reputation
注
would
意を
distract
そらす
us.
こと。
Could also be
あ
both.
るいは
Judging from the result, Dr. Tesla being held accountable did curb our efficiency.
うわ
Ah, this is intolerable. The theory does connect all the dots.
ねえボス
Hey,
頭
Mophead,
あん
is
た
it
が持
enough
って
to
る
get me
証
off
拠
the
で
hook?
私を
まだ決定的な証拠がない。
Definitive evidence is still
だ
needed.
から、
That's why the
今回の
investigation
行
on the
動調査
workshop
はとても
matters.
重要だ。
We need to know more.
その分、今回の
Naturally,
任
this
務はか
operation
なり
involves
危
high
険を
risks.
伴うだろう
In the
ね。
worst case scenario, the workshop might be a trap itself.
たとえ罠でも
But we
情
have
報
to
のた
go,
めに
even if it is
足
a
を踏み
trap.
入れるしかない
I hate this guy.
ああもう
アインシュタイン博士
Dr. Einstein,
今回の
can
調
you
査
assign Bronya to this
ブローニャに
investigation?
いいだろう。
Sure.
でも
But
相手の
try to
正
avoid
体がわ
solo
からない
action,
状況だ。
especially before we know who we are dealing with.
ゼルもブロニア姉ちゃんと一緒に行きます前回の事件は
I was
ゼ
the
レが
witness
調
to the
べ
last
た
event.
から
I
所
can
詮
help.
を分かってるし
I want to find out the truth too.
力になれ
The
ると思い
victims
ま
deserve
す
that.
わかった。
I see.
座標を受け
I'll
取り
talk
次
to you
第
once we have
す
the
ぐに連絡
coordinates.
する。
Stay
わ
ready.
かりました
Understood.
Yes.
目標街道に到着しました
Task force has entered the target area, awaiting further
君
instructions.
たちが採集した
The
土壌
results
サンプ
came
ルの
out,
分析
and the
結果
dirt
が
you
出た。
just sampled matches what we found on the show ticket. Now we can say with safety, they're serial crimes with a shared purpose.
作戦通り、目標
Proceed
の工房
according
に
to
向かっ
plan
て
and
く
head
れ。
to the workshop. The
そ
confirmed
の
source
工
of
房
all
は
the sculptures on the
現
market.
工房の所有者は
It belongs
ミ
to
ラーディ
Miss
ーモ。
Miss Mira Rimmer,
有名
an
な女性
esteemed
彫刻
sculptor
家だ
who
が
went missing a month
一
ago.
家工房内の状況はまだ
The
わから
inside
な
of
い
the
が
workshop is
武
unknown.
装による反撃
Armed
を受ける可
resistance
能
is
性もあるか
possible.
ら
Be
慎重
advised
に
and
行動
proceed
して
with
くれ。
caution.
わかりました
Understood.
危険な任務だけど
It might be
こうして
dangerous,
ブ
but
ロニアお姉
the
ちゃ
idea
ん
of
と一緒
fighting by
に
your
戦
side
え
still
るって
brings
思うと
courage.
ええ
Hmm.
ブローニャ
But
も
I'm
セー
gonna
ル
look
の成
forward
長
to
を
seeing
見た
already
いと
some
思います
progress.
そういう意味の嬉しい
And I
っ
also
てわ
want
け
to
じゃ
admire
な
your
いけ
fighting
ど
moves up close.
昨晩キア
She
ナ
on
が
the
い
top
ろ
to
いろ教
Bronya
えてく
about
れ
you
ま
last
した
night. She spoke
ゼーレ
highly
の
of
こと
you.
本当に
Really? But she was the one doing the heavy lifting, and I wasn't much help.
ゼーレは勇敢に戦
You
った
fought
だけで
bravely
な
and
く
gave her a good
気晴らしに
company.
も付き合って
Yet
く
the
れて
sensitive and
気
sweet
が
feel
楽
of
になっ
Bronya
たと言っ
knows.
ていましたキアナはいつも一
Kiana
人で背負お
always
うと
puts
するか
everything
ら
on her own
彼
shoulders.
女には
She needs
休息と
companionship
そ
and
ば
good
にいる
rest.
誰かが
キアナが心配だ
Is
から
that why you offered to take on this mission?
そう
Perhaps Bronny has a bad feeling.
予感
Bad feeling?
アインシュタイン博士
Dr.
も気づいてい
Einstein
る
knows
と
it
思い
too.
ますが
The enemies this
今回
time
の
are
敵は
highly dangerous.
おそらく
Yes,
簡
that's
単
why
な相手で
That's
はあ
what
りません
Bronya's battle instincts say.
ごめんなさい根拠の
Sorry
ない
for the
話をし
gibberish.
てしまいました
Let's
ね
carry on the mission.
任務を再開しましょう
Yeah, this specifically is the alley for
こ
energetic
こ
girl.
ですね
Here,
ゼーレ気をつけて
Seele,
く
be
ださい
careful. Ron, you will count to 3, and we open the door together. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Oh. Oh, hey. This is the part from the prologue.
ここが工房の
This is the
中
inside of the workshop.
そんなわけないでしょ
Don't be
あ
silly.
の建物の
There's no way the building
こんな
contains
広
such
い
a
空
massive
間がある
space
んですか
inside.
ここは
It
閉
seems
じら
like
れた異
a
空
closed
間
space in another dimension without any exit.
目視で確認でき
The
る範囲
worst
内に出
situation.
口はないわね
お姉ちゃん
Brownia, I can't see Brownia.
何
What? Scared again? Just like the old
昔
times.
と変わらないわね
Fortunately, you have me.
私がいてよかったねえセール少し変わ
Hey,
りました
Seele, we should switch
ここ
now.
は嫌な感
This
じが
place doesn't feel right.
私が
大丈夫
Don't worry.
落ち着いて行動
I'll
する
try hard to calm down.
は
Huh?
早く
We
お姉
need
ちゃ
to
んを
find
見つけ
Brownia.
ないと
We can't stand still here.
ずっとここに
Let's
立
check
ってて
out
も
the
しょうがない
surroundings.
まずは周りに何があるか見てみようどうしてここにゾンビがいるの
Why would there be
前に遭遇
zombies?
した暴走機
Why
関
wouldn't there be zombies?
誰かに
Just the
操られ
rampant mechas we saw. Just like the rampant mechas we
や
saw.
っぱり
Someone
アイ
pulling
ンシュタイン
strings.
博士の言った
The
通り
Sam
だね
was right.
This one's gonna get back up. No, wait, never mind. I'm a genius and a god. Bow before me, fa la la.
闇に飲まれなさい
Oh, hello, more enemies.
無理しない
Hey,
で
Seele, quit acting tough now. You don't look good. It's okay.
それに
Besides, we can still unleash the power with both if it gets really high.
一緒に戦
So I think also
ゼーレにとって負
That
担
would
が大き
burden
い
you too much and wouldn't last long. Listen to me, just run when you see trouble.
逃げてちゃんと私の
える分かってる
I know, but I can still move on. I want to bring back more clues to Dr.
だけ
Einstein.
でもアインシュタイン博士に手がかりを持って帰り
セール
Seele.
I think part of why Red Seele is getting the way she is in part that while she's misinterpreting it and Seele isn't trying to like distance herself from her, Seele's just trying to like get stronger herself. It is like rejecting Red Seele and like her whole purpose. And if she's not allowed to like ever be out or do the things that she's actually good at, what is the point of her being there? Seele's growing out of their codependency and Red Seele doesn't want that. Something about a god initiating god killing
そこに誰
program.
かいる
I'm gonna put you in a little cup, Iharn. Oh. Oh.
ようこそ支配劇場へ
Theater of domination.
Assume that was welcome too. The string effects are cool.
忠実な殉教者
The true martyr, Mirror
偉
Rimmer,
大な移住
will
がある
offer her all to the great master of
あ
monsters.
なたは
Are you the puppet we saw before?
下がってゼーレ
Back off, Seele. This thing is dangerous.
逃げなさい
Run!
逃げたい
Oh, okay, it's a different Seele.
逃げられない
Wanna run? You can't run. Can't run. Open your eyes. Time to wake up.
どういう
What's
こと
going
なの
on? Seele?
セーレ
Seele, where are you?
どうして逃げる
Why run? Compared to the weak and tearful girl, you're more like
ず
us.
っと同類だろ。
何バカなこ
What
とを
are
言
you
ってる
talking about? We're not the same kind. You
誰
gross
が
me
同
out.
類だって
Give up now. She doesn't need you anymore.
彼女はもうあなたを必要としなくなっあの子はあなたから逃
Can't
げ
you
ようと
see?
してる。
She's been trying to get rid of you. She hasn't. He's trying to be worthy of her, kind of. But I can see why you would feel that way.
あなたは化け物。
You're a
い
freak.
つまでも
Always,
いつま
always
で
a
も
freak.
化け物だ。化け物、化け
Oh,
物。
funny. A freak with black claws. Oh, the claws are red,
あ
actually.
なたと私たち
You and
は
us, we're birds of a feather.
知ったような口を聞かないで
Don't act like you know me, and you don't get to tell me what I am. Yeah, they're definitely supposed to be saying like monster or demon, not freak.
当たりだ当たり。
It must really hurt. That first thing that Bronya said really stayed with her.
もう一人の私
Because of me.
どうしたの
Are you there? Are you okay?
もう一人
Other me.
の
Where are you? Are you alright?
まずは
But
自
worry
分
about
の
yourself
ことを
first.
心配した方がいい。あなたみたいな偽善者
Both
の
souls
魂
like you
は
don't deserve to be
支配劇場に
entertained in the
招待さ
theater
れ
of
る資格がない
domination.
変わ
Oh,
った
this is a
力
different Seele.
それがあなたの
Curious
切り
power.
札
Is this your trump card? You're really giving everything you have, huh? And I don't have my ultimate because I cannot interact with other Seele.
その力
But it seems this power
あま
can't
り
last
長
too long,
く
right?
使えないようだ
Come on, Mr. Core. I need you to die so that I can go hit this other core. Stop hitting me! Damn it, it got back up. This is the Steeler we saw her turn into when she broke out of the Sea of Quanta. That makes sense. Fueled by, like, pure emotion. Yeah, okay. Pure emotion, like fear of loss. It is interesting that I do still like the mechanics do still pull from other Seele because she gets this red scythe out. But I can't use like I can't use my ult, I can't use my skill because those draw directly from other Seele. That said, without all the other skills, not that I don't like this form of Seele, it's just definitely not as interesting as if I actually had all of my stuff. I think this is one is called Stygian Nymph, which goes extremely hard. That is a really good name. I'm feeling exhausted now, huh? Laboring to keep standing. Who are you? What did you do to the other me?
もう一人の
The other you? No, she's not you. She belongs to us. You'll see that soon.
あなたに
I'm not letting you take
渡
her.
さない
Oh, this is also the form of her that is in her mind palace, because here's the locks.
セーレが守る
I will protect her. I
おやおや嘘ばっ
will.
か
Listen to yourself. Hypocrites like you are the worst.
あ
Oh,
なたみたいな偽善者が
her
一番
head just spun
嫌い
around.
毎
Don't
日
you
心
feel
もない
sick?
こと彼女だけが本
She's the
物の
real
魂
soul here. We're birds of a feather, and she knows this pathetic world just like
彼
us.
女のことを
Don't pretend that you know her.
同じこと言うんだ
Oh, she said the same
やっ
thing.
ぱり
Clearly, you
あ
must
なたの
go
存
before she
在
can
は
join
邪魔
us.
だそうだ
Yes, it
あな
was
たを
you
殺
out of
せ
the
ば
picture. She
彼
won't
女は
say
私
no
たちを
to
拒
us.
絶しなく
It
なるだろ
has to
う
be. It's just a mech. Your big trump card is just a mech?
My body feels so heavy.
視界もぼやけ始
My
め
vision starts to blur too.
No, Seele, we're doing fine. We're doing okay, girl. Just keep going.
The other me. Are you alright?
まだ
No, I can't.
セー
Not
レ
yet.
はまだ
I don't know if this is because I got hit or not. Like, obviously this was supposed to happen, but... Seele! Seele! Hey, Seele! Seele! Bam ba dum bam bam ba dum ba dum.
セーレセーレ
Yeah. Seele! No, it's Bronny, actually, isn't
セーレ
it? Seele!
あれ
Branya.
ブラニャおねセーレ大丈夫ですか
Is you alright, Seele?
セーレ
I,
抜け出せたんですか
Branya.
あれ抜け出す
Yes.
今
Where
ま
were
で
you?
どこにいたんで
We
す
were
か
together when we pushed
一
the
緒
door
にド
open,
アを開けたら
but
誰
Bronny
もい
turned
なくて
around and you were
とに
gone.
かく探し回ってもどこに
Bronny
もいな
searched
く
for you
て
everywhere
元
and
の場
found
所
you
に
lying
戻
on
っ
the
たら
ground
セ
after
ーレが
returning
倒
here.
れてセーレは
I,
漆黒の劇場に
A
ミ
pitch
ラ
dark
リーモと
theater
名乗る
and
人
a
形
puppet
ですか
calling herself Mirror Rimmer.
うんすごく
Yeah.
変だった
she looked weird and
崩
she
壊獣
controlled
とゾンビ
Honkai
を
beasts
操
and
って
zombies to
セ
attack
ーレ
me.
をなんかあ
I
の
felt
人形
she was a
ま
living,
るで
breathing
本物の
person.
人間セーレはどうやって逃げ
How
出した
did
ん
you
ですか
escape?
よく覚
I
えてない
can't
な
remember very clearly.
気を失う前
Before passing
もう一
out,
人の
I
私が
seemed to hear the other
焦
me
った
calling my
声で
name
セーレの
anxiously.
名前彼女がセーレを
she
助け
save me?
てもう一人の
The
私
other me?
ね
Was it you? Oh,
彼
I
女
can
の
feel
存
her
在
now.
を感じる
Hey, she's fine.
よかったありがとう多分
Thank you.
誰かが助
I
けてくれ
think
たん
someone
だ
helped
と
me.
誰かが
Oh,
とにか
okay,
く
so
ゼーレが無
no
事で
one
よかっ
else
たです
knows about the other
歩けます
Seele.
か
I thought she told Bronya. Or I guess I thought she would have told Bronya. Someone? Never mind. Bronya's just glad you're unharmed. Can you walk?
うん大丈
It's okay.
夫ブロニ
I
ャ
feel
お姉
much
ちゃん
better
は
now.
ゼレを
You were
探して
looking
た
for
か
me
ら
all this
まだちゃ
time.
んと調査
We
で
should
きて
continue
な
the
いよ
mission
ね
now.
Seele and Bronya walked into the workshop. This is clearly an apartment that has been used for other
テー
things.
ブルにホコリがだいぶ積もっ
There's
てる
thick dust on the deck.
工房の
Desk.
主は
Looks like it's
も
been
う
a long
長い
time
こと
since the owner
こ
was
こを開
here.
けてるみたいでも棚にある注
But
文
the
書の
others
日
on
付
the
は
rack are
最
recent.
近のものばか
Even
り
yesterday, some were
昨
shipped
日出
out.
荷したものもありますまさか
Could
こ
it
この
be
彫
there's
刻
someone
家になり
impersonating
すまし
her
た
and
誰か
stealing
が
the sculptures?
これらの彫刻を販売して情報をまとめてアインシュタイン
Starts out
博士
what we
に
know
共
and
有しま
reports
し
to
ょう
Dr. Einstein.
崩壊獣の彫刻
A
が
lot
た
of
く
Honkai beast
さん
sculptures here.
作り
Some
た
are
て
half
の
done.
気をつけてくださいゼーレ
Be careful,
急に
Seele.
動き出す
They
可
may
能性
start to
があり
move
ま
all
す
of a sudden.
ブロニ
Yeah,
お姉ちゃん彫刻の
there's
段差
something
に
written on
何
the
かあ
back
る
of
よ
the base.
先ほどの原稿にあった
Looks the
符
same
号
as
と
the
同じみ
symbols
た
on
い
the
ですね
script. Wait, the line below should be the
下
translation.
に思想
The will, the
魂
mind, and the soul.
すべては偉大なる
Everything
移
shall be
住の
returned to the
主に
Master of
帰る
Monsters.
移住の
Master
主
of monsters.
崩壊獣のことかもし
Probably
れません
refers to the Honkai beasts. I would think it refers to the Hersher.
最近崩壊獣を
Great
崇
rumors
拝
say a
する
cult
謎の宗
worshipping
派が
Honkai beasts
盛ん
has
だと聞
arisen.
きました
Maybe Mirror Rimmer is a member.
そこにミラリーモ
Yeah,
も関わってると
I absolutely could see that happening. This also goes into my thing before, but it doesn't make sense that no one knows what they look like.
宗派のメンバーはこういった
I
謎
believe
の
these
異種が
mysterious
人類の
monsters will
魂
deliver
を
them
救
and
い
take them to
本物
paradise.
そんな
That's absurd.
どうして
Why would they
そ
have
ん
such
な
crazy
真実とは
ideas?
真逆の暗闇にいると
Maybe because when they're in the dark, people always desperately struggle to grasp onto
人は
something. I mean, also, there's always doomsday cults and people trying to, like, rationalize a world-ending threat being something that would be salvation.
ブロニお姉
the shelf, there's a very different color.
他のと違う色の本がある。
No, there isn't.
これは原
This is a manuscript.
紙が真っ黒。
Black pages look scary.
この文字
These words,
符号でしょうか
symbols. Brownie, I've never seen anything like this.
古い原稿
It
み
looks
たい
like an
だね。
ancient script.
ボロボロになったページがいくつかあって、
Maybe they were burnt.
見てるだけで寒
Just
気が
looking
し
at
て
it
きた。
gives me the creeps.
一体
Where did
ど
it
こから
come from?
こんなの手に入れたんだろう。
So the cult worshipping. No one knows what they look like, but somehow people made statues about them. And there's a cult, but no one knows what they look like. Yeah, no, exactly.
ずっと見て
I
た
think
ら
I'm a little bit dizzy now.
頭が
There's also a school dedicated to fighting them. And I mean, I guess they said civilians, don't. But still.
ゼーレ
Seele,
もう見ない方がいいです
don't
危
stare
険
at
な
it.
ものかもし
It
れま
can
せ
be
んから
dangerous.
持ち
We'll
帰っ
need
て
to
調
bring
べ
it
て
back
も
to
らいましょ
AE.
う
Oh no, the beasts are erupting and becoming alive. Who could have seen this coming?
Honkai beasts!
さっきロビーにあった彫刻で
The
す
sculptures in the lounge. We have to deal with them before they get out. Honkaiju is such like a cool word for it. It's so much cooler than Honkai Beast. Oh, hey, Bronny's helping out. Thank you, Bronya. I appreciate it. Oh no, it's a puppet.
これは
This is
壊れた
a
人
broken
形です
puppet.
か
待って、この人形、ゼーレが劇場で人形の左腕の内側にゼーレがつけた大釜の跡がある。間違いないよ。
ジョン・ドゥの時と同じですねそれならこの周りにはきっとありました新しいチケットです
演目、ネズミとタカ。ご覧、何かを見つけたぞ。ネズミの尻尾をも、次の犯行予告だ。
狡猾な敵ですね他の手がかりは探しても出てこないと思いますでもとにかく戻ってみんなに報告しましょう
ゼーレゼーレゼーレ
うわあ、もう呼ばないで。今夜中だよ。今日はかかりやお母さんのお手。
そんなのやらなければいいのにどうしてあの女の命令に従うのお人よしだから毎回あなたがやらされるのよ
そんなことない。お母さんは孤児院のみんなを
所詮ノーって言えないだけでしょそれとシンマールってやつお姉様の足を怪我させただけじゃなくよくあなたの邪魔をするでしょ今度私に代わってちょうだいもう二度と意地悪を言えないようにしてあげるわねえゼーレ起きて普段は出てこれないし夜も話し相手がいないから退屈でどうにかなっちゃいそうなのよじゃあ明日の朝どうなっても知らないわよ
体が、疲れが全然取れてないみたい。はい、 さん？
ゼーレ、昨べはどこに行ってたの？
ゆうべ？
昨日片付けた庭の葉っぱ、その袋が開けられてて散らかってるの。庭のそれと今朝シンの部屋の扉がチョークで落書きされてたそうよ。
あなたがやったの？
もちろん。
Oh, I was muted. Fuck me. Oh well. I was gonna say, if you're gonna do this, at least hide it. I don't know how long I was muted for, fuck.
どうしてそんなこと？
いつも黙って我慢して
I'm sick of it.
あいつに自
You
分の思い
always
を
suck
ぶ
it
つ
up
け
and
られ
never
ない
fight
あなたを
back.
見たくない。あなたに免じて
I was
ゆ
being
うべは
nice
ま
last
だ甘
night.
くしておい
If
た
not for you, Sinmal won't be able to open her eyes today.
こんなことやっちゃ
You
ダ
shouldn't
メ
have
だよ。
done that.
真実をカカリアに教えて
Explain
や
what
れ
really
ば
happened to Kokolia. Let's see if she buys your story.
どうしたのゼーレ？
What's wrong, Seele? Seele was
ま
awfully
あ、
quiet.
シンが困った子だってこ
I
と
know
は
Seele's a
わかるし、
rascal, and I find it hard to believe this came from
セ
you.
ーレがやったの。
It was me, Seele said.
は
What has gotten into you?
セーレが
It
やっ
was
た
me,
の。
Seele
ごめん
repeated.
なさいお母さん。
Sorry, Matishka.
庭の葉っぱ
yard.
は
I'll go clean them
シ
again.
ンの部屋の扉に
The
ある
chalk
落
mark in
書き
Sin's
も
store. I'll
きれ
clean
い
them
にする。
too. I'm... Seele began to
わかっ
stutter.
たわ。
Kokolia didn't want to push the sweet girl further. I
でも
see.
その前に
But
廊
before
下
that,
に
an hour
1
of
時間経ってな
self-reflection
さ
in the
い。
hallway.
ちゃんと反省するように。
はい。
Yes. Seele walked past Kokolia with her head
ゼー
down.
レ、
Seele. Kokolia
どうし
called
た
her.
のお母さん。
Something else, Matishka?
その、
Uh,
もし普段
if you
嫌
have
な
some
ことが
trouble,
あったら、
don't bury it
黙って
inside.
ないで
You
私
can
に
talk
話
to
して
me,
ちょう
you
だい。
know.
私じゃなくてブローニャでも
If you're
いい。
not comfortable talking to me, you
何
can
で
go
も
to Bronya.
一人で抱えな
Just
いよう
don't
に。
keep everything to
わ
yourself.
かった。
Okay, Matishka. Kokolia scratched her head and couldn't find any more comforting words. She turned around and left.
何考えてるの？
What
や
were
っ
you
てないのと
thinking?
認めるの？
Why did you run up to something you didn't do? I mean, technically she did.
でも
Again, hide it better.
それは
But
確かに
it
セ
was
ーレ
me
が
who
やった。
did it.
は？
知ってるの？
What? I
あ
know
なたがずっ
you've
と
been taking in all
セ
the
ーレ
bad
の代わり
emotions for
に
me.
そういセーレが恐怖や不安を
Whenever I'm
感じ
afraid,
た時
you always show up and keep
あ
me
なたは
company.
いつも正直
To
最
be
初は
honest,
悪
I
魔だ
thought
と
you were
思
a
ったか
demon
ら
or
びっ
something at the
くりした
beginning.
けど
I was scared badly.
しばらくして
But after a while,
あな
I
たがい
began
る
to
と
like your
安心
company.
できるって
You make me feel less lonely.
本当は
I should have known it from the start.
何に？
No, what?
あなたは悪魔なんか
You're
じゃ
not a
ない
demon.
あなたは
You're
もう
the other
一
me.
人の私
Inside me.
私たちはつながってる
We're together.
だからあな
So
たが
whatever
どん
you
な選
do,
択をし
I
た
have a
と
part
し
in
て
it
も
too.
もうお人よしでいたいなら一生
Damn
そう
it.
し
I
て
can
る
never
の。
prove the way you
他人
deal
と
with
二度見
people.
として
You're
一
just
生いじめ
keeping
ら
a
れればいい
sweet doll and allow everyone to pull your strings.
まったく
Fuck off.
お人よしが過
These
ぎる
sections
わ。
are still awful. They're not as bad as in those Fuwa chapters, but they're still bad. After venting her anger, the culprit who got Seele in trouble retreated to subconsciousness and left herself reflecting. This girl's beyond hope. That was her final mumble before returning to the darkness. Oop. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom and I'm gonna get something real quick. So, I shall return shortly. Huzzah! It is me. Let us resume the game. Oh, my controller turned off. Why did my controller turn off? It wasn't on that long. Anyway. I got some wake-up juice. I got some graham crackers. I also got some water, because sometimes you just need water. So we're good to continue. Looking at how long the rest of this is, I think we probably will only be doing this section tonight, probably not the whole arc, but... Okay, it is later. Yeah, let's fight them and take care of everything. And take care of everyone. We're leading to the designated area for retrieval, right? Yes, Dr. Einstein asked us to collect more samples. I got this. Oh, by the way, just because, related, Cinda kept yelling at me to put new things on my throne, so there is now a, like, $300 Raiden May figure on my throne if anybody wants to contribute to it. It is crowdfunded, I believe. I put on it. So at no point do I expect only one person to buy it. But it's there, if you would like to. I also, there's a lot of really cool, okay, there's a few really cool HI3 figures, and I said to Cinda, when I was, like, looking through stuff, I was like, I am looking at the image, and I am not looking at the name. I do not see it, because I don't want to know what the Herrscher forms, or whatever new forms I'm seeing are, because they might be spoilers. Knowing that Alicia exists in itself is probably a spoiler, but I've known about her for a while. Yeah, some next on your way. Like, specifically, there's a cool Kiana figure that I'm like, I don't know what that form is. This might be a spoiler. I'm not going to read what the name is. I'm not the kind of person, I also scoff at people that, like, oh, how dare you know character exists as a spoiler unless they are, like, an actual intrinsic spoiler like Delta. But there are definitely characters that's like, oh yeah, I'm not supposed to know about you yet. Like Seele, honestly. I probably wasn't supposed to know about Seele yet, and it was supposed to be this big emotional moment, but also I think reading Other Waters first is better for, the Sea of Quanta chapters. And yeah, I played Star Rail first, so it was not something I could be avoided. Also, Seele is hugely popular. I probably shouldn't have done the Sakura Samsara when I did, but the game literally promotes it to you, so... I should look into the open world modes and see if any of them are worth doing on stream. Because obviously we'll do a post-Honkai Odyssey, but we'll do that, like, after we finish HI3. Kiana, any progress? How done. A puppet and a show ticket were found. Dr. Einstein was right. The things characters do matter way more than the, like, playable versions of characters, but the names do give some... Yeah. Well, also, listen, I don't want to know what new power Kiana unlocks to surpass the Herrscher of the Void, whatever. Because I'm sure it'll happen. The fact that a post-Honkai Odyssey in alien space came out before part 1 happened is really fun. Or is really funny. I did start a post-Honkai Odyssey, but I didn't understand anything. All I know is that May is there, isn't a Hersher, and Adam exists. That's it, really. And that Welt isn't there, but I knew that from Star Rail. But yeah, no, like, I've even, in the guide, it's recommended reading Alien Space. I'm like, no, I'll read that at the end. Yeah, I know, I was really confused about a post-Honkai Odyssey when I, first started getting into this. And I started reading about it, and, like, yeah, everyone was apparently really mad when it came out. Because why would you post a thing after the end of your story when you haven't written the end of your story? Hi, Cinda, I was just talking about you. But this time, no one saw the theater of domination like you did last time either. Oh, I see. It's more complicated than I thought. Anyway, everyone go follow Cinda and yell at her to stream. Damn, the last thing we played was Lethal Company? When are we playing Lethal Company? How's this good thing, Mia Grimmer? She's been in the super since rescued. And knows nothing about what the puppet did. Just like last time, you might be able to recover slowly after we take out the corpse and the puppet, right? But why did the criminal target common people like him? His identity was stolen. We won't know if no one called the police. The police said the criminal impersonated him and scammed everyone he knows. What's the point? I don't get it. I've lost count of such bizarre cases lately. Our criminal's a curious fellow for sure. Ah, my coffee! It spilled it on me. Why would anyone put up an advance notice before the crime? Why not just show up and own up to it? Phantom thieves are cool. Dr. Einstein said it could be that the criminal wanted to put fear and confusion in us. Well, if so, it did work. I heard Dr. Tesla's roar when I passed the meeting. Oh, Tesla's roar. When I passed the meeting room this morning, I was like, wait, hold on, because I thought, for some reason, was like, oh, Einstein. That doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. The advance notice is an outright declaration of war. I'm going to find this bastard and blast whoever it is to pieces. That sounds just like Dr. Tesla. You're natural in this, Kiana. Let's see what's on it. The arrested chin close, the children shout, the audience laughs, and lo, the odd eye pops out. Ugh, sounds creepy as hell. Maybe it's once this is what the next crime should be. Shinsha screaming about eyes. That kind of feels like it's related to us, because the kids and Dark Seele's eye or motif has a bunch of eyes on it. So I don't know if that's it, but that's that's the feeling I'm getting from that. Next, we need to hand it to the lab people and let them identify the next crime location based on soil analysis. Salt Lake Base. Finally back. After all this time, it begins to feel like home here. It would look even better with decorations. Hi, looking for someone. Hello, this is the show ticket we got from the mission. We need someone to run tests and locate the next crime. Oh, just give it to me. Good job. Yeah, this definitely isn't an evil person. Thank you, definitely not evil person. We'll work on it as soon as possible. Huh? Is this... you're the Herschel the Void, right? Oh, it's not an evil person, never mind. Yeah, that's me. She's my friend Fiona. She led this mission. great!
ずっと
I've always wanted to thank you in person, but I haven't gotten the chance yet. She was in the city.
私信州
I
の
come
出
from
身で
Shenzhou,
両
and my
親は
family
研
lives
究
in
所
Arc
にいる
City.
の。こ
If
の
it
前の
wasn't for
事
you,
故だ
my
けど
parents
空
wouldn't
の
survive
列車
the
のおかげで
outburst.
両親
Yep.
は助かったから一緒に仕事してるって
They've
両親
spoken of
に
you
話
many
したら
times,
お
and they
礼を
urged
言
me
っ
to
ておい
thank
て
you
っ
in
て
person,
何度
knowing
も
you're
言わ
here
れ
with
て
us now.
助けてくれて
Thank you for
本当に
saving
あ
my
りがとう
family.
そんな礼を言われ
You,
るようなこと
you
じゃ
don't have to.
自分の
I
す
only
べき
did
こ
what
と
I
を
should
し
have
たまで
done.
だよ。
みんながそういう勇気を持って
Not
るわけじゃ
everyone
な
has
い
your
のキ
courage,
アナ
Miss
さん
Kazama. You're the
あ
hero
な
of
た
the
はあの
city.
年を
We
救った
won't
ヒー
forget
ローだっ
that.
て
So I knew this had to come up eventually, right? Someone from the city had to be grateful eventually. Really nice parallel of Seele taking credit for the bad part of herself doing something bad and Kiana just claiming she's the Hersher of the Void. Yeah, actually. That actually makes a lot of sense.
ヒーロー
Yeah.
私がよかったキアナ
Hey, Kiana. See?
みんなキアナ
Not
が
everyone is
怖い
afraid
って
of
わ
you.
けじゃないの
People remember what
キ
you've
アナ
done
の
for
努
us.
力をみんなちゃんと
Well,
知ってるから
there's also Seele immediately chiming in. I mean, like, completely brushing the, oh, you're the Hersher of the Void. And being like, no, this is Kiana. This is my friend. This is Kiana. And it's probably the most aggressive thing we've actually seen Seele do yet. The fact that it was to someone who was actually receptive to Kiana is really interesting. I wonder if she would have been able to have that same front on someone that doesn't have that positive feeling of Kiana. But, like, Seele knows what it's like to have a dark side and have actions be blamed on you for it. And now Seele has a much better relationship. We saw that this was even talked by the Seelas earlier, than Kiana does with Siren. But she knows what it's like to have this other part of you do stuff that you get blamed for. That's why she's like, no, this is Kiana. Without saying no. The two of them together, the fact that every character is unique on themselves, has their own story, but can also, like, parallel off of multiple different characters is really interesting about this series. And it's not in your face. You have to think about it. But it's just fantastic. And I think Star Rail could benefit from this on focusing more just on the main cast rather than constant introduction of characters, but I talked about that previously a little bit. Just the need to constantly be adding characters and putting them in the story because we added them, I feel like is detrimental, but meh. The smaller core cast just works better, and you can play on their character themes a lot more.
あの人だけじゃないよ
Not just her. I heard many staff members spoke of you.
確かにまだキアナが怖いって
Yes,
いう
some are
人
still
も
afraid
い
of
る
you,
けど
but more and more people understand your situation and they feel for you.
キアナの力になりたいって思う
I
人もたくさん
am
いるの
already of the opinion that HI3 is the best Hoyo series, written-wise anyway. It's the worst game. It's the worst of the 4 games. In a lot of ways. It's the worst combat-wise, it's the worst UI, it's the worst, just package in general. But the storyline is way more consistent. It plays a lot more with themage than the others do. The characters are, because there's a smaller cast, it is able to balance things a lot better, use them in different ways. You don't have to worry about, oh, we have to introduce this new character and put them in the story. We don't even really have to worry about reception of them. Not that I think Hoyo cares about the reception of their characters. Like, I don't think they care about the somewhat negativity that Firefly has gotten by some people, because they just keep trucking along with it, and good, because Firefly is great. But No, this is definitely the best written story overall. Like, Penacony's really good, and Fontaine is still my favorite, like, individual story, but the consistency of this story since Chapter 9, the layers that it has, just in general, it's incredibly written. This is one of the best written stories, like, I've read in general. Which is why I wish it was not trapped in this fucking game. Please, Hoya, just, like, hire Trigger, and make HI3 an anime. Speaking of anime, did you guys see the cool leak that happened anime-wise today? We No Game No Life Season 2 is looking like it's actually gonna happen. I'm very excited. That's my favorite story of all time. Anyway. Very weeb. I fucking love No Game No Life. I need to read the most recent novel, but I am otherwise caught up. I love it. It's a fantastic series. And season 2, depending on where they end it, is going to be incredible. The next 2 novels that they have to adapt are probably the best ones. Because the next arc is the Dampier and the Flugel, and it's so good. It's so good. The volume 11, which was the last one that I read, is also really good. None of them are bad. They're still all the way incredible. The Dampier Flugel arc, the Ex Machina arc, and the Fairy arc that was the most recent one. It's just fantastic. It's so good. No Game No Life is great. Okay, anyway.
Try to take it easy, Kiana. Remember that you're our hero. Thank you, Seele, for everything you did. Bronya was right. Huh? What did she say about me? Well, I can't, I mean, I'm gonna have to summarize like an entire 3 weeks straight of conversation, but... it's a secret. I'm hungry now. Oh, let's go eat something. Come on, don't keep me hanging in the air. Please tell me, Kiana. Kiana has a much better appetite this time. I'm so glad. You can't even take good care of yourself, and you're worried sick about her. She's Bronya's good friend, and that makes her my friend too. Of course I care about her. Ugh, awkward silence again. After the theater of domination, the other me rarely spoke to me. What's wrong? I don't know what happened, and she won't tell me either. But maybe I should say something else.
I really like these characters, and obviously they haven't all hit the peak of their arc yet, but like, I really like Einstein, Tesla, and Bronya specifically, but none of them have reached the peak that I like. In my opinion, none of them have reached the level of Neuvillette, Farina. I might get hate for this. I like the Raiden Shogun more than this Raiden so far, more than like any of these characters, but that's the personal thing. And then in Star Rail, like Kafka, no, they're not going to hit the levels to which I adore Kafka and find her fascinating. But like the character I think this is what it is. The consistency of the characters in this is the best. I have the like overall highest average of how I feel about every character in the game in HI3, whereas like Star Rail has really, really high peaks, and then Genshin also, like, Neuvillette and Farina are some of the best written characters in anything I've ever read. But they're also very arc-based. Like, I don't think Neuvillette and Farina, after the Fontaine story, are pretty much done. Like, I'm sure they'll show up here and there, regardless. Whereas, like, these characters still have ways to go. They're still expected to continue on in the story. And that's something worth taking into account. But, I don't know, just, like... Here's the other thing for me. The fact that there are now 4 well, I can't super talk for ZZZ. ZZZ is really endearing. It's also very new, so I can't totally place it yet, but there are at least 3 characters. There's 3 stories from this company that I would rate in, like, my top whatever stories of all time. And probably 4 when ZZZ gets more. Like, I'm probably gonna have to redo my top 50 games chart. I'm probably gonna have to put this in. No, I can't put this in, because I hate it as a game. I think it's terrible as a game. The story is fantastic. But, like, ZZZ, I'm also probably gonna have to put in. The fact that this company makes such high-quality stuff consistently across the board, like, it's so great. It also helps me ignore the controversies going on. Oh my god, the voice actor shit. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that here. We're going to continue.
I'm getting used to living here. I made a lot more new friends, and they're really nice to me.
The voice actor stuff, though, technically isn't Hoyo's fault. They hire a company who hires voice actors, but, you know.
I finished the required training, and even did more. I overcame my weakness and became as reliable as Branya.
That said, also, because I'm comparing to Star Rail and stuff, this is many arcs. Like, the point at which I'm in now is several arcs ahead of Star Rail. Star Rail accomplished in 1 year, like, how I overall feel about this when this was, what, 5-6 years in at this point? So it's not totally fair to compare. But Genshin, it's more fair. That said, though, like, I know I've said my piece on Inazuma, but Sumeru and especially Fontaine are such high quality. Not only was Penacony, it's Inazuma, like, technically speaking, Penacony's before Chapter 9. The starts specifically for ZZZ and Star Rail are really high quality. And give me a lot of hope. Which also, speaking of ZZZ in this comparison, ZZZ seems a lot more consistent as a story, in part because Wise and Bell are just straight characters. The Trailblazer is a straight character now. Well, they're definitely a gag character, but they are not the silent self-insert character that they started as, or that the Traveler still kind of is. Which adds a lot to it, but they don't directly talk most of the time. Bell and Wise are. Kiana is. Like, you don't have to worry about filling in the blanks of characters, which helps a lot with storytelling. But ZZZ seems like it's going to take a much more similar approach to this, where while there are individual arcs focusing on certain things and characters, the story is just gonna be ongoing and cascading. That said, it is only the beginning, but there are 3, technically 4 arcs already out, so I guess they're all technically 1 arc, but character arcs, you know what I mean.
Oh, right. The cafe I went to with Kiana has come up with new varieties. Maybe we can ask her to go there again. Kiana, has she enchanted you? Huh? Before it was Branya, and before that it was Cocolia. You're just a big baby.
I don't even think she's actually mad that Seele is making friends. I think she's mad that she's hidden away and can't have these friends too. Like, obviously there's going to be a part of her that, like, is like, oh, they're taking Seele away from me, yada yada. But no, I think she's more jealous that she has to, like, be hidden away.
You said you'd be strong and independent, that you wouldn't need to ask for help. But why do you keep calling their names?
Because friends. other me.
どうしちゃったの？
I don't quite understand. She also doesn't actually understand friendship.
もういい。うん。
Enough. Just suit yourself.
もう一人の私、ど
The
うして
other
そ
me.
んなに怒って
Why
る
would you be
の？
so upset?
もう一人の私。
The other me? She's sad. Oh hey, look, it's turned into a cocoon. I'm a fucking idiot. I don't know how I didn't get it from the caterpillars. Disappeared to the sea of butterflies. The fact that it took me like, oh hey look, it's a cocoon now to recognize that, despite like pointing out butterfly symbology with Seele before. The fact that it's on the scale though is interesting, and I don't know what that represents, because it's not tipping the scale, it's just on the scale.
名前。
Name.
劇場のあいつ。
Maybe the puppet in the theater.
またあなたね。
You
同類じゃないっ
again.
て言って
I said we're not the same.
付きまとわない。
Stop bothering me.
私？誰？
Me? Who? Lily doesn't understand. Lily is Lily. Lily is also everyone.
でも、リリーかわいそうな状
Poor John died, but it doesn't matter. We are many.
同じ人じゃないけど。
We are not the same one. We are the same one. We are. Well, he is. I am. You can be too.
もういい。あなたたちが仲間だっていうのはもう出てって。
どうして？
I'm leaving.
どうして出るの？
Why are you leaving? There's no one else here. Aren't you fond of locking yourself up in a small room?
あなたには関係ない。
None of your business.
あー、リリー。
Ah, Lily understands. You're distant and abandoned. That's why you always hide in your little room, right?
出てって。
Get out.
あれ？リリー間違え
Huh? Lily got it wrong. Isn't it because no one wants you that you cry your big eyes out in here? Poor girl.
あなたはあの子の影。嘘で
You're only her shadow, a lie. But now she doesn't even need you anymore.
あの子もあなたを必要としなくなった。
I actually really like this. The idea of self within collective being like an escape for certain people is a really fascinating plot thread that I like when it when they use. And I like the way they're doing this, and it is going to appeal to Seele, to other Seele, who is part of that. It is also very Cosmosphere, honestly. Man, I want a new Archnelico game.
黙って。
Shut up.
あの子には他の
She
人
has
がい
new
る。
friends now, hasn't she? People that care about her. She won't be lonely anymore.
あの子は
See?
友
She
達の
won't
名
quit calling
前
your
で呼び合
friends
って
names.
る。
But you don't even have a name.
あなたは名前すらないのに。
He doesn't, but that doesn't stop Seele from calling for her. I think this is going to be a resolution point of the character arc we're seeing right now, but through all the jealousy and all this, every time something happens with Seele, especially anytime something good happens, her immediate thought is to go tell other Seele about it, and talk to other Seele about it, and share these feelings with her. Because to Seele, not only is other Seele part of her, she is also one of her friends. You know, she wants to share this joy and this happiness with her. It would probably help if she actually, you know, like, told these people that other Seele exists, so that she didn't have to, like, repress other Seele all the time, and so that other Seele could also have friends here. But I think that will also be part of the resolution.
黙りなさい。
知ってるんでしょ？
Up.
あなたはあのシーリンと、
Oh, that
そ
was
して
it.
私たちと何の違
You
いが
know
ないっ
it.
てこと。
You're no different from Siren. No different from us. Okay. Siren is a very different entity from both of you. And her integration into things is very different from both of you.
あの子はあなたが嫌い。あなたのすべてを否定し、あなたの存在を望んで
She
ないの。
hates you. She despises everything about you. She wishes you gone.
あの子の
You call her a coward, but in the end, you're the coward yourself. Afraid to face the facts, afraid of being abandoned by her. Shut up. Oh, you're mad. That's it for today then. Such a pity. You have such good potential. You're far better off with us.
I really like the movement of them. It is very puppet-like. The way their joints don't actually, like, none of their body parts seems to actually move, like, naturally. They're constantly, like, falling and flailing, and I don't know what this hand pose is, but it's freaking me out, and that's great. Is that the middle finger? Wait. What the fuck kind of... What? Or is it two... Is it index and ring, or is it... Or, excuse me, index and middle, or is the middle finger the one curled in? I don't know if there's symbology to that, but it's cool.
You can say no, but it matters not. The strings are already getting to you now. The theater of domination welcomes your next visit.
She clenched her hand so hard that it pressed the armrest into pieces. I don't know, it seems pretty together to me. But as she released her hands, the pieces formed a black mist and restored the armrest. This was a world of her creation, where destruction was meaningless and cannot serve as a way to vent her anger. It further sank her already heavy mood.
Damn it. Damn it. Damn it.
She's not saying it, she's saying idiot. And I don't know if she's talking about Seele or herself. We looked at this one, right? Oh, no, I don't think we did, actually.
Are you mad at me?
怒ってない
No.
This looks like it's still in the Sea of Quanta.
I know how you feel.
After the experiment went terribly wrong, she was... Okay, this is right when they ended up in the Sea of Quanta. She was transformed into quantum state, and now drifting in the trenches of the Sea of
こ
Quanta.
れで気が済んだ
Be now.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry for dragging you into this.
あの力あなたにはまだ
I
早い
told you it was too early for you to harness that power.
どうしていつもあ
I
なた
don't
に
even know why I
巻
always
き込ま
follow
れ
your
なきゃいけない
steps in the muddy waters.
はいはい私たちは
Alright, guess it's too late whining now.
それでこれからど
So,
うするの
what do you plan to do
わ
next?
からない。
I don't know.
でも、ブロニャお姉ちゃんと
Ronnie and I made a
約束
promise
したの。
to go to the
お
seaside
姉ちゃん
together.
がツーレを見つけてくれるって。
Her voice grew lower and lower into a
も
sob.
う泣かないでちょうだい
Cut it out, crying baby. Try to save some strength.
お姉様が見つけてくれた時に
If you and Bronya finally finds you, the Sea of Quanta would be full of your salty tears.
Hearing this, Seele's welled-up tears were held back and a soft smile floated up.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
そうそうちゃんと
Yeah,
感謝し
you
なさい
should
よ
thank me. If it wasn't for me, you couldn't have talked Kokoli into experimenting on you, and we wouldn't end up.
そばにいてくれてありがと
I
う。
meant to thank you for your company.
こうなったのは、
I
ゼーレ
know
の
we're
わが
only
ま
here
まの
because of my
せいだ。あ
stubbornness.
なたがゼーレに傷
I know
つ
you
いて
didn't
ほ
want to
し
see
く
me
ない。
get hurt,
それでもあなたは、
but in the
ゼーレ
end,
に
you
手
still
を貸
helped
して
me,
くれ
and
て、
now you're still
こ
with
の
me.
漁師の海には
I
何があ
don't
るか
know
わ
what
から
we'll
な
run
い
into
し。
here, or when
ブロニャ
Bronya
お
will
姉あ
find
な
us,
たがそばにいれば、
but as long as you're here with me, I won't be lonely anymore.
The unusually sarcastic girl fell silent.
You idiot.
目を閉じて
She sighed heavily before making up her mind.
Close your eyes now. Huh?
Seele was confused, but she did so nonetheless. She knew this meant the other her was about to tap into the power she wasn't able to harness yet.
Done.
The other her said after a while. Seele opened her eyes. Okay, and this is the like mind palace room that we see. We also did see this when they were in the Sea of Quanta at the end. This was where Bronya like broke into. And then Seele broke back into. Before her eyes, the previous chaos and darkness around her were replaced by a dimly lit room.
ここ
This is
私が作った空間
a space I
外
created.
の世界
It
の
can
干渉を
protect
受
us
け
from
な
what's
がら
out there in the
そうよ
sea.
ね
You can see it as a bubble in the Sea of Quanta.
セーレのために
You
作って
created
くれ
it
た
for me?
の。
は
Don't
泣き虫の
flatter
ために
yourself.
作ったなんて漁師の海で
All I
誰にも
want
邪魔され
is
ず
a
眠り
place
た
where
い
I can
時
sleep well.
お姉
After
様
all,
がいつ見つ
who
けて
knows
く
where
れ
your
るか
dear
わからない
Branya
し
will find us, when your dear Branya will find us
あ
here.
りがとう。
Thank
だ
you.
からあなたの
It
ためじゃ
wasn't
ない
built for
から
you. Never mind. I see no point in arguing with an idiot.
バカ相手に何を言っても仕方ないもの
あなたがいると本当に
Feel
安
safe
心
with
でき
you
る。
around me.
少し休みなさい
Go to sleep.
あの
You
実
haven't
験
had
は
any shut-eye since the experiment. Okay. With her mind at ease, she fell asleep soon.
本当にバカ
Idiot.
ね
Watching Seele fast asleep with a sweet smile, she found it hard to close her eyes. Their twisted fate aside, there was something else bothering her. Outside the room, and within the Sea of Quanta, she felt something sinister, and we know that's Kevin. Are there more of those that I should watch out for? There's one more, but it will stop me around then. Okay. "6 a.m. Seale's room, Salt Lake Base." Actually, before I continue, it is also interesting the way that through the whole series, we've seen multiple characters have like multiple personalities inside them, and not only the different way that they interact with them, but the different way that they're like formed and live. I talked about it a little bit earlier, when I was talking about the idea that other Seele might be the Hersher and not regular Seele. But we have Kiana, who has another personality that is actively hostile towards her and everything, so she has to actively oppose. We have Seele, who both personalities support each other and are fully fleshed out personalities that are experiencing their own levels of emotion and like different people and having the communication fallout of regular people, but are both at the end of the day want to be kind to each other and generally are kind to each other, even if other Seele is a Tsundere. And then we have Fuhua, who technically Senti is not Fuhua and is its own entity that just happened to share the body and tried to be Fuhua. But they are both antagonistic towards each other, but also supportive towards each other, in that they want to be supportive of each other, but because of the nature of them, they couldn't be. And after the big fallout of it, they're now, or at least Fuhua is trying to find Senti again so they can have a positive relationship. It's really interesting to see the different ways all of these interact are different, but are also similar. Because despite there being multiple of... In a lot of other series, this would feel like, oh, okay, the author doesn't have any ideas, they're doing the same thing again. None of these feel like that. None of them feel the same. And the way that they're built up over time and the way they're introduced, they're all given their own intrigue and their own time to be fleshed out. So seeing the different ways that the characters react to it and the relationships that each of them have with their other selves, it's just fascinating. And it goes back to what I was saying earlier, where like every character can parallel off of multiple different characters, and that adds so much to both the story and the characterization. Despite not at all feeling like there's actually any overlap. Because there's an extreme amount of actual overlap in characterization and motivations and even just things happening. But it doesn't feel like it. because they're all given their own time to flesh out and develop and work. I don't know of any other series that tries or would, I think, be able to handle, like, oh yeah, here's 4 characters that have multiple personalities within it. Let's break down how they're different, how they're the same, and how they all interact with each other. It's fascinating, and it's done really well. 6 a.m., Seele's room, Salt Lake Base.
Oh no, I overslept! What? Really?
She wasn't, other Seele didn't wake her up.
Seele's here! Seele's late, that's her. Sorry, I won't be late tomorrow.
10 a.m., training room, Salt Lake Base.
Let's begin today's training.
Training mode activated. So yeah, and you can see, like, even just this, other Seele not interacting with her at all is, like, crushing to Seele. I'm mad, actually, at how boring Star Rail Seele is. Because I don't need her to be the same, but they do nothing with her. And when, like, base Seele is this good of a character, it's almost insulting that they gave the like, name and appearance to such a nothing burger character. Like, at least I don't like Star Rail Bronya, but I have things to say about Star Rail Bronya. Like, I have reasons that I don't like her. I'm just extraordinarily neutral on Star Rail Seele, because I want to like her. I think there is an interesting base there. She has a defined personality, but she doesn't do anything. Dushang, Yanqing, even as much as I was complaining before, Nat, they all have developed personalities, they all have stuff they're doing. I could tell you what they're doing in given situations. Seele, on purpose, is written to, like, not have characterization, or not have, like, not characterization, because I could define what her character is in Star Rail. But Seele, like, actively is like, yeah, I don't want to choose. I don't want to do things. Just point me in the direction and let me punch things. But she doesn't even really get to do that. Because she doesn't do anything outside of, the main arc of Bellabong. In basically any event. She's just so nothing. Nat also has an extremely deep relationship with every character in the underworld. And her being the leader of Wildfire, like, at least has something to her there. I do think Nat is extremely underutilized, but, like, she comes up in pretty much every character story. Because she's important, because she does stuff, because she's interesting. Bronya, I have reasons to not like her. I have reasons to, like, disagree with the stuff she's doing. I can't disagree or agree with Seele, because Seele in Star Rail is, haha, I don't feel like making a choice. I'm extremely neutral, or, yeah, I don't know, I'll go to what Bronya wants to do. And again, I don't want her to even be similar to this Seele, because I like how different the XPs are from the actual base characters. But I want them to have, like, a comparable idea. Like, every other XP has something going for them. I can talk about them. I can talk about the things they're doing, why they're doing them, the differences and the similarities between the originals and the XP. Star Rail Seele just doesn't do anything. She's there to look cool, and that's kind of it. And the detachedness of her character, because I would describe Star Rail Seele as a detached tomboy. she actively, despite being like a high-ranking wildfire member, she actively doesn't make decisions. She tries not to make decisions. When you were talking about the fate of the world that she lives on, she's like, yeah, I don't know. What does Bronya want to do? That, I guess. And it's like, what? That? How is that your opinion? And I think you could do something interesting with that, where, like, she, through whatever reasons, is like, no, I don't want to make decisions. But that's not what it feels like. Like, I can fill in those gaps, right? But with how she is introduced, with how important she is made to be in the beginning of the story, to fall off this hard, it's like, but why? Meanwhile, like, she's an XP of this character with this hugely fleshed out character that has all this stuff going on. This is her second appearance. This is the second arc she's been in. And she's incredible. Like, Seele in Star Rail is objectively the poster character of the Belobog arc. She's the first banner character. And she has nothing. Like, I don't think Ellen makes a giant splash in ZZZ either. But she gets as much screen time as, like, pretty much anyone else. She does things. She has a defined motivation and all this as much as any other character in ZZZ does. Seele has a good design. And that's it. And that's it. And the more I'm playing this, the more frustrated I am with her. I wish I did not roll her. Because I was super taken in by her design. I was taken in by, like, all the hype around her from HI3 fans. Because, oh, Seele is this great character. And she is. HI3 Seele is fantastic. And, well, yes, I was comparing, like, first banner to first banner. But yeah, Seele is an XP character in Star Rail. And again, like I said, I don't want them to be the same. I want them to have different arcs. Like, Himiko is totally different. Sushang is a very big contrast from what I know. Even, like, going into Genshin, Raiden is very different. Nahida, I was having debates with you on if she's a XP character. She definitely is. Like, I just don't... It's just so disappointing. I think Seele is the most disappointing character in Star Rail. And that sucks, because she has one of the best designs. She has one of the, like, some of the best animations. And like, at least with Bronya, like I said, like, I dislike her and I have reason to dislike her. She's a character, and I have things. There's a second Bronya XP. And Silverwolf's one of the best characters in Star Rail. And Silverwolf feels way more like Bronya than Bronya. But no, it's just... it's just frustrating. Because, like, again, like I've said a few times now, I don't want them to be the same character. But I want them to have, like, a comparable quality of writing, I guess. Because if you're gonna take this legacy character, especially one of the main characters of the story, every other XP, besides Bronya, basically, is more or less a side character. Even Himiko is a side character. And they're all fantastic in Star Rail. You take one of your first characters, one of the earliest characters that is going to be introduced in this game, in the first major arc, because the space station really doesn't have a arc until the Ratio and Ranmei chapters. The first major arc of your game, she's the poster character, she's the first banner, she's one of the first characters you meet in that. Technically you meet, like, Bronya and the above ground characters first, but Seele is the one that, when the story really starts, you're hanging out with her, she's the, like, pushing the story, and then it's just nothing. How? like, they make up for it in Acheron, in the sense that, like, here's one of the main characters of the previous thing that we're making next BF, and they develop her a ton. They do a great job with her. Like I said, Silverwolf is great, and Seele's just nothing. I really hope we go back. We need to go back to Bellabon at some point, if for no other reason than to flesh Seele out and have her actually, like, do something. Do something. And it really, really does not help that Seele and Bronya get a very, very, very condensed character arc of them. No, you know what? Seele and Bronya are the characters that are actually held back by being XPs. Because they didn't want to retread the arc for people that know it. They didn't, but they do it enough that it's kind of confusing for people that don't know the arc. It's really boring for people that don't know the arc. Because if you know their arc in this, you can at least fill in the gaps in Star Rail. And cause every other XP character gets to do their own thing. They get their own story. Bronya and Seele are very... How would I put this? Because they're tied to their original story, but in such a way that they don't do anything with it. Because they don't want... You have to know HI3 to be able to enjoy Star Rail. But if you don't know their story in HI3, the romance, quote unquote, between them is not interesting. Like some of the after stuff, like I think some of the comments between them later, like one of the funniest parts of the museum event is Bronya and Seele, or Seele's interview with Bronya. But like otherwise, they're just so not interesting. It's so rushed. It's so ugh. And yeah, if you know HI3, you're like, wait, this was such a great built-up relationship in this. This is all you're doing with it? Hello, Black Spike X. I'm ranting. No, it's just really disappointing. And I don't feel about this way of any other comparable characters between HI3 and any of the other games. I think everyone else has their own good arcs. I think everyone else is interesting. I think everyone else plays on things with the characters they come from, but is not bound to it. I do play 14. I've technically started Dawn Trail, but not really. I'm like probably like 2 hours into it, because man, I really like 14, especially playing it on my own. It triggers my sleepy idiot disease like nothing else. I want to play it. I really like 14, but I just can't keep going with it. I was gonna play it earlier today, and I was like, I can just play Genshin, and then I want to play Genshin for 2 hours. I think I'm just like, I need my group of 14 players back to really get me back into it. 3 p.m. Meeting room, Salt Lake Base. No, I'm on Primal and Ultras. 11 p.m. Seals room, Salt Lake Base. After tossing and turning for a long time, she opened her eyes and sighed.
It's a little bit too quiet. I'm not used to it. The other me, can you stop being mad at me? I know you care about me. You always keep me company and protect me. What you said was for my own good. I know that. You always stand up for me in the fight because you don't want to see me hurt. But I don't want you to get hurt either.
I think another thing with 14 is I really don't want to play an MMO. I like playing with people, but my internet craps out randomly, which makes it really hard for an MMO Queue times are really annoying, both in getting into the game and like trying to do roulettes and stuff. Just everything about its MMO-ness is like makes it harder for me to play it right now than any other thing that I want to play. And it makes it a struggle to decide, yeah, I'll get on. Especially when I have to pay for it monthly.
You don't want me to make new friends because you're afraid I might get hurt or bullied and hide in the toy box again.
You're so close, Seele. You're so close. You have the first part. And I'm sure this is like a little bit of it, but no, she's afraid you'll replace her.
But it's okay. I'm not afraid because I have you by my side.
Okay, this is important. Emphasize this part of it.
You always tell me to care more about myself, but myself includes you, right?
This is both very on point and very off point. Because part of other Seele's whole deal right now is she doesn't want to just be another part of Seele. She wants to be her own entity. Like, she doesn't want to live like vicariously through Seele. She wants to live with Seele.
You asked me who you are to me. I thought long and hard. There can only be one answer. You're me, and I'm you. We're equal. You wish me happiness, and I wish you too. You seem to be upset about not having a name. We're equal, and I want to call you by your name. So if you have a name you like, just tell me. I want to know how you feel. What's she mumbling about? Hope she's not the naivest to believe it'll talk and move me.
It should.
Whatever she says, I've decided to leave her alone.
She's pouting. She's pouting just like Senti.
Still going on and on. It's a long, long confession. Never mind. Sounds sincere at least. I won't hold it against her anymore. I'll show up and talk to her in a moment. I don't fully reject the idea of reconciliation, but it depends on her attitude.
She's such a tsundere.
Huh? Why had she stopped?
No, please. She's so grumpy.
You just fell asleep like that? Hey, who gave you permission? I remember you still had something to say no. And in your clothes? They're gonna get all wrinkled and sweaty. Don't stop now. Do you need me? So we're equal. So you can't live without me.
At the very least, she did say this part. And she pretty much implied this part.
It wasn't coming from you. I'd never tolerate such a long, boring speech. Idiot. Idiot. Seele's a big idiot. I know you don't need me anymore.
She doesn't need you, but she wants you. And that's the important part. Because I think Seele at this point definitely could exist on her own. She doesn't need this other part of her. But she at no point has ever rejected it. I guess at the very, very beginning, but she came out and said, like, very early on, like, oh, I was just scared because I didn't know what was going on. And she apologized for it. Which, to be fair, if you were a 9-year-old and you were hearing voices in your head sometimes, and then you saw a shadowy blob form that was talking and yelling at you and telling you to kill people, wouldn't you also? I think anyone would be scared.
You're making progress every day and becoming strong. Someday you'll be able to hold your own. I was born out of your desire for protection, but seems you don't need it anymore. You're tough now, and everyone loves one.
一人でいろんなことができる。
I assume this is supposed to be everyone's loved one, or like everyone loves you. You can handle your life on your own.
いつかその日が来るって
I knew this day would come.
私は知ってた。
I knew I would become unnecessary.
私は消える運命にあるんだ。
Other Seele, I know you weren't really listening because you were pouting. But you didn't hear a word she said.
こうして理不尽にあなたに怒りをぶつけるのも
I only threw a tantrum at you to cover up my anxiety and loneliness.
それと
Pensy with the
寂しさ
resub.
を隠すため。
Thank you, Pensy.
結局あなたが謝って
But you
慰
came
め
to
てくれることに
apologize
な
first
る
and
から
comforted
ね。
me. You're such an idiot.
あなた
A
は
soft, gentle
本
idiot.
当にバカ。あのポロ人形の話なんか
Don't
信じな
buy
い
the
わ。
dumb puppet story anyway.
ゼーレの気持ち
I know how you feel
私
all
だっ
along.
て私たちは同じ
After
存
all,
在
we're
だも
one.
の。
We're both
そ
Seele.
の日が来るまであなたが傷つかない
Before that day comes, I'll do my best to protect you and keep harm away from you.
そしてあなたが
Until
本当
that
の
day
意
when
味
you
で
become fully fledged.
迷
So
い
this is
破って
also
蝶になる時
an
が来
interesting
た。
distinction from Buhua and Senti. Senti was really broken, I guess, by the difference between them. Both Seelas actually accept the relationship, even if they're a little anxious or upset by it. It's just a matter of, like, actually getting their feelings out about it towards each other, because they are connected, because they have this, like, idea of their relationship. They don't want it to change. They don't need it to change. Where Senti needed to accept the truth. I don't know if I got the point out the way that I have it in my head, but it's again, it's just an interesting difference between them. She's angry again. Because, like, Senti would wholly be swayed by the puppets, is how I feel. Or at least before the arc. She would have been swayed by the puppets. Other Seele isn't. What the hell did I
どう
just
しちゃ
say?
ったの？
What's
変
gotten
な
into
もの
me?
でも食べ
Bad
たかしら。
food?
でも食べたのは私じゃないし。
I didn't do the eating, so it has to be this
あ
idiot.
のちょっとどうしてすやすや寝てるのよ。私を
Wait,
笑ってる
how
の
come
ね。
you can still sleep so
あの
tight?
二つはね。
Really pisses me off. She's so stupid.
どうしてバカゼーレのことで悩んでるの？明日
No!
みんなに
Other
笑われ
Seele,
るよ。
no!
顔にゼーレはバカ。
Alright, Seele's a dummy all over your face.
やめた。
Whatever.
一応私の体で
This
もある
body
から
belongs to me
割
too,
に合わないわね。
so it's not worth it.
ゼーレのバカ。
Shit, I can't spell. I don't know how to write. Aww. 6 a.m. Seele's room, Salt Lake Base.
ねえ、ゼーレ。
Hey, Seele, wake up.
早く起きないと。
Get up now
あ
or
の
the
ガ
kids
キた
will
ち
make
に
fun
笑
of
わ
you
れる。
again.
ちょっと。
Hey,
起き
get
て
up!
って
What? The enemy! You scared me again!
またそんな起こし方。
何？もっ
What?
と優しい起こ
Want me
し
to
方
wake
が
you
よ
up
かった。
gently? Nothing. It's alright.
戦闘スタッフ全員
All combat
会議室に
personnel
集
to the
合して
meeting
くれ
room. Repeat. All combat personnel to report to the meeting room. Well, that
急に
means
す
us.
まないが緊急事態だ
Sorry, there's an
君たちの
emergency.
協
何？やっと
But
戻
I
れ
can
る。
finally go back now.
結論として違いはないが
Yes, but it's not
喜ん
necessarily
でいい
good
以上
news.
最悪の予想が現実になった
The worst has happened. Data shows the cores extracted from the puppets are highly similar to that of a
全
certain
文明
Hersher.
大中立者
The 10th Hersher, the Hersher of Dominance, also known as the
全文
Legion
明は
Hersher in the
もう
previous
一
era.
つの名前がある千人
I
律者
think this is the first mention of them, right? Dominance makes sense though, because I said it was about control earlier, and dominance is obviously the theater of dominance. I feel like there might have been a mention of something like this in one of the manga, but this is a relatively new concept to me.
千人律者？
The
Legion Hersher?
そいつは1000人いる
There are
ってことは
1,000 of them. They're weak individually, but they act in a coordinated manner and are hard to deal with. But Mophead, the 10th Hersher in the previous era doesn't necessarily match the pattern we're seeing now. Yeah, they're not going to. Like, Shixel was smart in saying, don't necessarily use the data from the previous era. Like, use it to compare and learn, but don't assume it's going to be exactly the same. Changing the Hersher of Earth to the Hersher of Stars makes sense in this, because they acted differently. They were a different person, and their powers manifested slightly differently. The 1,000 individuals were all human beings, each with a core inside, and there wasn't anything about puppets or theater. That's why I didn't jump to the conclusion earlier. The differences have further complicated the situation. Hershers of our time have exhibited different traits than those of the previous era. Humanity's evolved, and so have they. It would be problematic to deduct the Hersher we're facing now, based on records from the previous era. Papa, Papa, Papa. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Mika Shiyu. I'm dunking Mika in milk. Hello, I'm the illustrious Saus's Grand Tomato Slime Extraordinaire. I'm a cool, fun little tomato guy. I play a lot of horror games and mystery games and RPGs. So if you'd like to follow me, please do so if you think those things are cool. Right now we're playing Honkai Impact 3rd, and will be forever at this rate. How was Dungeon Golf, Mika? I'm going to assume that sounds like a multiplayer thing. I'm going to assume you're playing with Pastry and Gidio. It was fun, you died horribly? Hell yeah! We love when Mika dies horribly. What do you mean, what? It's very funny. It's very funny when Mika dies horribly. You'll throw dirt on my controller, but I don't need dirt on my controller. I need it under my pillow for the dirt man. Everything about HI3 is incredible, except for its experience as a video game. I've said it a few times, my opinion on HI3, story is great, characters are great, music is great, like, art is great, pretty much everything, except for it as a video game. I wish it was an anime. But we are enjoying the heck out of it. We are midway through the first part of the Seele Hersher of Dominance arc. We just got the term Hersher of Dominance, if anyone knows what that means. And Einstein and Tesla are talking about how things are dramatic. Simply put, we're looking at a more complicated case. I remember the Legion Hersher from the last era can keep their minds in sync and work seamlessly together to mount up serial attacks. If this hasn't changed, it's not hard to explain why the puppets can produce an accurate advanced crime notice every time. No, there is no dub. This is HI3 is a much older game than other Hoyo games. Otherwise I would be playing it in English. I'd love it if they'd go back and dub it. Especially since a lot of these characters technically have English voice actors now. Shixel says similar cases have broken out all over the globe, each connected to a broken puppet and a show ticket. In addition, some crime scenes with similar traces, but nothing else were found. Maybe the World Serpent was there first. Shixel and World Serpent both? Now every piece of evidence points to the emergence of a new Hersher. You're right. I can finally come back now, but I find it hard to cheer up. And I can tell from the look on your face that you're holding something even worse back. How I wish your keen observation could be put to better use. Just now, the results of the soil tracing test came out. Their next target is the Salt Lake base. Yeah, I figured this when they talked about the
the kid screaming. But yeah, Star Rail, Genshin, and ZZZ all have English dubs. Unfortunately, HI3 does not. It would help me a lot if it did. Later that night, Salt Lake Base. I hope you have a good bed, Mika Shiyu. Everyone follow fun-cooled VTuber Mika Shiyu. She's genuinely one of the funniest people I know. Unintentionally on her end, but it is very amusing nonetheless. Well, sometimes it's intentional. But, you know, Mika moment. Actually, I gotta record Mika moment for you at some point, still. Later that night, Salt Lake Base. Mika knows my name. Now I'll record it at some point, not with other background sounds. All was quiet. The usual crowded hallway was vacant. But no, yeah, seriously, Mika is one of my favorite people in the world. She's very funny, she's very nice, she's very cool. Please go give her all of your love.
It's like a space station.
Matoshka Pokoli's food stash.
You're right.
Seele knew Bronya was trying to ease the tension. The warm childhood memory made her lips curve into a smile.
Bronya never foresaw one day Seele would fight alongside her back to back. I'm just glad to finally be helpful. Come on, someone has been sweating non-stop. Bronya, are you nervous?
Of course. Bronya replied gently.
Dr. Einstein has a sound plan, but we know very little of our enemies, and that places us in a disadvantageous position.
This is very interesting given what Welt told her earlier. This is basically what Welt told her, is like, you have to fill in the gaps with what you do know, but they know like nothing. Thank you, Pensy, for the gift sub to Mika. I appreciate it. To minimize the risks, Dr. Einstein evacuated all personnel in the base. It's okay, Cinda. You can also gift a sub, or spend money towards one of the figures on my throne. Mechas couldn't be counted on either. They were transferred to a distant warehouse. Considering the advance notice might be a trap, Kiana followed Teresa to ensure personal safety. Yes, you do. Well, technically I work for the money you give me, but yes, I agree. As for Seele and Bronya, who had fought the puppets before, they were stationed at the base to stand guard.
Even though we're faced with an unknown enemy, we need to give everything we have. I've been planning hard for this day to come. Last time in the Sea of Quanta, it was you who saved Bronya. Oh, that was...
Clap, clap, clap.
It was all thanks to Seele. Seele was incredible.
The other Seele was making fun of her in her head.
What's wrong, Seele? No, Bronya, I want to tell you something. I should have told you long ago back at the orphanage.
Seele, I do think you should have this conversation. I do 100% think you should tell Bronya. This probably is not the moment.
Hey, are you trying to... Surviving the Sea of Quanta and saving you? I couldn't have done it on my own. Hey, idiot, now's not the time for this.
Yeah, no, this probably isn't the time for it.
Wait, Seele. Huh? I heard something. Are these deserted mechas in the warehouse? They weren't transferred? But they're all broken like that and can't do much damage. Let's just be safe and put them to rest. Hope the doctors won't mind.
weird stuff every time. I've only had one character for so long, it's so weird to have the ability to switch characters again. Huh? That's... Well, the camera has zoomed in very far. Hello! Bam! Defeat at least 3 enemies. I don't have an ability to not defeat 3 enemies. What? I feel like at some point they massively reworked every chapter, or like what your goals were, because none of them make sense. No, none of them make sense. Like, oh, you only use 1 battlesuit. You don't give me a choice. Oh, kill 3 enemies. There were 4. Yeah, that place doesn't feel right. Not right. I can feel the presence of something dark. The theater. Brownie and I will go and investigate. Be careful. It can be a trap. Brownie, there's something over there. That's... A spatial clerk. What would be in here? Why would it be here in the base? Maybe it's a trap. We should attack and neutralize it just to be safe. Oh boy, here we go. Goodbye. Dear audience, please do not speak loudly in the theater. Listen. Seele. Whoops, they were separated again. A puppet? No. A houser. Welcome to the Theater of Domination. I'm your host today, Jerry Barbara. Please be seated. The prelude is about to begin. Oh, apologies. It's actually the finale of the Harsher of Reason. This is the Theater of Domination Seele mentioned. It feels like entering the Sea of Quanta for the first time, only this is neither reality nor the Sea of Quanta. Hey, what are you looking for? Oh, I see. You're looking for the timid purple girl. Purple? Purple? She's blue. I mean, I guess she is blue and there is a blue version and a red version. Blue and red make purple. But she's blue. May is purple. Relax, neither of you is walking out of here alive. But unlike you, she hasn't outlived her usefulness. Okay, I think that is then the ring finger over there. I think it is. I think these two are the index and middle finger. Just yet. I don't care if a lot of the puppets are children. They should know the difference between purple and blue. Well, Seele is here somewhere too. Alright, don't keep the audience waiting. Introducing the leading character of the night. The Harsher of Reason. The first trainer of the Honkai. The protector of the worm civilization. In comparison to predecessors, she's proved to be the biggest failure yet. I just mean they were lured really easily to throwing their lives away. First, let's take a quick look at her short and miserable life. Bronya Zaychik, born in Siberia, blah blah. Fast forward to the highlight. After a few days in the sickbed, she became the Harsher of Reason. but unfortunately she hasn't been able to win even one battle ever since.
彼女は一度も勝っていないのだ。
She won the battle where she became the Herrscher of Reason.
ヨルムンガンドのリーダーに
Lost to the leader of the
漁
Wild
師の
Serpent.
海に囚われ
I don't know, I think she won. Trapped in the sea of Quanta and put to sleep facing the Herrscher of Sentience. Yeah, no, I can't defend the Senti one.
おっとすまない。司会者は笑っちゃダメだ。
Fraud watch, fraud watch, let's go. Sorry, where's my professionalism? I shouldn't have laughed so hard as the host.
しかし皆さん
But, dear audience, the most curious thing is she still finds herself a tough fighter.
彼女が今日まで
The
やって
only
これ
reason
たの
why
は
she still believes is dumb luck was to put the Herrscher core in her hand.
たまたま律者コアを手にすることができたから。
That really wasn't luck. It was determination more than anything. Determination and love.
彼女の同級生を見て
Look
み
at
ろ。
her peers. She can match no one. She even failed to succeed the Welt name.
彼女
よくわかってますね。
You know Barony inside out, just like you were watching her the whole time. Jerry is me.
司会者として
This is my
登場
homework.
人物の情報を
Relax,
予習す
I
る
get
の
every
は
detail
当たり前
right.
なんでさ。
You
その
know
コ
what
アが
I
な
think.
かった
Without
ら
the core, you're just like
あなた
us.
もし私に
Seriously, even I would make a better Herrscher than you if I had the core.
うまくやれる。
But you are a
好きな律者
Herrscher,
なん
and you
て
do
会
have a
った瞬
core.
間はいやれやれ。
How about this? You give the core to me, and I'll handle Honkai for you. Sounds good.
トークショーは終わりましたか？
Are you done with your stand-up comedy? Not funny at all.
ジェリー・バーベラ。
Jerry Barbara.
ブローニャの記憶が
Bologna
正しければ
remembers this name.
この
An
名前は
unsuccessful
失踪者リストに
comedian
なり
who
ま
has
す。
gone missing.
あまり知られていないコメディ役者です。
They're projecting.
あなたは彼を演じてるん
Are
です
you
か？
playing him?
それ
Or
とも
are you him?
あな
Hey, I did you a huge favor wrapping up your pathetic life. I didn't even get a thank you.
そうですね。
Alright, Bologna
ありが
thanks
とう
you.
ございます。あなたのおかげで
Thanks to you, Bologna has connected the dots and worked out the
この
answer.
一連の
なんだと
What?
ただ
But you
こ
can't
の
have
コア
this
は
core.
渡せない。
Bologna still needs
ブ
it.
ローニャにはそれに
He's a comedian. You don't need one to start
一
with.
着
演目開
The
始。
show begins
ご覧
now.
ください。
Lo and behold, the swan song of the traitor of Honkai, the Herrscher of Reason.
落ち着いて敵の構造を解析して敵の弱点をこの人形は感情
Your
的
puppet
で
is
す。
highly emotional.
このチャンス
Might
を
be
利
a
用
chance
し
to
て
collect more
情報
intel.
をもっと手に入れないと。
おやバイクはどうした
Eh,
の
where's your cute little bike
次の
now?
律者みたいに
I'll
バイク
yank you off the bike just like the Herrscher of Sentience did.
相手は空の律者じゃない
The
から
enemy doesn't have the
空間を
ability
操
to
る
manipulate
力はないは
space,
ずです。
thus the Itzel is likely an accessory to a certain power.
ある力もしゼーレもあの隙間
If
に
Seele
巻
was
き込ま
drawn
れた
into
の
the
なら
chasm,
この
she
劇
should
場の
reappear
どこかに
somewhere else in the theater.
戦闘中はなるべく移動を
Bologna
多くしましょう。
should move as much as possible and try to reunite with Seele. Go, Bronya, go! I wish you went into your bike so that you could move faster.
この劇場から
Stop
は出られ
running!
ない
You're
よ
not getting out!
逃げ回るなここはウサギの巣穴じゃないんだ
What do you take this place for? Rabbits are a lot cuter than you. Pew 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 pew! Pew pew pew
解析
pew!
完了。
そろそろ
About time for the curtain
同
call!
感です。
Agreed.
そろそろ
This
茶番を
force
終
for
わりにし
new.
ましょう。
あー痛い
Oh, that hurts! Are you dead serious about killing me? Yes.
ひどいひどい
That's
ぞ
so
ブロ
mean
ー
of
ニャ
you. I thought you were all
何が
about
正義の味方
justice,
だよ
Bronya. Sometimes justice necessitates killing. Just listen to Poseidon.
でもこの
I've
時
been
を
waiting for
待
this
ってたんだ
moment. You are the worst kind of good, cause you're not even great. A Greek who reeks of false righteousness, that's what I hate. Cause you fight to save lives, but won't kill and don't get the job done. What?
観客の皆
Dear
さんも
audience,
待ちく
thank
れ
you
た
for
か
your
ら
remarkable patience. The waiting is over.
私の犠牲で
Now the curtain call with the show ends with my noble sacrifice and the death of the Herrscher of Reason.
ジ
This is the endo. Endo da. Oh no. We're trapped. Ugh. A sharp pain sent Bronny kneeling on the ground. The pain wasn't fatal, but somehow she felt a part of her soul was ripped off. Meanwhile, every weapon she constructed in the battle vanished. Guys, Bronya might be the Yanqing of HA3. Genuinely, she's jobbed in every arc. War was taken. Bronya put her hand on the chest to confirm something. War was still there, right where it should be, but my power was like Haru. A bunch of people warned me, but Haru warned me that Bronya gets it bad. But oh my god, come on! I know this is Seele's arc, but you don't have to trash Bronya for it.
About the explosion here. What happened? Are you hurt? Seele, thank goodness you're alright. Bronya's fine too, but Bronya can't seem to use the harsher power anymore.
Domination is the counterpick of the century. Is she? So what was the excuse with Senti then? I mean, to be fair, sentience works on anyone that is like has sentience, that is cognizant, but still.
Bronya can still feel the core inside, but her power had somehow drained away after being attacked by the puppet. This is not good. The enemies are even more dangerous than expected. The puppet is gone. We need to leave now.
Senti can't really lose in her dream world. We kind of hit her with the power of friendship. I know, but it's still like, it's back to back, man. It doesn't even, like, with Senti, I was fine with it. It felt normal. It felt, not necessarily deserved, but like, it felt fine for the narrative. This one just feels like, haha, we don't like Bronya. What is the point of this? Just to look at the funny castle? Is there a point and click here? Do I get a bonus? And you know, like, I get that this is Seele's arc. Seele's got to get the big cool moment, but you can do that without ruining Bronya. You can just have Bronya be separated from her.
But it doesn't look aggressive. Don't turn up your guard. We don't know what they're up to.
Am I like constantly taking damage? I keep flashing red. Conspiracy. Conspiracy. Yes, they're all conspiracies. Everyone stays away from me, isolates me, and leaves the hardest work to me. Even at lunch, I get less food than others. I've had enough. I want revenge. I'll let everyone know what the company will turn into without me. They'll pay for what they did. I gotta find the hidden Timmy. They put it's not only does it suck from a narrative point what they're doing to Bronya, but now she's back to this fucking Bronya in gameplay. Ugh. At least I can stun lock these guys. Bunny punch. I don't know, just, yeah, Bronny is still my favorite of the main bunch. And it just is really, really unfortunate how rough she's getting it. And my other two, like, favorites, Tesla and Einstein, are relatively side characters. So it be. Did I really use my fucking skill in that? Another puppet again. Why? Why? Why needs another retouch? How many times now? Tell me, how to make it bigger but smaller? What color is vibrant black? Here you are. Take the brush and show me. Enough. I give up. I have zero talent. I shouldn't have become a designer. I shouldn't have been born. My life is a joke. A bad one. Yeah, the Hersher of Dominance is relatable. Hey. Huh. Thought I saw a pop-up. I don't know why I get, like... I'm flashing red sometimes, but I'm not taking damage, so I don't know what it is. I know it. Mom, Dad, and everyone else loves my sister. They always say you should be proud of her. The teacher too. Your sister got everything right. Why can't you? Even when picking gifts, she always gets to pick first, and I have to settle with what's left. I'm not her shadow. Will Mom and Dad love me more if she's gone? If only she was gone. Why hasn't she yet? Hell yeah, kill your sister. Get all the praise to yourself. Brownie, I don't understand. These puppets, they used to be normal. Why did they change into this? The depths of human despair. Yet, they are the Chance Harsher. They're puppets who steal human minds and mimic human behaviors in the name of Honkai. But the stories they tell and the anguish they show do belong to people we don't know. People in despair. Seele, don't be distracted. Every human being has their painful or sad memories, but also happy and joyful memories. Yeah, no, but everyone. But these puppets don't. They represent the worst of us when we're consumed by despair. Don't be pulled into the vortex. This is very... Like, I know they're your enemy and everything, but this is very non-empathetic. Like, these are people who drowned in despair, and... Like, you're just like, nah, they suck. Don't listen to them. Like, I agree with the, like, don't give in to it part, but I don't know, she's, like, being very, very callous about it. It feels to me like part of her empathy was ripped out, because Bronya is not usually unempathetic like this. This is right, team. We're back at the starting point. I mean, yeah, we went around in a circle. What did you expect? What to do now? I can't find an exit. It's alright. We can try something else. If the puppets can crack it open and drag us out, there must be a way out. Bronya, watch out! Huh? There are more and more of them. The new toys are super fun. We should be grateful for Jerry's sacrifice. Long live Jerry.
If it was up to me, I'd kill the traitor right away. No, we can't play with it. We can't play with the new toy. The machine's dead. I want to play too. Let me play with the new toys. Yeah. Huh? What? Only a small knife? Lame. That's your problem. See how I play it. Wow, a chainsaw! Great! Why are they using the Herrscher of Reason's ability?
Okay, so they didn't take the core, but did they take the ability, like, in this space? Or is Bronya actually under their sway? Like, is she part of the collective now and they're using her power? She just doesn't realize it.
Bronya, are you okay? So they're indeed using... You found it! You found it!
You found it!
We're just borrowing it to have a bit of fun. Don't be so petty. But we didn't take it away from you, understand? See, you're paying the price yourself. You're saying you're using Bronya's ability, but she has to suffer the side effects. Smart girl, smart girl. We're the Herrscher of Dominance, after all. Thanks to you, we're even stronger now. So, that's the real plan. We will like to split our forces. If Kiana's Herrscher power was taken too, it would be even worse than this.
Yeah, but Kiana's almost a hard counter to them in that she can just open a portal and get out. You're right. This is because of her egg earrings. Damn you, egg! Useless! Useless! Everything you do is useless!
You're not getting out. You'll be trapped here forever. Be afraid, cry alone, cry aloud, and submit to despair. Become the next puppet in the stage and never-ending show of your personal tragedy. The Tian's Herrscher seems unable to master the Herrscher of Reason's power yet. We need to act fast to send the message out. But that's your power. You can't let them have it. Bronya does not wish to admit defeat, but it's impossible to take down every individual of the Tian's Herrscher here. It's alright, Seele. Bronya didn't come all this way just relying on the core. Mr. Yang said the true power of the Herrscher of Reason, the observation and analysis.
Okay. I do at least appreciate her not being like, yes, I need that power, because she did do stuff without it before. So maybe it's not a complete L for Bronya.
Even without the Herrscher's power, Bronya can accomplish what others cannot.
Because this is the determination that actually got her to be the new Herrscher Reason. It was that determination that had her go to save Seele in the first place, get through all of Welt's challenges in the Sea of Quanta, and then get everyone out of it.
Remember what Bronya just caught up. Bronya will try to calculate the location of the chasm using Project Bunny and rely on your protection for now. Understood. I'll have your back.
I hate protection in this game, cause there's no way to stun them. There's no way to stop them. It just feels really bad. I'm taking a shit ton of damage. Okay, so there is a hard timer on that also.
Seele, look. You found the exit? No, but it's close. There is a weak point within this space. If we focus our attacks there, we might have an opening. Really?
Okay, that's
許せない許せない許せ
unforgivable,
ない
unforgivable, unforgivable. Huh? I have to defend Bronya more. Unforgivable, unforgivable, unforgivable. What? Why did they start hammering us all of a sudden? Unforgivable, unforgivable, unforgivable. Your fate is to be trapped here forever and ever until the end of time. Why shouldn't you just follow the script? The script cannot be violated. No one gets out. No one. Why struggle in vain? Why not surrender peacefully? You're the only two puppets in this theater. Know your place. First time hearing puppets calling individuals with free will puppets. I'm not gonna let you hurt Bronya. I'm getting my ass kicked. Oh my god, I'm stunned. There are more of them. This tells us one thing. Our assumption was right. The weak point does lead to outside. That's why they're stopping us at all costs. They're afraid now. We need to get this opportunity. Bronya, your hand. What? These are... The space is corrupting Bronya's body. Why? Is it because the connection of the Harsher core was severed? Not good. If it continues, Seele will suffer too. We must get out now! Bronya, leave the fight to me! I'll get you out of here! Destination identified. Found. There we go. Oh, don't you hate when sneezes take a minute to come out? Found it. There. The platform where I was related to together for the first time. The platform is special. Maybe it's the theater's real exit. Unforgivable. They are not prepared to send us off nicely, it would seem. But we're not getting trapped here either. Sorry. Bronya will stop moving if you're too far away. Also, if there are things in her way that you can't stop and get out of the way. Screams. Alright, that one was probably my bad. Keep going. Okay. This encounter design is awful. Bronya, come on, I'm ahead of you. I can't even hit this one. It's in the fucking air. Bronya, move faster. I'm right here. Don't we love escort missions? Aren't they so much fun? I actually, in general, don't necessarily dislike escort missions. But oh dear lord, in games where they're bad, they are the worst. Can you go away? Like, I literally can't even hit you. Bronya won't move if you're too far away. More like Bronya won't move if I'm not holding her fucking dick. These things just keep coming. Bronya can still hold on. Seele, open the exits. Okay. The weak point is here. Nothing happened. Looks like the master of the theater is hell-bent on keeping us here. The dance Herrscher is full of dirty tricks. We don't have much time. Brown is... The other me. How did you get me out last time? Just like this, only the master of the theater wasn't watching me closely. So it took one hit for me to crack it open. But this time is different. Even with the power of both of us, it can ensure success. But at least we still have a chance, right? The other me, you're different from me. You can unleash the full potential of this body, but I can't up to now. That's why you can protect me and receive Quanta. That's why you can fix the exit when I couldn't. If we have any chance at all, it's gonna be in your hands. What are you talking about? Sorry, I said I wanted to be strong and independent. I know it may sound weird to ask for your help now, but now is not the time to play tough and risk losing everything. It's not a shame to admit I'm weak, especially when I'm asking for your help. I trust you the most. Seele. That is probably the most impactful thing she could say to other Seele. So, the other me, please. That was it? The real game. I'm just beginning. Bum ba dum ba dum. Oh, no victory noises. In this room, hardly anything interesting would happen, or anything at all. When Seele was awake, she would occasionally chat with the other her, or play chess together, but the waiting turned out to be far longer than Seele expected. So she decided to kill most of the time in her dreams. At least, she might be able to reunite with Bronya if her dream happened to be a sweet one. But time flew a little bit differently for the other her. She sensed something dark and evil the moment they were sent in the Sea of Quanta. Something that reminded her of a vicious snake lurking in the cave. When the snake began to speak to her, she wasn't surprised in the slightest. You possess unusual power. The eerie voice and the message it carried broke into her mind without permission. She didn't like it. She didn't like anyone or anything that could intrude into this private space. But you're trapped here now. She was wary and vigilant. She was faced with an incredibly powerful being. Before, the pressure coming from the depths of the sea was already disconcerting. Now it became suffocating with the enemy at the door. Seele was still sound asleep. The enemy has come onto my turf. I might be able to stall the enemy and buy some time. I don't like meaningless conflicts. I do like that the serpent dialogue is turning from a hiss into actual, like, dialogue. Make a deal with me.
A deal?
A mutually beneficial one.
Think I'd cut a deal with an invader who doesn't even knock?
I can get you two out of this place. She was made an offer she couldn't refuse. The snake waited patiently for her reply.
Get out of here.
How? Hiss. The snake imprinted the terms on her mind, clear and concise.
You say?
Choice. Her choice. It was up to her. She couldn't believe what she just heard. If the deal was valid, it stood for the best chance. It stood for the best chance for Seele and her to get what they both wanted. But could she pay the price? Could she really strike a deal with the treacherous snake behind Seele's back? This is really interesting because Kevin is a lot of things. He's not treacherous. If he makes a deal, unless it's like with Otto, but even then, he probably means it. Not to say that he wouldn't, like, backstab you if it was necessary, but only if it was necessary. Snake quietly waited in the darkness. I guess at this point, though, it kind of was necessary. Waiting for its proposal to sink into her mind. Surely it could afford to wait. Time was abundant in the Sea of Quanta.
Fine.
She spat out this word, having thought long and hard.
I'll take the offer. But,
She continued,
try not to forget your end of the deal.
Hearing this, the unexpected guest left the room without saying a word. As if to show its good face, the suffocating pressure was also gone.
That deal was a snake.
She retracted her sharp claws. Should I tell Seele or not? She hesitated. The farmer and the snake, the hunter and the snake. Every story she had heard from the orphanage didn't seem to end well whenever a snake was involved. She began to question the decision she just made, and she laid her eyes on Seele's face again.
Guess it's Seele and the snake this time.
She clenched her fists. But in exchange for a solid chance to get Seele out of here, well, fuck you. I know what happened, I know, but come on.
I don't know how you did it. You never failed to surprise me. Turning this body control over to me. Can you really trust me? Of course. I've never doubted you. After all, I've been watching you the whole time, just like you've done the same. So this time, I'm gonna let you have total control of the body and rest in the depths of our consciousness. This way, you won't have to worry about me holding you back, and we can unleash everything you have. Hey, Seele, do you even hear yourself? If you let me out and take the wheel, everyone around you will know my existence.
I mean, she was getting ready to tell people anyway.
It's fine. I've been thinking about introducing you to my friends for a long time. You won't be able to regret it if you lose their favor because they think you're a freak. I believe they'll accept you, just like how they accepted me. If you let me take control, you won't be able to force switch personality like before for a long time. I know. You don't even know what will happen if I unleash full power. That's alright. And if I refuse to wake you up later, you'll be trapped in the long slumber forever. I understand. You won't be able to stop me, even if I go full berserker, bully your friends, and do bad things to your precious Branya.
あなたはそんなこ
You
と
won't.
しない。信じてるから。
I have faith in you. Ugh.
あなたみたいな
I
甘
mean,
いお
it's a
バカ
big
さんが
mystery to me how you
どうやって
survived
今
to
ま
this
で生きて
day.
これたのかしら。
Because of you.
あなたがいたから。
Because you're always there
ブ
for
ローニャ
me.
お
And
姉ちゃん
Bronya.
とキアナがいた
And
から。
Kiana. And many, many other kind people
た
out
くさんの
there.
優しい人たちが。
しょうがないわね。
You're such a headache.
わかったわ。
I know.
たかが扉でしょ。
So we're cracking it
開けて
open,
みせ
huh?
るわ。
Consider it
もう
done.
全力を出してあ
I'll
げる。
get serious this time.
じゃあ、お願
Thank
い
you.
ね。
The other me? Oh, right.
まだ教え
You
てくれて
haven't
な
told
い
me
よ
yet.
ね。
何のこと？
What?
前に聞いた
What I
でしょ。
asked you before. How you like to name yourself.
あなたの好きな名前
I'd
で。
like to call you by this
あな
name.
た、
セーレ。
Seele. Huh?
セーレが
I'm
ここ
here.
にいるよ。
だから、
That's the
それ
name
が
I want to
私
be
の好
called.
きな名前よ。
お、
Oh. I see.
一つの体を共有
I just
してる
feel
んだ
since we share the
名
same
前を
body.
共有しても
It's
悪
not
く
too
ないか
bad
な
to share the same name too. Don't read too much into it.
This is, there's so much to read into this, actually. Because it is her accepting that they are the same person, that they are the same being, that they are a mutual existence, and there's no reason to feel bad about that. Because they are accepting each other in, again, as this does, in parallel, in comparison to the enemy we are facing right now, which is how do I word it? They are singular existences within a collective, and despite them being part of this hive mind, they also do have their individuality. That is also happening here, where they are one being, they are the same person, but they also have their individualness, and they're both accepting that they have this individualness. So her taking the name Seele actually means a lot. She's no longer resentful about it.
あとはお願いね。
She doesn't feel like she's just a part of Seele. Like, she doesn't need to fight to be her own being. She can just be an aspect of Seele, but also be herself.
So I'll leave the rest to you now, Seele.
はいはい。
Right?
わかってるわ。
You can count on me, Seele.
任せなさい。セーレ。
Look, it's a butterfly now. That's a little ominous.
お願い。
Seele!
しょうがないわね。
You're helpless.
任せて。
Leave it to me, Seele.
遊びましょう。
Let's play.
Ooh, this design's really good.
壊さ
Try
ない
your best to stay alive.
Actually, the long hair here is what they went with Star Seele. Damn.
Come play with Seele.
Ooh. Oh, I really like this. She also reminds me of, fuck, I'm blanking on her name. The Tales of Berseria main character.
That's not enough to make me happy.
ね。もうちょっ
Come
と
on,
本気に
put more effort. Try
全
harder.
力で
Do
私
your
を
best
楽
to
しま
please
せな
me.
さい。おもちゃが壊れた。
Bad toys ought to be going to the trash bin.
私たちは倒れない。
We won't fail.
私
There
た
are
ち
more
は
of
まだ
us.
聞いて。観客たちの歓声や拍手を。
Listen to the cheers and
こ
applause
の
of the
演目は
audience.
最
The
後まで
show
続
will
け
go
さ
on
せて
and
もら
on
う。
until the last scene. Fine
い
by
いで
me.
しょ。
But you should know that my appearance fee
私
is
のギ
very
ャラは
high.
高いわよ。
You need to
あなたたち
pay
の
with your life.
それはそうと。
Okay, I think I nailed the trash talk. What the hell are these dolls? They're not afraid to die. And more keep popping up, though I keep killing them. Who is the big boss behind them that is always hiding? Do I really have to kill legions of them? They are the Legion Hersher. What do you think? Ah, this isn't right. I almost fell into its trap. Darn it! Why would I think like that? I'm not that soft idiot. I don't even care what I am. Why would care what these things are? All I need to know is if they must die. You can't run! The show has begun! No one— Oh wait, this isn't Seele. No one can leave! Okay, so I'm also building up stacks here. I literally can't escape. Okay. Yeah, jellyfish. Gee, you can— It's so cute that you're trying to pull this move in front of me, little toy. Oh, I don't have her ultimate. It's not over, not over. Have a taste of this. I prefer to have a taste of your painful scream. The last one. Well, your hair's longer. It suits you. Excuse me. So that said, despite all my things earlier about Seele, I hope they never give her multiple personalities in Star Rail. If anything, I hope they make— if they're gonna do something with Red Seele, I hope they make it a completely different character, completely unrelated to Belobog or Seele. You. I remember your voice. You were the puppet that talked to me last time. Yes, it's Lily. Lily's happy that you remembered her. Are you here to pay to visit Lily, pretty lady? No, you want to leave? What a pity, what a pity. Snap. I didn't give you permission to talk. Your noisy chatter and the habit of repeating every sentence are annoying. Toys are supposed to be quiet. But this is convenient. I've been looking for you. You saved me the trouble. What did you call me last time? Oh, I remember. No one wants you. Wuss and poor girl. You got a lot of nerve? Makes me want to rip you apart. Check how your little bod manages to store so much guts. Why deny it? You know Lily was telling the truth. No matter how you two comfort each other, you are not the same. Her sister, her friends, and those who care about her, will they look at you the same way? Will they? Well, probably not. She is a different person. But, like, I mean, they won't look at her negatively. They won't, because you're not her. You're dangerous and creepy. You're a monster. Branya's coming. How do you think she'll see you? You can't even change yourself, let alone change how others see you. You can't do it. You can't. You may be right, but I don't want to make friends with you. Do you know why? Because I hate you. Because you're annoying. Because the way you talk is dumb as hell, and your crunching voice makes me sick. The colors of your clothes are gross, your joints are gross, your eye patch is gross, and the two weird buns on your head are even grosser. I get sick just looking at you, so let me give you a ride to hell. Getting out of my sight is the best thing you can do. Don't be afraid. I'm in a good mood tonight, so I promise to make it hurt like hell. Okay, Nekomata. Damn. Interesting that it only had me do one node before kicking me out. Run, run! Don't stop even if your legs stop, or I'll catch you! Tsundere, pretty lady, Lily likes you, but you don't like Lily.
でも大丈夫。
It's okay, it's okay. Lily has many friends. She definitely plays interesting. She's not the most fun that I've had in this game. I think Rita is still the most consistently fun character. But this is probably the best Seele so far. It's okay, it's okay. You'll be with them soon. Come here, Puppet Lily. I Lily can't convince you. Lily's fine with this, but we are not. Lily can let you leave, but we can't. So we're seeing the collective taking over here. Lily will make you into a pretty puppet. Oh, okay. See, that's all. I was expecting more fancy moves. Oh. There was something over here that flashed, but maybe it was just my cooldown coming off. Gotcha. The claw clutched the puppet, who was dangling like a doll in a claw machine. Alas, what a pity, the strings on your body vanished. Any last words, my little dolly? You called me your dolly? I'm so happy. But last words? No, it's no time for words yet. We'll meet again. John Doe is dead, but John Doe is still alive. Miriam is dead, but Miriam will bring her back. Only poor Jerry Barbara. But he was a hero. He became part of ours forever. The puppet laughed. Her eye patch trembled with her laughter, as if her eyes hidden behind her were rolling eerily. Lily is not a puppet. We are not puppets. We are humans, living humans, and humans are us. Crack. The puppet's laughter stopped abruptly. Then her head fell down and rolled away in the bottomless abyss. What? How is she still talking? Pretty lady, don't forget, we are always with you. This one's interesting in this has felt like a complete arc, but it's only part 1. So this is gonna develop in a much different way than like Fuhua's, for example. Well, I might be about a lot of things, but I'm pretty sure that says puppet. Yeah, but her head rolled off the floor into the abyss. How is she still talking? But yeah, like Fuhua's, in each part, it felt like, oh, this is still part of one arc that was gonna, build and complete. This feels like this is gonna be the end of this arc. But it's part 1 of 3. In a good way. Like, I'm excited to see where it goes from here. Wasted some time, but we finally made it. But like, Seele and I'm sure this is going to go more places with Seele, and the dominance isn't actually going to be beaten here. But this feels like the end of the dominance section. Seele seems like she's had a complete arc. So genuinely, like, where is it going to continue from this? What is it going to do with Seele? Is it going to be building on now the characters finding out about Dark Seele? Is it going to be, like, is she going to get controlled by the dominance here? Is she going to awaken to a Herrscher power? I'm really excited to find out.
少し寂しいけど、ここを
If
出
we
た
get
ら
out of
体
here,
を返す
I'll
わ。
need to give your body back. Don't really want to do that, though.
この機会にお姉
I
様
was
に
gonna
い
do
たずら
something
でもし
interesting
よ
to
うかと
Bronya
思
while I
っ
was
た
in
けど、
charge. I'll find another chance. Alright,
茶番もそろ
time
そ
to
ろ
finish this
終わり
drama.
ゼーレ
Seele.
He looked away and saw Bronya on the other side of the platform approaching. Well, this is awkward.
お姉様
Bronya,
どうしてここ
why
に
is she here? Ah, I wasted too much time on that puppet.
あの人
Good
ちょうどよ
timing.
かった
I was gonna let you off the
や
hook,
めようかと思
but
っ
it's
てたけど
another matter if you
自
come to
分
me.
からフローニャお姉ちゃん
Bronya,
どうして
what
こ
are
こ
you
に
doing here? You've already taken out the
そっちの
enemies
敵
over
はもう
there.
どうしたの
Wow.
さお姉ちゃん
Bronya, why are you staring
Staring at Seele because she recognizes you're not the same.
あなたはゼーレ
You're
じゃあ
not
りま
Seele.
せん
You're not the, at least not the one Bronya knows.
ブローニャのよく知るゼーレじゃない
This is interesting. Because I think there was an implication in Other Waters that Bronya does know that there's another Seele.
What are you saying all of a sudden? Seele is
ゼー
Seele.
レは
あなたのことは知って
Bronya
ま
wants
す
to meet you on the Sea of
漁
Ponta.
師の海で
Oh, right. I also
あ
forgot
なたは
about
ブロ
that.
ーニャの前に現れまし
You
た
you told Bronya you're the other Seele inside her body. So you
覚えて
remember?
るのね
I expected the same
ただ
person
の
to
デタ
drop
ラ
in
メ
his
として
bladder.
忘れ
ゼーレが話したことを
Maybe that's what I was thinking about, actually. Not that it was in Other Waters.
でも
Bronya
今は
remembers
雑談
everything
してる場合じゃあ
Seele
りま
says.
せん
But now is not the time to talk about it.
The two glanced at the platform in the center. Lines formed intricate webs as they sprawled across the space. Ahead of the lines, puppets were massing.
今の優先目標は支配劇
Our
場を出るこ
priority
とで
is
す
still leaving the theater of
人形たち
domination,
が集
right?
まってきてるのは
The puppets were
あの
swarming
空
to
間の
that
隙間
spatial
に近
crack
づ
to
いてほ
block
し
it.
くないから
That should be the exit.
へえ
You wanna work
私と
with
一緒
me?
に戦う
Don't tell me you're placing
前
trust
回
in
会っ
someone
た
who
時
is your
は敵
enemy.
同士だった
ゼーレが信じる相手
Bronya
に対
trusts
して
you, Seele trusts
ブ
without
ローニャは
reserve.
100%
Okay then.
いいわ
Don't get caught in friendly
うっかり
fire.
怪我し
It's
ないように
so
ね
funny to me how much Red Seele tries to, like, play up her villainness when she's just a tiny baby Tsundere that wants a head pat. But again, like, comparing her to Senti, it doesn't feel naive. It doesn't feel immature. It doesn't feel young. It feels like just like another aspect of Seele and how she's seen, you know, how it's the negative emotion of Seele. But even then, it's not just the negative Seele, because she has positive understandings of things. She's just also kind of distrustful in general, but it's all to protect Seele. How do you know I won't commit terrible acts of cruelty, huh? I don't know, you seem pretty cool, and you know, Seele trusts you, you're still Seele. Why wouldn't I trust you? And she's baffled by it. She's baffled that not just Seele, but like all these people are like, yeah, no, you're probably cool.
隙間が開きました今です
Crack is open. Meow.
急いで
Hold on tight. Phew.
ソルト
It's a
レ
Salt
イ
Lake
ク
base. We're back to
現実
reality.
に戻りました
But
She felt like a piece of her body had been scooped out. Veronica could still feel the core inside her, but the bond between her and it had vanished.
博士たちは今夜
the doctors won't
眠
have
れない
much
夜
time
を
to
過ごす
sleep
ことに
tonight.
なり
ここに人形があるわ
There's another
きっ
puppet.
と
I guess it's that
ジェ
Jerry
リーとかいうや
something.
つです
The puppet lying on the ground was already broken, its mangled face still wearing an unpleasant grin. She stepped on it in disgust. Oh, is regular Seele just Onechan? Because I know that she does call Bronya One something. But yeah, Red Seal definitely was saying One-sama. I think it's in mockery a little bit. At least that's what the textual, the text seems to imply, that she's a little bit mocking Bronya, but I'm sure there's also genuineness to it, especially towards Bronya, because like Bronya's core to Seele, and at least some of that emotionality and caring is going to be part of both of them. But I do think a little bit is like good-natured mockery of Seele. He stepped on it in disgust. Take this corpse back and hand it in. I have to go now. I'll leave the rest to you and her. And she's giving control back to Seele. Wait, we haven't been formally introduced. Well, go ahead, Seele. She won't refuse to answer any of Bronya's questions. I'd like to hear how she's going to introduce me. No, Bronya would like to hear it from you. This is very impactful to Red Seele. Because, like, this is the first time Bronya and her have ever actually met, despite Bronya knowing about it. And immediately Bronya's like, yeah, so, like, I want you to tell me about you. Because I want to know you. Not just you as an aspect of Seele. Bronya always knew Seele has her own secrets. Your existence explained many of the strange things that happened before. Come to think of it, when we were still in the orphanage, Seele would behave very differently from time to time. Bronya always noticed such things. Like what? Seele isn't a picky eater, but you only eat the foods you liked. And you pour the rest on the Skinmouse plate on the sly. Huh? And this is also going to be big for her. Like, the fact that Bronya noticed these things. Seele had the sweet tooth, but you liked spicy food. There were a few times the ketchup was secretly replaced with chili sauce. Skinmouse hated chili sauce. Seele loves reading, but you get sleepy the moment you pick up a book. There were times when you fell asleep and drooled all over your book. What are you talking about? These differences emerge all the time. You and her have markedly different personalities and habits. Even your smallest gestures are different. It's impossible to ignore such huge differences. And that idiot thought she hid it so well. Seele wanted to keep it a secret, then no one should dig it. But Bronya still wants to see you again, and know more about you. Who are you? That's the question. Well, as you can see, I'm a dangerous, cruel, and unsympathetic monster with no empathy. I'm the other Seele, born out of her stigma. That's how it is, technically. And don't expect a philosophical explanation. I'm still not totally convinced on this. Like, this could totally be the explanation. And I think it would be interesting if... I think there would be an interesting parallel between the different personalities of the Hersher and there being different personalities from the thing that May cooked up to stop the Hershers, if they have this overlap and similarity. But I'm not totally convinced that this is actually what's happening. But no, that would be interesting if... Because I know the stigma existed, like, somewhat naturally, but May's whole plan was to nurture it so it came out more often in the new era, right? So if it creates an extra personality in the same way that Hershers sometimes do, she's basically just creating her own Hershers. And I guess believing in them more than Honkai Hershers? It's interesting to think. It's just another interesting parallel. On basically, you're using the same things that are destroying you to fight back. Just in a whole different, on a different level than the actual, we use the Honkai, we use Honkai power to fight the Honkai.
I'm the other Seele born out of her stigmata. That's how it is technically, and don't expect a philosophical explanation.
私は彼女と違
I'm
う。
not like her.
余計な
I
ことは
hate
考え
thinking,
たくな
and I
い
just
し、
like destroying.
何かを蹂躙
Friend
す
or
る感
foe, it
覚
doesn't
だけを
matter.
好むわ。
Anything, anyone that appears in front of me is my toy.
This is not true in the least.
だから慌てなくていいわ。
So don't worry, your Seele is still herself. All those bad things are my doing, and have
悪い
nothing
こ
to
と
do
は
with her.
全部私がしたこと。
あれは悪いことではなく、
You didn't do
あ
bad
なたなり
things.
の守り
You
方
were
で
just
す。
trying to protect her.
真に対する仕返
Messing
し
with
も、
sin, the
漁師
deal
の
with the
海で
snake and the
蛇
sea
と
of
取引
Quanta,
したのも、
etc. You
ゼー
did
レ
them
を
all
思っ
for
てしたこ
Seele.
とでしょう。
She's too kind to enjoy fighting, so you fought for her, trying to keep
あ
her
な
out
た
of
が代
danger.
わりに戦い、
考えすぎよ。
You think I did those things
私
because
は
I'm
そんなに
good-hearted?
優しくないわ。
Nah.
ゼーレが
It's
死ん
just,
だら、
if she
私も
dies,
一緒
I'm
に死ぬ
screwed
こと
too.
になる。
So I have to protect
だか
her.
ら彼女、私は
I,
本能
I'm
に
just following
従
my
ったま
heart.
で。
The people around her
周
are
り
too
の大
weak
人
to
が役に
protect
立
her,
たないせい
so
で、
I have to step
ゼー
in.
レが
そうします。
But on you will.
ゼーレのそばに
Thank
ず
you
っ
for
といて
always
くれ
being
て、
there for her.
だから、
You don't
礼
need to
はいら
thank
ないっ
me.
てゼーレにとって。
You're
お
the
姉
most
様
important
こそが
person to
一番
her.
大事な人だから。私が体を
When
支
I'm
配
in
す
control
る
of this
時、
body,
ゼーレ
Seele
が
will
眠る
fall
こと
into a
に
deep
なる。
sleep. I'm sure at this moment she's worried
彼
about
女は
you
夢
and her
の中で
dreams
お
and
姉様
calling
を
your
心
name.
配し、ゼーレにはお姉様に話したい
There
こ
are
と
so many
や
things she
やり
wants
た
to
いこと
say
が
to
た
you or
くさ
do
んあ
with
るけ
you,
ど、
but she
肝
always
心
chickened
な
out
時
at the
にい
last
つもお
moment.
どおどして
It
言え
was
ないか
painful to
ら。
watch. But now I'm in control. Maybe I can. Ah, never
まあ
mind.
いいわ。
She'd be mad at
ゼーレ
me,
はきっと
and it'd be
怒る
boring
し、
if she didn't tell you
私
in
が代わり
person.
に書く。
Anyway,
これからも
look
ゼーレ
after
のこと
Seele
を
for
頼む
me,
わ。
will you? I mean, I hate her and she sucks, and I'm only doing it so I live. But make sure to to keep her safe, okay? Baka.
はい。そうします。
But on you will.
さて、
Get it?
もう戻っていい
Can
か
I
し
go
ら。
now?
いつか
Can Bologna see you
また
again?
会えます。
どういう意味？
Huh? Don't tell me you fell in love with me.
戦闘以外で
You
あ
barely
なたは
appear
めった
except
に
in
出てき
battle.
ませんし、
Ronnie has no chance to
交流
talk
す
to
る
you
機会
or
があり
learn
ませ
about
ん。
you from Seele because
あ
she
な
wants
た
to
を知
keep
り
it
たくて
secret.
も、ゼーレが話さない限り
It's
何も
so
できません。
obvious. Like Bronya's not even a little bit fooled by it.
でも、今日で
But
思ってい
Bologna is
たこと
certain
の
about
答え
one
合わせ
thing.
ができました。
I know this is supposed to be now, but
周りの人が近づかないよ
Well,
うに
you've been seeing annoying
exactly.
Yummy.
Here's exactly what I'm
嫌
saying.
なことをしました。
Well, you've been seeing annoying
でもそれは、
things and acting crazy to make
あなたの
people fear
本
you
心
and
じゃ
stay
あり
away
ま
from
せ
you.
ん。
That's not what you really want.
あなたはもう一人のゼ
You are
ー
the
レ。
other Seele.
あなたたちの
You
本
two
質
are
は同
inherently
じ
the
です。
same. Bologna is
ボローニャは
relieved.
安心。
Yeesh. Is it that I have some misunderstanding of the world, or that her
それとも
naivety
バ
is
カは本当に
contagious?
映るのか？
Why is everyone around her like this?
どうしてゼーレの周り
Because
はこういう
you're
人ばかりなの？
very easy to see through.
いいわ。勝手に思ってなさ
Fine,
い。
whatever you say.
なんたって、
Can't argue with
あなたは
Seele's
ゼーレの
dearest
一番
Branya.
大事なお姉様だもの。
Yeah, she's calling her
最後
Nesama.
に一つだけ質
One
問
last
させてく
question.
ださい。
What should Bologna
ボロ
call
ーニ
you?
ャは
ゼーレでいいわ。
You can call me Seele. Oh,
そ
but
れ
I
じゃ
won't
あ
be able
区
to
別
tell
で
which
き
one
な
you
いわ
mean.
ね。
Never call me Seele, though. Or I'll get mad and you won't like
い
it.
っそ。
Okay, so we should
黒ゼーレと
absolutely
白
call her
ゼーレでどう
Seele.
かしら。ちょっと変わってるけど、嫌じゃ
Let's
ない
make
か
it
ら。
simple then. When you need to make it clear, call me Dark Seele and her Light Seele. It's kind of weird, but I don't mind.
わかり
Okay,
ました。
Bologna will just call you
で
Seele.
も今さよなら。
Take
ゼー
care,
レ。
Seele.
次に
Next
会う
time,
ときは、
tell
また
Bologna
ブロー
more
ニャ
about you and
にあ
her.
なた。
やめろってもっとって意味かしら。
Bam, bam, bam.
One day after the assault, Salt Lake Base.
やっと報
Finally
告が
finished
終わ
that
ったね。
part. So much has happened in such a short time, I was worried I'd omit some
何か
details.
は忘れてはなかったけ
Good
ど。
details, but you were being too... Good details, but you're being too modest in that other part where you shown. You played a big role, so why didn't you tell Dr. Einstein? At least the part where we fled the theater.
私が報告してたら、
I'd
そ
have
の
made
倍
that
く
part
ら
at
いの
least
時間
twice
にな
longer
っ
if
て
you
たわ。
let me do it. I didn't
あ
want
ま
to
り
make
時
it
間
too
をかけた
lengthy.
くなかったも。
But was it okay for me to report about you like that?
問題ないわ。
Of course.
別に
You
嘘はつ
didn't
いてない
lie.
もの。
You did find the exit with
あなた
Seele's
は
strength.
お姉様も何も言わ
And
なかった
Bronya
し。
didn't say a word when she
バラ
heard
すつ
it.
もりはない
I
みたい
think
ね。
our secret's safe with
みん
her.
なにあなたのことを
But I
紹
was
介
ready
す
to
る権利を
introduce
し
you
て
to
たの
everyone.
に。やめてくれる？
Nah, I'd rather
あな
not.
た一人だけで
Looking
も
after
大変
you
な
is
の
enough
に。
trouble for
あ
me.
なたの友
I
達と
don't
ま
need
で
your
知り
friends
合
to
い
bring
に
me
なったら
extra.
面倒
Meanwhile,
事が増
Bronny
え
has
るで
told
し
all
ょ。
of them already.
面倒事は一番嫌い。今のままでいい。
I'm fine with
余
what I
計な
have
ことに
now.
悩まさ
And
れ
I
る。
only need to take care of one crybaby.
でも、
But
みん
I
なに
want
あ
them to
な
know
た
about
お姉ちゃ
you.
んだけじゃない。
Not just
ロ
Bronya.
ザリア、
Yeah, she does just say
リリア、
One-chan,
キアナ、
and she says
博士。
One-sama.
セーレを
I
大
want
事に思って
Rosalia,
くれる
Lilia,
人
Kiana,
全員
the
ね。
doctors. All those who care about me to know about you.
セーレの中で、
They
セー
should
レ
know
と
the
一緒
other
に
me
成
inside
長
of
した
me,
もう一人
who's
の
been
セーレ
growing
を
up
知っ
with
て
me.
もらいたい。
You're an inseparable
あ
part
な
of
た
me.
はセーレ
Still
に
is
とっ
only
て切り
complete
離
when
せ
we are
ない
together.
一部だし、セーレの友達に
I want all my friends
あ
to
なた
also
の
be
友
your
達
friends.
にもなってはいはい
Fine,
わか
but
ったわ
not today.
い
I'm not
つ
in
か
the mood
私の
today.
気が向いたら急に体の主導
When I'm
権
in
を
the
奪
mood
って
someday,
テー
maybe
ブ
I'll
ルの上
suddenly
で
take
コサ
control
ッ
of
ク
your
ダンスを
body.
踊りながら
Just jump on the
私
table
がゼ
to
ーレ
a
よ
hop pack. To a hop pack
叫ぶかもしれない
dance while shouting, I'm Seele,
お
in
友
front of all
達
your
はどんな反応
friends.
するかしら
Um,
それは
if you really want to do that, then okay. But
あ
you
な
may
た
want
が
to get
そう
changed
したいの
first.
ちょっと
Huh?
本気
Don't
にし
tell
た
me
ん
you
じゃ
thought
ない
I'd
でしょ
really
う
do
ね
that. I'm not
そ
Rosa.
んなこと
The room was filled with laughter for a moment, but soon
現
quieted
状は
down
思
again.
ったよりもひどい
The
ね
situation is worse than we
博士た
expected.
ちは徹夜
The
した
doctors
みたい
didn't
だ
get
し
any sleep last night,
みん
and
なも
everyone's
いろいろ
overwhelmed.
他の任務に出た人
I heard
たち
those who
も
are on other
指
missions
令を
also
受
have
け
been
て
called back
こ
and
っ
are
ち
on
に
their
戻っ
way.
てる途中
I
だって
guess we'll
聞
get
い
even
た
busier.
手を引くつもりは
You're
ない
not going to stay out of this, are you? Then
どう
just
せ
tell
私
me
も
when
逃
you
げ
need
ら
my
れない
help.
し
It's not like I can go
私ね
anywhere.
そういえば支
Speaking
配
of
劇
which,
場から
have
戻
the
った
puppets
後
still been bothering you
人
since
形
we
か
got
ら
back
の
from the
接触は
theater?
あったないわ
No.
あ
I
りが
don't
ちに
think they'll
断った
come to me
し
again after I
さすがに
rejected
もう
them
ま
like
とわり
that.
つくことはないと思う
What?
どうしたの
What's wrong?
うん
I don't know
確
for
信
sure.
があるわけじゃ
But when
な
I
いけ
left the theater, a
ど支
puppet
配
said
劇場
something
を
very
出た時
strange to me.
変わった感じが
It was
した
somehow disturbing, in an unexplained way.
Rustling sounds rose. Noises began to echo in the theater devoid of life. Like sounds of strings cutting through the air. Like the sound of a puppet rotating its joints. Like the sound of inky malice coagulating into a clot. Countless shadows drifted towards the establishment at the center of the theater with uncanny robotic motions.
失敗した失
We
敗し
lost,
た
lost,
でも
but
大
it's
丈夫
okay.
大丈
Okay.
夫友達はまだたく
Friends
さ
are
ん
many,
いる
we are many.
私誰にも克服
Everyone
で
is
き
a
ない
dark corner they can't walk out of.
癒せない
Everyone has a
隙間
secret
は
wound they can never heal.
みんなカゴの
We are
中
all birds in a cage, gestures on the stage, puppets under
支配
domination.
された
Behold,
人形始まる
it's beginning, it's beginning, it's beginning.
They repeated these words to each other tirelessly. Suddenly, they cast their burning gaze in one direction. The trial court solemnly stood at the center of the theater. Silence! Silence! Now, we must plan our next move. Alright, that is the first segment of this arc complete, and I'm tired. So that's where we will stop for this week. I don't know if it is comparable to Fuhua's section where like the first part was more or less the longest one. But we will continue this next week. Getting good. This was a really good segment for Seele. Yeah, I'm very much. I'm not allowed to leave. Get bent. I really like HI3. I consistently am enjoying it every time. It's one of the things I'm most excited for to stream every week. But yeah, I'm excited to see what we have next week. Tomorrow we will be getting back to Atelier Ryza. Wednesday we'll be starting World's End Club, and Friday we'll be doing the rest of the companion missions in Zenless Zone Zero. But until then, I hope you all have a good night, and I will see you all in the future. Bye-bye now!